But also, I'm okay with that option too.
Plus hit boss.
You make sure you place it where you Epsilon.
Okay, now if the Moonkins are the main ones seeding ads, should I just like let you guys know when Moonkins are picked?
You got that.
Yes.
The tech boss.
Okay, garbage here. This is one Moonkin picked. But it's P1 though, like I feel like this is piss. Few of hyenas try to go for 2 here.
It's P1. Us.
Oh, W. Nice, they're all in boss. Get kicks.
Back up
Kick
assigned
bar,
cross
yeah.
2. Interrupt.
Did you want me to do the next one?
Okay,
I
so
can.
by the way, the boss is
Yeah,
already,
it's cool.
I think, like 3 or 4% lower before overdrive or something.
Watch the
We lost
fire.
It's almost like we
Yeah,
lost
we
it,
lost
maybe.
it.
Some monk
That's
damage.
weird.
Yep.
That's gotta be a monk diff, maybe.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
So stupid. Alright,
Yep.
bait on diamond.
Not stupid, but yeah.
Time to take out the trash!
Dude, my computer's freaking me the fuck out, man. Alright, spread out. I hate this, man. Alright, spread in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, new garbage in 5. Okay, new garbage in 3, 2, 1. One Moonkin selected. Spreading in 10. Get on the bomb, or Moonkins break the bombshells. Bomb
Get
in
away
front of
from
the
the
boss
ball.
as well. Yeah, fire circles. We're spreading in 3, 2, 1. Now, all bombshells should be broken except for 1.
Get away from the ball. Bump.
We can
I have the
res
bomb.
KSP. Get kicks, guys. Get
And
kicks.
this bomb is
We hit a
impossible to
bombshell
get.
as well. What happened? Sorry.
Back up assigned cross
I was trying to get that bomb, and yeah, it was kind of a wall of
That bomb
bombshell.
position was not ideal. For sure. Let's go again. Go again. I want to see if there's anything we could have done better there.
In dark, if we're gonna all blow up.
Might as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, buddy.
Undermine clean.
Yeah.
Yes, and
Yep.
I can't recall.
Also, I think people should just move away from the bomb if they're there. Like,
Yeah, like let's see
Not
how we
like-
could have played this
Probably
better.
timed out.
Yeah,
yeah.
let's see how we play this better here. So we get a set of bombs.
Druid back.
We have like a burn right in the middle. That's like pretty normal.
So it's done.
We have
Oh,
boss
okay.
on the wall. We get 2
Okay,
bombs
so
on this side. We have bombshells
Maybe take
in.
it.
We
More
had,
response.
we had 1 Moonkin picked. I still think like daughters though. Like I think the priest definitely like
They are still dotting, right? Like, I'm
Yeah,
watching
still
Peter
dotting
Griffin
them.
here.
the bombshells. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we're doing a spread. So we're getting these bombshells in. So bombshells are in front. That's fine. So everything looks good. So someone will grab this one. Okay, so we have a scrap master in the back. Tiger Disco is gonna go for this bomb, I think. Okay, that's fine. But okay, let's do it in a fucking. Were you scared of hitting a bombshell?
Yeah. So I figured I would just wait, but
Okay.
the opportunity never really.
I
came.
think you should have gone for this bomb for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would have gotten it in hindsight, but pretty sketchy, I feel like, regardless.
Where did the bombshell get hit?
Maybe no, I don't even know.
It was,
one?
It was, yeah, that one that does go.
That one never came in. I guess it hit when I exploded on it, or
wait,
was it someone else?
wait a second. Wait a second.
I mean, I tried to loop around. I didn't know we had one boulder still.
Okay, that is illegal.
So
Oh, can I get a res? Sorry.
That is
No.
for sure illegal.
You should be
also,
sober.
we also missed the fucking ad too. Okay, wait. So you got blue here. That's close melee. Let me see what you did. You identify. You get in a spot. Okay, you're 2 right away. Oh, you're fucking you're Gucci, and you get the fucking yo. Okay, so you were the biggest person on Earth right now, right? So
Yeah.
why didn't you get your fucking your scrap master killed someone, right?
Well,
I mean, what's the convention for Scrap Masters? Because we talked about people going middle.
And
Going
trying to
for
get
both.
both if you're able to. It's really tight. Like
it's only the middle one. Like if it spawns on blue or purple, you can't get.
yeah, wait,
those.
what the
Like, they're
fuck
way
is
too
this?
far.
Well, I'm so confused. Like you know, it's your number one priority to get that Scrap Master. You know where yours is. Like why are you like in the middle of the room instead of just going to your shit? And then you get your shit, and then you roll around, and it's like, okay, I can get the bomb. It's like even I don't know. I feel like there's just a lot of bad decision making during this.
Yeah, I mean it was.
You have to just look for the green circle. What spawns the Scrapmaster to know if it's your Scrapmaster.
Oh, something someone mentioned on the something someone mentioned during lunch or dinner was like if you spawn a faraway Scrapmaster, when you kick it, ping it too. It kind of shows the casters when they turn around where the casters are.
I don't know, Zoe. Someone's not working on you, bro.
Oh,
Probably also good to
Oh, I
say
got it
our
from
scrap
Scott.
master.
works from
Oh,
Scott.
okay, okay, perfect. Let's get it. Yeah.
What the fuck is this feast?
I put the Jester ring thing in the WeCourse channel if you want to grab it.
Oh yeah. Yep. That's good.
Okay.
Oh, it's active right now. Good.
Oh shit, same.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's why I typed the right chat.
Wait, I did. It's still up. Oh, it took four tries. Four tries works.
It took
Oh,
two
it's-
tries.
It's just a time
This
thing.
is good.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't come straight away. The booth.
Fuck it, I'll just play with it. I'll
This
play
is
with
the
it on the
PTR
screen.
bot.
Just wait for a few
Okay.
seconds.
Hashtag bro.
Also, that sort of adds at 2 minutes. Like, I assume no one is cleaving there because, like, I'm pretty sure those are just like giga insta dying from firemates pop, right? When you're popping on pool, popping in 2 minutes.
I was.
All the ads came
I
out
was
on
in
the
a
boss,
ball
they
on
just-
that one too.
4,
Yeah, but like
Oh.
when they came out, I mean, like when they came out.
Yeah, they should blow up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Never lost again. In fact.
I'll blow up.
5,
Damn.
4,
Damn.
3,
Yeah, bro, you just said like
Mages
that.
are cringe.
Okay.
I
Okay,
said it
so
kind
back
of mean
to-
though.
We're back.
Yeah,
to
you
Chris.
said
didn't
that. I
mean it
took
like
that bad,
that.
and I'm not even him.
Take that shit off the bar.
All right,
So
look
they
at the markers. Make sure you know where your marker's at. If you get a hyena, try to get 2. You can call it. And we're in P1 though, so maybe not. Like this first set should be like absolutely nothing. There's a bombshell weird one on the left. Just be careful. When you're rolling your bomb to the left, be careful of a grip.
Good.
Waiting. I'm just waiting.
No, you go.
Yeah, now.
You need to get it now to kill it.
set focus.
It'll die in 10 seconds. Does it die to cleave? Yeah, it
Backup
does.
assign cross 2.
It'll die.
Interrupt.
Cleave everything down, guys. Good. We're spreading in 8 seconds. Okay, fire circles.
If you want something done right, gotta do it yourself.
It's okay. Figured out.
Time to take out the trash.
Ooh, burn these 2 in the middle. Yeah. That's good. You can even have it on diamond. It'll work. Just make sure it gets all the way there. We're spreading in 3, 2, 1 now. When are we roaring and stuff? Is that a sign?
It's not a sign. I don't think.
I haven't assigned it, no.
I feel like a roar right here could be decent.
I just remember we moved.
Okay, new garb.
Oh, let's see.
This is Sang Wolf Disco Driny Yips. Good. Ranged on bombshells if you can. If they're shitty, especially on the left over here. Okay, we're getting
Can you
spreading in
just
3,
grab
What's
2,
next?
1,
sure.
spreading now.
What's next?
Bombshells are coming in now. Get
Hi,
grips.
Mark.
Oh,
Help pot house down. Help pot house down. We need kills quicker when that happens.
I mean, okay, just
We die,
what
yeah.
happened? Was it a goof? Something to look at to learn from?
yeah. I mean, I thought I'd sneak by the bombshell on the left, and they got gripped, and then. It
I mean, yeah,
was on
that
the, yeah.
that
I mean,
that was just bad. Like the grips there are good because it frees up the bomb. I don't know why you.
People
I don't know
swapping to
why
the
you
bombs
didn't go.
less though, they're coming out later, so like grips are gonna be. Then they kind of have to happen for us to kill them. So like.
Max, University of Louisville. Shaq,
Borealis Harbor Technical Institute.
I'm fired up. University of Utah.
Scott, Lancaster University.
Atlas, UC, Santa Cruz.
I am Goop.
Driney, University of Minnesota State.
Nick, Florida Gulf Coast University.
Yips, Dalhousie University.
THD, Miami-Dade College.
Download Coinbase for a chance to hang out with us next race.
Oh, I love that Borealis Technical Institute. Hello and welcome back to the Team Liquid Race to World First. I'm Jack, joined here with Kalamazzi and Zyronic as we're getting ourselves into more Mythic pulls here on Styx Bunk Junker. But before we get back into the action, let me give a quick thank you to our presenting sponsor in Coinbase, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Warcraft Logs, and the Pasadena Humane Society, our charity partner. We're in here for all the action on Mythic difficulty, getting ourselves nice and cozy as Styx Bunk Junker pulls continue.
Yeah, Styx is proving to be a bit more challenging than we thought it would be.
Well, but not
I think
so
it was
much for me with
everybody.
my pull count.
What's your pull count prediction?
Before we get into that, okay, we've been flying through all these things, but keep in mind, we're going to be flying out one of you lucky winners. If any of you are going to be winning that Coinbase giveaway, all you got to do, check out that QR code in the top right, or go to tl.gg/Coinbase using our promo code TEAMLIQUID20. And once you do, fill out that form at tl.gg/RWFBTS. That's behind the scenes. And you'll be entered in to win our grand prize to fly you out to the next world first race here at the Alienware training facility. Huge love to Coinbase for putting all of that together. Now, not to miss any of the action, I was the only one who guessed this would be more than like 6 pulls. I think it was like 30.
No, I said 20 as well. I said.
Okay, did you? Okay.
I said 20. Okay, don't get too excited here. No, yeah, 20. Don't get too excited, all right? Don't try to steal my thunder, okay?
Now I think we need a citation needed.
So. They'll pull it up.
All right.
Don't think I'm lying. But I'm feisty tonight.
I see that. Right? Chill out. Pop open your monster.
Listen, crack that in. Hold up. Actually
exploded
on me.
It actually exploded on me. Oh my gosh.
Just slurp. Come on.
For Kalamazzi, it'll actually calm him down a little bit. Oh my goodness. Okay. he was actually just so down in the dumps behind the scenes. You would know this if you won the Coinbase behind the scenes giveaway, by the way. Just saying.
If we would have had one for this race.
Very true, actually.
If we had one, yeah. He was very down in the depths when we thought we were doing Mythic Plus, and then we saw Work It and do some Styx Bunk Junker, and man, he just got fired up just like the... Where did I'm Fired Up graduate from?
University of Utah.
University of Utah.
Yep.
The University of Utah graduate, I'm Fired Up.
I'm surprised you didn't say University of the Hills or the School of Hard Knocks from the Hills or something.
Yeah, I like THD, Miami-Dade. That was good.
The I am Goop sent me to the Shadow Realm. Mm-hmm. Just like they're trying to send Styx Bunk Junker to the Shadow Realm onto this one.
Dude, I'm getting shamed in chat right now.
Oh yeah?
I left my computer logged into WoW, and I was like, yo guys, Zyro left his WoW logged in. Should I steal all his gold? And then I was like, he's only got 350k gold. Well, okay, listen. I don't keep all my gold on my character. It's all. I'm not going to tell you where it is, actually.
You're a pro boy. Just say it.
I was about to say that.
You guys don't use your warband bank for that?
Not really.
That's where all the gold actually is.
You can't trust the bank. The bank's run by the goblins.
That's true.
Did
that's
this
why we're
tier
going
teach
to
you
the
nothing?
Undermine.
Yeah. Did this tier teach you nothing?
Set focus cross.
Him apparently not.
Yeah.
I'm ready to take this boss down.
You look like you have your money in your mattress, Cal.
I have it. It's in Finland right now. My car, exactly. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Listen, I invested it all into Gobcoin and I got rug pulled. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh,
that's
there
what
we
happened.
go.
Typical. All right. Enough nicety. So let's talk about this boss fight. Undo it. As we saw in heroic difficulty, we have large, small, and medium trash piles. Well, I guess the large ones would be considered the mega bombs, the giga bombs, spread out across the room. 4 players, I believe it's still 4, on Mythic difficulty. Citation needed.
It is 4, yeah.
Thank you. Are going to be marked after the boss reaches. It is the electromagnetic sorting, which should be max energy, right?
Honestly, I'm not sure if it's max energy, but regardless,
it is
like blue circles signify like the trash pile's coming essentially. Right?
Correct. When the electromagnetic sorting cast begins, the boss will mark 4 players, one of which the active tank, and then they are marked to start rolling around the room, picking up piles of trash. They have to start with small trash piles, or they can start running over some of the ads. They need to go from small to medium, and then they're going to crash their large trash piles into the various bombs around the room. But on Mythic difficulty, we also have to deal with the Scrap Masters. You see those big red lines coming out across the room? Those are going to be some of the mega missiles that those Scrap Masters are going to be launching. They need to be interrupted. Otherwise, they're just going to nuke those players.
And so it's important to mention the Scrap Masters are there on Heroic. They do similar things on Heroic that you can just interrupt normally. On Mythic Mechanic, they have a new cast called the Recycler, which is a 10-second cast that will just instantly kill somebody. That's specifically what they need to roll over and interrupt. So there's a little bit of a timing thing. And of course, you know, if you have an issue, such as what happened here for them with a bomb going off, you can just instantly blow up.
Yeah, there's a lot of pass-fail checks in this fight. I believe you have to have a medium-sized trash ball to run over the Scrap Masters, I believe as well. Yeah. And the large trash balls are needed to actually take out the big mines in the room. So you're running over the Scrap Masters, but also using 2 of the larger trash piles to hit the big bombs, whatever they're called in the room, that basically blow up and kill the raid. The last 2 are run into the boss, but the problem they're having is a lot of the territorial bombshells, which latch onto the mines around the room, they have to be brought to 75% health before they detach and then start running around. Tanks pick them up. They have to die within half a minute of spawning. So they're playing 3 Boonkins to bring them below 75% health, to detach them, and they're pulled in from these DKs, and they're in the melee meat grinder. But if a big trash ball runs into one, it explodes and does a lot of damage to the raid, so they're trying to find a balance of keeping the bombshells on one side, trash bombs run into the boss, which do damage on the other side, but sometimes there's a roadblock or a road jam, and you hit one with a trash ball, it's basically over.
And then your car's on its way to Finland.
Well, mine's coming back. I don't know about theirs.
Oh, that's right.
Hopefully.
Wait, your car's in Finland?
Not necessarily. A part of my car's in Finland. Yeah, don't worry.
That's not much better.
It'll all be good when I get home. I promise.
Inoperable.
That's what I've been told. Well, right now it is. Yes. Give it a couple weeks, and you know.
And then you'll be able to drive in style.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Good timing, at least. You need to be inside playing WoW all day.
Yeah, it is. Oh man.
You know, do we still have the pull count predictions that we were able to pull up?
Yeah, can we verify?
I said 5.
That I'm not lying?
I said 5.
Yeah, I would hate for you to be lying on the internet.
Just to clarify, I think less of you now. What? Because you didn't believe me. Think I'd lie to you.
Here's the thing about these predictions, right? We're not predicting how many pulls it'll take them to kill the boss. We're just saying how much these bosses should take to kill, in our opinion. And if it's wrong, that means Blizzard is wrong.
Yeah,
literally.
I did not say 10. That is.
Oh!
There's no shot.
Take it back. Take it back.
Wait, did I say no?
Take it back. Apologize. Say, I'm sorry for thinking less of you, Jake.
No, I'm not going to.
What?
No.
Say it.
That's so messed up.
I'm pretty sure I said 20.
Well,
maybe I said 10.
You're pretty
if
sure
I did say 10, I apologize. I'm a man of my word. I apologize.
Well, you did, though. So
I think production. I think production actually rigged that. I'm not even kidding. I think it's rigged.
Oh my gosh! Accountability. Thy name is Kalamazoo.
Well, you know, I'm not gonna lie to you.
I don't know. It seems like you lied to them.
They tried to pull. You did put 10.
I actually put 10. Okay, well, I was too riled up.
So
I forgive you.
Speaking about,
I just hope our friendship can recover.
The comp that they're running is highly optimized for doing a whole bunch of AoE damage to make sure they have ad control. But right before they took a break for dinner, with our lovely pizza dinner of the week, by the way, was great. They even had gluten-free pizza for Kalamazoo. Nice touch from them.
Yes.
They had an enrage pull at 6.5 minutes into the fight. Yeah. With the boss at 23%, 20%-ish. So what are we trying to do here? There's a certain amount of optimization that can go into it, right? You can try to make sure you hit more balls into the boss, which I'm sure do a ton of damage. They were doing about 1.5% of the boss's HP on Heroic. They'll probably do something similar to
210 million per pop on here.
210 million per pop. Okay. That's not a lot considering the boss has 14 billion HP.
I mean, you also weren't 3-tanking the boss on Heroic either, but here it's almost necessary with these territorial bombshells. Having them just a melee on the one tank and juggling all the hyenas and the bombs, everything else, it's just it's actually pretty complicated, right? I don't think 3 Blood Decays are like required. The third tank could probably just be, I don't know, like a prop paladin or whatever, and just always have them take the rolling ball itself if you coordinated that. But Blood Decay, unsurprisingly, when grips are good, they're exceptionally good, and yeah.
And it's even made it so that healer mains like Nick are being pushed into playing Boomkin.
That's crazy to me. I've never before. I mean, this is one of those fights that Boomkin's just their profile is strong on, right? But unfortunately, looking at the last 3 fights, One Arm Bandit, Muggsy, and Gallywix, the only fight I could see a Boomkin in on, like, or wanting that profile is maybe One Arm Bandit, but you have Shadow Priest and Destro Locks and other classes that are just better at doing spray cleave than Boomkin and can bring more single target as well. So as far as like optimizing comp for optimizing your early comp for later loot, or early, how do I word this? Optimizing your comp for loot early on, taking into consideration later bosses.
Yeah,
they can't really do that here.
Correct.
Well, not necessarily. No, because you have to remember, only 4 bosses, only 4 items will drop from this boss.
Right.
The loot pool for this boss isn't as big as other bosses. So the only real concern I think you have here is making sure you get as many 6 bosses by the end of the week. That's the #1 priority.
But that means you kill Bandit. I mean,
is it 268 for the raid vault?
Same as this time.
Yeah, it's 246.
246.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm a little skeptical about.
Think about it this way, right? How many people in the raid are different from the comp they ran for Rick Reverb?
Well, I'm just saying I'm a little skeptical about them killing 6 bosses on Mythic difficulty this week.
Yeah, we could see. I mean, the week is still, well, there's still 2.5 days left in the week, right?
Today's Saturday or Friday?
Today's Saturday.
Today's Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know at this point. Okay,
I'm very skeptical about getting 6 bosses down by the end of the week.
Well, we'll have to see. And again, they still have a lot of stuff to send, right? They still have crests to send. They still have sparks to send if they choose to make that play. So it's not like they can't make their characters better if they feel like they need to. Ideally, you wouldn't have to think about that decision on the 4th boss of 8 in the raid, but they might have to think about that if they do optimize their strategy to do more boss damage, and they still aren't getting close to beating that in Rage.
Right. I heard Max say on Listen, and they believe they have the damage to do it if the trash bombs are optimized and they can try and squeeze out a little bit more. I mean, familiarity is something that will naturally bring up DPS in this boss, or any boss in general, right? 21% is a lot to ask, though. But I mean, if you have that one pull where nothing goes wrong and nobody dies, unlike this pull right here, you might. They think it's possible, but for a 4th boss to be 3 tanked and then the 3rd boss to be 3 healed, tuning is...
yeah, there's some wild stuff going on with tuning.
I'd rather bosses be more difficult than easy, though, and see some bosses like this that maybe take 30, 40, 50 pulls versus the first 4 just being steamrolled like Nerebar Palace was. That was a bit disappointing.
Well, this is an interesting POV that we have here, because we can see Atlas is no longer playing Blood. He's playing on Holy DK now, so they swapped down to 2 tanks again, and they have Atlas trying to do
interesting.
a little more boss damage. Now, he's not doing a lot. I think he was just dead early that pull, but that'll help a little bit.
I wonder what they're doing with bombs then. Early on, I mean, it seemed like early on they have a slew of monks and they're using Ring of Peace to knock the actual bombshells towards the front of the boss. And they had like a highway priority of like bombs going into the back of the boss, and let me rephrase, trash piles being rolled into the back of the boss, and the bombshells being in the front so they wouldn't collide and blow up on the raid. Maybe that's what got them in the last pull as well. I didn't really get a chance to notice there, but that makes optimizing trash piles a lot more dangerous because melee is one big disaster pile essentially.
Right.
The thing that I've noticed though, and I haven't seen exactly how much HP the ads will individually have on the Mythic difficulty, but on Heroic specifically, the territorial bombshells didn't have a lot of HP. You could kill them very, very quickly as long as you had people dedicated to focusing them down. And if you're able to do that, it should be pretty easy to get everything into the fight, but it looks like this is just a lot more hectic on Mythic than it was on Heroic, so it's a little bit harder to do that.
Whew. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot. Especially for the 4th boss that everybody was kind of assuming was going to be dying pretty quickly, and having, I think, the added insanity of a 6.5 minute enrage. It's not so simple as we saw out of, for example, Gallywix Heroic, where they were able to 8 heal the fight. And the enrage, while there was one, it was like 9 minutes into the encounter, 9.5 minutes maybe.
Now, Liquid has juiced up their item level quite a bit since yesterday. So yesterday when they were killing Rick Reverb, they were at 651.8. Now they're at 654.8. So you can see that Mythic Plus went a long way towards getting that item level up, and we kind of expected that to happen. Again, though, I think they still have quite a bit more juicing left to do. Things like Sparks, where they can send on weapons, things like upgrades with crests if they're not entirely sure whether or not they want to just use those right now. Rune crests you can probably send on important heroic pieces that you won't won't replace. If you get a mythic weapon, you can send gildeds on those pretty much right away. We saw Scott did that on his warrior. But those are pretty niche cases, I think, right now, and they'll start to have to hammer out the decisions pretty soon here, because like we already said, it's Saturday, right? After today, you only have 2 more days of progress left this week. In like a super ideal scenario, you get 6 of 8 done, so you can have primed mythic loot boxes for next week.
On a positive note, Reclair won't take very long. When you have 4 bosses dead.
I love the positivity.
There's that.
Oh my goodness. Well, it depends on how many Jaster Diamonds and how many Kazans and House of Cards that they're going to need for splits.
That's true. You can still get higher eye levels on your Eye of Kazans and Jaster Diamonds as well. I mean, probably a lot more emphasis towards heroic value on those items compared to some having normal or
I'm interested to see if we can look at their raid comp on RaiderIO exactly how many of those they have. I'll take a look
at that. Dig, but yeah, I think you can.
It should be pretty easy to find that out.
I'm gonna be honest. I think this boss dies tonight. Probably, at least a very low attempt. It probably dies tonight.
Yeah.
I'm more concerned about Sprocketmonger being real with you. Like, I mean, they haven't shown it on stream, but it's out there because ID streamed it. It's got the same amount of health as his boss. And I'm pretty sure it's like a 6.5 minute enrage as well with that 3rd intermission. You can do like 3 billion to this boss with the trash piles. You can't do any extra damage on Sprocketmonger. The DPS check on that boss seems diabolical. Like it is like, okay, we just can't do this. Go do M+, they nerf it.
And what we haven't seen, at least we didn't see it from Instant Dollar's point of view, is we didn't see the intermission phase either.
Right.
We don't really know. That's going to go with some of the polarity differences.
That's true. It's a big change there mechanically from PTR as well. So it's tough, man. It's going to be interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if obviously getting a little bit ahead of things, if Sprocketmonger is still alive on reset. But we'll see where that goes.
Really?
We'll see. We'll see.
I think they get a last-minute Monday night kill.
Be good. I mean, gathering the info before reset would be clutch to see One-Armed Bandit. Maybe see, like, Enrage, how the DPS check is there. But you should know once you see the boss's health in the first place. Like, what the actual Enrage is going to be there. But that boss is going to be a wall, too. I mean, the execute profile on the last 3 bosses is super relevant. One-Armed Bandit, Muggsy, and Gallywix, right? So, hopefully you high roll those vaults on Tuesday.
Yeah. We're going to be hoping for a lot of high rolled vaults. We're going to be hoping for a lot of value coming in from the Gilded Crest updates.
I was talking to THD during the dinner break. I mean, like, he specifically still has plenty of upgrades he could get from Mythic Plus, right? If he gets a certain item that he can catalyze, then he can use the heroic curio that he still has in his bags to maximize. There's still min-maxing certain things like that right now. So there still is a little bit of extra juice to get these characters a little bit stronger with, but again, they really don't want to send everything they have. They don't want to empty the bag this early in the raid.
Right.
You want to do as much optimizing for end bosses as possible. And I mean, the thing is, if a boss is this difficult early on, it's going to be just as difficult for every other guild too, so you shouldn't feel like you're too pressured to send everything right now.
Right. I don't think this boss, I mean, yeah, they saw the Enrage at 21% one time, but this boss is not unkillable. It's definitely tightly tuned, tighter than we'd like to see, but you also don't want to send all your M+ and have, okay, we're basically done farming M+ for gear upgrades before the first reset when you're on the 4th boss either. Like, you don't want to leave a boss that's killable. You don't want to leave a boss behind that's killable, right? You can still kill his boss. I don't think you need to say, all right, we can't do it, just ship M+ so they nerf it or whatever. They might not even nerf it in the first place.
Well, that's the thing, is you can't really rely on it so early in the raid, especially since there's only been, I guess you'd say, a relatively small amount of pulls. I think, especially after what we've seen from previous raid fights, like Ovanax or Nexus Princess, where there was the assumption of like, wow, like these were super difficult fights. I wonder if they're going to do that process again when everybody who came after the World First Guilds were really struggling to get past that wall of, after the first 4 bosses. Well, just because there were those complaints doesn't mean there's going to be an immediate policy change,
Right. Well, okay, so here's the other thing, right? If the boss stays at this difficulty, they could probably get this boss down within, what do you think, 70, 80 pulls if it stays at this difficulty and they keep
probably
total right now? On this boss specifically.
Yeah, like a total of 70.
Including the 30 that they're
like 30 to 40 more from here.
That's what it looks like from what we're seeing right now. They've already seen the Enrage, which means they've seen the entire fight. They just need to optimize, and if they do have to send extra item level to kill this boss, they will. But here's the thing, right? If the next boss and the next couple of bosses are also in that sort of 80 to 100 pull range, I think that's still a better raid curve than what we had in Nerebar Palace, right? Nerebar Palace, the fact that you had the 5th and 6th boss both taking over, like, what was it, 250 to 300 pulls each?
I think 250-ish, yeah, give or take.
That was the problem with that raid.
And they were very long fights.
Yeah.
They were enormously long fights with heavy amounts of wipes happening later in pulls. You know, it wasn't something so simple as, hey, it wasn't like Tindril as a good example of, hey, most of your wipes are coming in phase 1, and, you know, you had 500 wipes or something like that. But the encounter, the time spent in encounters was not that high relative to what we've seen on other fights, and penultimate ones at that.
Someone in chat is questioning, or our thought process here is like, what? They're going to optimize 20% of the boss? Well, yeah, we've seen them optimize 45% of a boss before back in Nyalotha.
Yeah, quite literally, we saw, I think it was like 10 or 15% of Anzarek's health get optimized away.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and
I want to say it was like 12 to 15% HP on the boss. They hit and rage, and everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, like they're gonna have to nerf the fight," and they found a way.
Right.
You know.
Plus, their best pull at 21 was with 3 tanks in. We're back down to 2 with Atlas already on a DPS. So
correct.
There's definitely optimization to be found still.
I wonder, since they do have they have a very deep roster. What if they're also putting some players who are not in the raid right now into the hyperbolic Mythic Plus time chamber?
Oh, yeah, of course.
And seeing, hey, we might try another Shadow Priest. Hey, we have somebody else who has a Boomkin ult. Windwalker, sure. What other options do they have that are not in the raid right now, which they could start swapping in, but maybe there's not a need immediately? And so they say, let's see how far we can take this. Oh, okay, we have a DPS main for something else that might be beneficial in a damage profile that might be more helpful for us. How do we get them more gear while we're still working on this project? And then, okay, we need to make a decision. We need to make a swap. Here's how we do it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we mentioned triple Boomkin, triple Shadow Priest. That's probably not the comp you play in the end fights either. So getting those characters that might be in or a bit more relevant damage profile later on, some more gear right now, it's not even that bad in the long run, right? So
let's think. It's not that bad in the long run for where what loot is dropping off this boss. And it's not really unheard of to have an early encounter require a more specific comp, and then you bring those classes to bring that comp, and then you kind of move on after that.
Yeah, we were definitely covering this a little bit earlier on. Things like the fact that their item level seemed a little lower than it was the other day because they were kind of prioritizing Eye of Kazans and House of Cards and Mug Jugs on players. Instead of focusing on item level, and about how a lot of the raiders that were in for the first 3 bosses still had old pieces of gear on from last raid, 630-something item level, when they can go and farm 655 from Mythic Plus. There's still plenty of upgrades for them to gain, and somebody like a Boomy who's playing a Windwalker, who, that guy is a superstar player.
Yeah.
The fact that he's not in means he's replacing those pieces of gear that need to be upgraded by 20 item levels right now. And that'll be good for the later bosses. Or maybe when he finds them, they might bring Windwalker back in because it's probably really good for eye control on this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Boomy's working on a Boomy.
Not that. We'll not be doing that.
Oh, my goodness.
3 Boomkin's bad enough. I don't want a 4. I had to hear enough from Tedos earlier complaining about Boomkin. I didn't think his propaganda was real until I heard him talk earlier. It was actually, it's like mind-blowing. He truly believes like just what he thinks. And it's just fundamentally wrong every time.
I've never heard more darning testimony about Boomkin. He really believes what he says.
Have you seen the image that's just a Boomkin standing on the stairs? And the text on the image says, repost this image to kick the Boomkin down the stairs.
Oh, no. You have to send me that.
I will. That's a good one.
Something to share.
Also, the one of Muscle Bra dancing in the studio, like that says, "Don't care, didn't ask." Plus, you play Moonkin.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one in the club.
Anytime you played Thunderstorm, whether I was like solo or in duos or whatever, if there was a Boomkin in the field, I made sure to land on him every time.
Smart.
Every time. Every time.
You got pretty good loot.
I didn't care what to loot.
It was personal.
It was personal. I'd seek them out. Yeah, exactly. If they were going to make a raid comp, do you think it would just be Atlas comes out on that 3rd DK if they were looking to swap anybody else out here, or? And what could they even really change here at this point?
No, I think you have to keep the boom kids in for ad control. Everything about this fight is ad control.
Well, no, yeah, Atlas and the DK. Do you think he comes out for anything? I mean, do you need a unholy DK for grip in this fight?
I would
or
say
is he just
you do.
Yes.
Because not only do they have the grip, they have A-bomb limb too, which is very powerful for ad control, keeping things on top of each other so that you don't have to worry about bombs rolling into them.
Okay, fair. All right. I don't know what you really could even flex in this fight at this point. Then.
Yeah.
I mean, they're already playing with no rogue.
One thing we haven't mentioned, the Mistweavers are actually quite good for a lot of melee cleave, surprisingly enough. Their rushing wind kick, their rising sun kick replacement talent is a frontal cleave, splitting damage between targets, and they're running Jade Empowerment for the extra lightning damage, which also cleaves off onto enemies for additional DPS. So there's quite a lot of damage just bringing 3 Mistweavers. Plus, Dispriest is just pounding single target damage the entire time, hopefully making reaching that that DPS check a little bit easier.
Yeah, that could be a good adjustment they make as well. I think this is a fight that is kind of frustrating to progress on. It's something that they haven't done a whole lot since, like, I want to say Halandris, where a lot of the wipes here are just going to be instant raid wipes. You know, you fail a bomb or your trash accidentally goes over one of the territorial bombshells, and you just blow up and have to go again. It's not necessarily the greatest type of fight to progress on.
Yep.
And I can kind of feel for them.
It is it. It's one of those, like, hurry up and wait.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
It's a mental boomer, right?
Hopefully
multiple jokes there. You know, boom, bomb, boomer, old.
5 big booms.
Yeah, boom. Yeah, boom.
Woo!
We didn't even get it. Dang, that stinks. All right.
I was kind of hoping that you guys would join, but nobody did.
Boom, boom, boom.
That was like
boom. There you go. It's 5.
Okay.
It's 5.
You did 5. Thank you.
I've honestly never watched the video.
I don't even know what it is. I just hear it go off in my head sometimes.
I just see, I've just seen like the videos go like start auto playing, but they're all muted and everything. And you're like, oh yeah, it's those guys at the Costco people.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I want to look at the content.
What is this?
It's a little script strength, a little squeezy thing.
Script strength, yeah.
There you go.
See that?
Something to keep my hands busy.
Oh yeah, no, that's good.
Watch your fingers.
Oh, that's good. Gonna do this over
There
and
you
over
go.
again.
We're easily entertained.
Yeah,
It's like our fidget spinner.
Yeah, well, that's literally like mine. I can see them kind of sitting back and laughing. That's nice to be able to see.
Go ahead, Jack.
I swore I could have seen a picture in that last POV that looked like Anduin's platform in Sepulchre. Did you guys see that?
I didn't know, but I mean.
Okay, we went back to our last shot. We had the other angle. Look at how happy Atlas is. The vibes.
Yeah, vibes didn't seem like they were off or anything necessarily like dinner. I asked THG in passing, what do you think? He's like, oh well, I mean, it's definitely a boss. But he didn't. Seem like he was mad. They're happy just to be in Mythic in the first place, but I don't think they expect it to be. I wouldn't say walled. It's not a wall, but like delayed on this boss before Sprocketmonger getting to One-Armed Bandit. So I mean, they also are the first guild in here putting in actual attempts into the boss. Instant Dollars got here spent. Okay,
let's put some respect on Instant Dollars.
ID is great. All of the above, obviously. They got to 74% roughly, but I mean, they ended up going. I think to Sprocketmonger for a little bit. Did they end up doing that?
They did a little bit of both. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, but I mean, for the most part, there might be a bit of a learning curve for Liquid comparatively to like Echo or Method when they get here. Have things predetermined a little bit, but that's how it is if you're the first guild to get here. So.
I feel like we're missing out on a joke here. I want to know what they're all so happy about.
I don't know. They're going to Sprocketmonger. They're happy now.
They're probably talking about titles.
You know what this actually really reminds me of? You remember the Vault of the Incarnates race? You got the Dathia, and there were like 4 ads on that fight.
Oh,
They ran out of ads, and the boss is at like 30% HP, and it's like, well, now what?
Yeah. I mean, that did happen for them hitting Enrage at 6.5 minutes.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the frustrating thing. At least for somebody who would, if somebody got into the world first race just now and then they got 2 Enrage, bosses at 30% or so, 21%, excuse me, and then they're like, what the heck? I feel like that would be one of those, when you're on like the platform and the meme, it's like first time. From the other race to world first guys, so they're like, oh, yep, this is a fight that we can't just get away with. do all the mechanics correctly and just finish off the boss if everyone lives, we also have to do insane amounts of damage. And this is where, in a lot of cases, this is kind of like the micro adjustments that you don't quite see as a viewer. You don't really like see how they're adjusting every individual DPS cooldown to optimize damage. You don't see how making the most out of the grips in the composition so that they can meet grinder down ads and not actually prioritize them, but just make sure they die to, you know, free cleave.
Also, blasting the boss down as much as possible, right?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think this is a fight that is super easy to replicate a strategy on either. You can see a guild kill this, but you're going to have to come in here and get the reps yourself for both this fight and Sprocketmonger, honestly.
I like the weak aura they have for their, bomb.
I kind of feel like Sprocketmonger has a bit more of a yoinkable strat. Well, I could be wrong, and we'll see when we get there. But I figure the way that you have to set yourself up and position yourself, you have to, you know, you go here, then you go here, then you go here. How are you adjusting positioning for a couple of like combo effects for some of the inventions going out? Whereas this fight, I think it's you get in, you get the reps, and then your DPS needs to be assigned in very specific locations.
It seems to me like Sprocketmonger is going to be more of a like super tightly tuned DPS check, where the positioning is what you yoink, right?
Yeah,
right.
Yes, exactly. They're visual things that you can yoink by just watching. Whereas this encounter is more of like when people use cooldowns, how they're using resources.
I don't know how to drive the ball.
That's true.
I didn't even draw the ball from the PTR.
I saw a little GIF going around of somebody like rolling around the bomb location. And I feel for that person because that happened to be on PTR. And I was like, I totally get it.
They have given production that GIF and requested that it show up on the stream at some point.
Do you remember Tindril?
Yes, the JPC clip.
The JPC clip where he's spinning around and around. You know, listen, you make fun of it until it happens to you.
That's probably, is that what broke him, actually? Was that his last raid?
No.
Wasn't his last raid?
No.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, that's not what broke him.
He did vault.
No, probably not. We can say that, though, right? Obviously.
No, we know what broke him.
What broke him?
It was the clip in Waycrest Manor with Hopeful and Nerf and Ellesmere.
Where
they went dark.
Yeah.
I don't remember it, no.
Oh, come on. You haven't seen that clip?
No, I think I have, but I don't remember it. It sounds like vaguely familiar. I'll be back one day. It's all right.
No, they didn't go dark. They went non-verbal. That's what they
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I do remember something about that, yeah. Well,
that's a classic clip. I don't think that's actually what broke him. I think he had some real life stuff going on. But the man, as I've heard, might be coming back quite soon. I've actually seen him online and doing delves and keys and stuff.
Ooh.
Really?
Yeah.
That would be sick.
He's been playing lately.
He finished up his degree at Harvard, or what happened with that? I don't.
Well, he finished the Harvard one a while ago. He was working on the Yale one recently. Yeah.
Oh, good for him.
But I think he finished that one up just now. Yeah, so he's back playing WoW again.
That's
obviously a little bit too late to participate in this race, but crazier things have happened.
And it's JPC on the last boss, and he slays Gallywix.
Yips raided in Liquid for a while too, as a warlock.
Way back in Tomb of Sargeras.
Left for a little while, and now he come back as a main tank. When did he join Liquid again? It was in.
Well, JPC is one of those. There are certain people that have been in the guild that kind of have like an open invitation whenever they wanted to play again.
Sure.
You know, people like Evade. People like I'm assuming JPC is probably in that on that short list.
Yeah.
Yes, here it is.
Boom.
Oh no.
Yeah. It's so great because it's just smiling and shaking. Like
sometimes it just happens. It just happens.
People like Ben. Yeah, Ben's another one. That's the best part of that clip is the pings on the bomb too.
Aw, man.
Oh, it's so good.
That's going to happen to me.
It's going to happen to us all. Guarantee it. Because that mechanic can target literally anybody in the fight.
Yeah. Yeah, anyone can get chosen. And that's going to be something that's a learning curve on this fight as well. Even 34 pulls in is if you get a bomb and you're not prepared, if you haven't done it a whole bunch of times, you could mess it up very easily. You might not know exactly what your role is. That's why I was mentioning the weak aura earlier. I think the weak aura is very clear on what your job is, right? You've got the two middle arrows signify, okay, you're doing left bomb or right bomb. You got the two far out arrows that say you're left scrap master or right scrap master. And I think they're doing a pretty good job so far. I'm only stealing with this first set, but as they get further and further into the fight and they still have ads left alive from the previous set, they burn maybe a little bit too trash, put too much stress on their healers, they fall behind, and it kind of peter out to a slow death.
Yeah.
There have been some pulls where they've had extremely clean wipes when they get to extremely clean pulls to like, you know, sub 50%, and then, you know, maybe somebody that's not used to doing the garbage gets the garbage on their wipe.
I mean, at a certain point, I think you've all seen it enough, right? They did it on PTR. They've seen, like, I don't know. We talked about it earlier. I feel like in a guild like this, not everyone's in the same spot of having to do the mechanic or die to the mechanic. Like I am to learn it, right? I gotta die to it once. Jack knows that. But
what is the video game that this is based off of? You know what I'm talking about? It's the video game where you roll over things and you suck them up into your ball, and your ball gets bigger, and then you can suck up even bigger things.
Yeah.
What's the name of that game, chat?
I feel like
Katamari Damacy.
There you go.
That's the one. They instantly said it. Katamari. You need to play that game to practice.
I feel like that was in like a Mario game as well.
Yeah, that's why I went towards. Right.
I thought it was like a mini game. Gosh, it was like Super Mario DS, and they had like a whole host of mini games, and like that was one of them.
I kind of have the music playing in my head right now too for that game. It's a good game. You should play it.
Hopefully it was.
It'll help you practice for this boss too.
Yeah, there you go. One thing I'm noticing is also how they're trying to adjust the position on the boss, so that they're making sure there's enough space for really the melee or even just some of the range to stay spread out for when some of the fires are going out. As the boss is putting out some of these flames onto players, if they're touching any of the garbage piles, they set them on fire, and then it's going to start pulsing additional raid damage. They want to avoid doing this as much as possible. They can get away through with muscle healing through it, as you're seeing AMZs going down for the next electromagnetic sorting to try to make sure that everyone can survive here. Big benefit of having all the triple Mistweavers is your consistent, steady healing is really, really strong. But I believe we just had a couple bombshells going off.
Yeah, bombs go off here too, unfortunately. Yeah.
That's going to be all she wrote.
It just spirals so fast too. I mean, spiral is like a half-rolling joke, but it just spirals so fast. Like, you even heard Max say earlier, which is why they brought in a second boom cannon, and eventually the third as well, because he said like, oh, this is a double boomkin set. Like they both got put into a ball. Extra cleave in these bombshells. Like they're a large part of that territorial bombshell cleave, and like there's a bit of RNG in this fight that can make things much tougher than what it initially may seem.
Yeah, I was kind of sitting here thinking to myself, why is there a world where you drop healers on this fight? Because it seems like everything here is very pass-fail, not necessarily a healing check, but the problem is, can two healers get chosen by the balls at the same time, or is it?
I don't know, and I've been looking for confirmation on break. It's obviously a tank. I want to say it's one healer.
I'm pretty sure there's
one tank, one healer,
max to one healer.
Is it max one healer? So do you think if they were to drop one healer, add an extra DPS to help with ad control a little bit, that would be even something they could think about doing?
Before they do that, they need to be flawless with the flames coming from the boss and not setting any trash piles on fire.
Right.
So I would say if they're having some of these pulls where there's almost never any trash piles being lit on fire by other players, because it really just targets players.
Right.
They just have to make sure they're not standing near any trash piles. If they successfully do that, then I think they could probably 3-heal this. Yeah. But if any of those are being lit up, what you have is like a combination of electromagnetic sorting at the same time that those are all alight, and it makes it insanely difficult.
Right.
Keep people healthy, especially when you have all those ads running out all over the place, and like somebody just gets randomly hit for like half their health.
Apparently, they're chatting about a 4th Boomy on their streams. Apparently,
I mean, it's something, man. I swear. Yeah. I said this could be a 3-boomkin fight like weeks ago. Like I obviously made the call here. You should put me in for an analyst role for Liquid next year. But you know.
Oh really?
You know, jokes aside, I did.
You don't want to be sitting here with us.
I'll double dip. I'll do both. It's fine. I'm that skilled. I am not.
If anybody is, it would be you.
They were discussing 3 healing. I heard a tiny bit earlier when we were on a listen-in. And then they were like, I am scared of 4 healing. I don't really want to do that. That's the extent of that conversation. Yeah. But, I mean, the more optimized you get here and the closer you get to a kill, and if you just don't have the damage, there's not many more options out there. We're not at that point yet, but yeah, like what Jack said, we need to see further in the fight and see past some of those overlaps if it's even possible or doable. They actually are lusting and pulling in here too, which is interesting. When we were casting this earlier, myself, Ratnos, and Tettles, they had moved Lust from pull to like the 30-second mark, and then moved it way to like 60% in the boss. We thought for like maybe trying to optimize around 3rd DPS cooldowns and a bit more of like an HPS kind of CD as well, but it looks like they sort of just decided against that, and they're back to lusting on pull here.
I do like it a lot, especially since at this point they just need an insane amount of damage in order to meet the check in general. What I'm predominantly going to be looking for is how dangerous things are going to be looking if they're properly making sure that none of these trash piles get lit on fire. Because if they can do that, they could go really, really far with this encounter. Especially when they have like 3 AMZs, most of the raid is stacked the entire time.
There we go. Spread fire coming out now. Let's see if they can keep it to a minimum. Now, the problem here is, of course, the boss is running around doing this at the same time. But it looks like they were able to do it with none of their garbage being set on fire, which is pretty good.
It's massive.
Yeah, that works. He should be landing here, lighting the 2 closest piles on fire on his own right about now, give or take. I believe here, correct? Yes.
Pretty soon.
And that's going to be like the stacking soft and rage, I guess, leading to the hard and rage at 6:30, as we know. And besides that, it's going to be sort of rinse and repeat. We're going to have these fire circles coming out, which, once again, don't want to cleave here into that electromagnetic, whatever Jack called it.
Well, let's focus on the big problem here, because the damage itself is not something that's wiping them. It's the execution. Right. The ad sets coming out here. Territorial bombshells. These are the things that are causing the most of the wipes that I've seen from them. These need to be controlled as much as possible. If you roll over these bombshells with your garbage, you just instantly wipe, and that's what most of the little explosions that we've seen are. They've dealt with both of the bombs, so that's pretty good. Third garbage into the boss, also fantastic. And yeah, this is actually the closest I think I've seen them so far here.
Yeah, that was super close to having that bombshell explode there, but they got it down, actually, yeah, so...
Well, plenty of time. So it looks like essentially the play for them on the bombshell spawns is they're killing off the one on the edges of the room that the garbage needs to roll around to go around the backside of the boss, but if something spawns near the middle of the room, they just leave those up as long as possible, because they're not in the way. They have plenty of time to break them off of their garbage, and then they can kill them off after the fact. We'll see if they do the same thing here with this set of bombs.
Yes, we have 4 Scrapmasters spawning in here, 4, I guess, beam, death arrows, death lasers in here, whatever you want to call them. Bombshells being gripped in here as well, with it, right in front of that coil. We see 2 bombs rolling. Oh, got the bomb there, and 1 rolling in the back, 2 rolling in the back here as well for a bit more boss damage.
Okay, 2 big booms.
We're good there.
Backup
I think the bombshells are actually down here as well, which is good. I mean, they just died super fast.
That was super.
Yeah, it was super clean.
Okay, do that 3 more times and the boss dies.
Yeah, the problem is the boss is at 57% here, and this is halfway through the fight with Lust already committed.
Yeah, okay, so wait, they already have half the boss.
Well, yeah, I mean, essentially, sure.
Well, okay, so the thing you're not thinking of as well is at the end of the fight, you can just send all of your garbage into the boss for an extra 400 million damage, which is
that actually is true.
Not a ton, but it's a little bit of extra damage, because you know you're going to wipe 2 enrage anyway, so you don't have to worry about using those on the bombs.
I thought, what would that end up being? About another
400 million damage. Right? So they were 2.
Yeah, it'd be like 420, yeah. Well, no, it would be 800 million damage because you would use all 4. It's 200.
Well, it'd be an extra 200.
Yeah,
so you're already guaranteed to send 2. Right. Unfortunately, we did have a bomb explode in the back there. We'll have to go again. But you can see they're getting a little bit of extra consistency with these ad sets. If they can do 3 or 4 of them like we just saw them do, they could do 3 or 4 more. Just have to get used to doing it more and more consistently, get more people reps on the garbage balls.
I also noticed they did a really good job with their spread right there. They had perfectly cleaned out a lot of their space, especially for ranged, so that they didn't have anybody accidentally walking into some of the flame piles or anything. And is it always 2 every single time that the boss is lighting up for the garbage piles?
I haven't actually been paying attention to that, exactly how many it is. Let's actually focus on that a little more this poll so we can see exactly how much guaranteed damage they're taking.
I believe it's 2 every time.
The boss igniting?
Yeah.
He ignites 2 piles every thing, basically.
I believe so. Because I hadn't seen anybody running over them. I know on lower level difficulties, it's only if somebody else is running over them. But I believe the boss is lighting up some of them on Mythic.
Flame on.
Because I was seeing some of them get lit up that were just like nobody was near.
Well, we'll see.
That's right. We will.
I'm not saying this fight. I don't believe this fight needs to be changed or anything at this point necessarily. We'll see what happens. But I'm curious if you were Blizzard here and you see this happening on a Saturday night with a million splits being run and all that. When do you think is the time where they would maybe step in? I don't think it needs to happen now. They shouldn't do it now. I don't know if they even need to in the first place. And if they do deem that worthwhile, do you nerf the health or do you just make the enrage a minute longer?
So let's use history as an example.
Right.
Well, two-part answer. History is an example. I would not touch any boss until you start seeing these world first guilds kind of hit a Nexus Princess Kaveza point where they've done absolutely everything and they've done all the optimization with composition and they've kind of pushed the limits as much as they could with like reducing healers or tanks or whatever. Like we saw with Kaveza, they started one tanking it. Hopefully, if I was in those shoes, I would have nerfed Kaveza before they had to like one tank it.
Right.
But getting to a certain point where you have to do some absolutely desperate unhinged stuff in order to kill the 4th boss of the raid.
Yeah.
There's a very big difference between that and like the final boss. So I think if I was Blizzard on a Saturday night, kicking back and relaxing, I would crack open a nice bottle of water and just enjoy the show.
I think it's definitely killable the way that it is.
Yeah. See, here's the question for me is if you're somebody who is in
that show in particular.
You're somebody who's in Wicked and you're watching Liquid pull this boss, and they have perfectly stacked the raid with exactly the comp they want. They're all wearing, super rare items like I have Kazans and Jaster Diamonds, and they're having this much trouble with this boss. What are you supposed to do? I think that's what the barrier to entry should be for Blizzard on a boss like this. Because remember, this is only the 4th boss in the raid.
They should always have a plan for these kind of encounters after World First guilds have killed it off as to how the next 20 guilds are going to kill it off. But in terms of your question, though, Cal, of what are they going to do with the fight, I would much rather they have a stacking soft enrage than a really brutal hard enrage.
Or just increase the duration of the enrage like by a minute or so?
Yeah, I mean, you could ratchet up some of the damage for the garbage piles, and then you could say, okay, there's not a hard enrage, it's just the garbage piles will bleed you out on top of electromagnetic sorting's unavoidable damage.
Yeah.
I think that'd be perfect.
I think that'd be cool. Right?
It's the 4th boss.
Honestly, though, it also is Saturday night already. You could just say, hey, reset comes around, you get a lot more gear, and that enrage is not an issue anymore. If it was like Thursday, I think that's the thing that could possibly happen too.
Not for a World First guild, but for everyone else, certainly.
No, if you're Blizzard.
Oh, for Blizzard.
Right.
Oh,
I mean, this boss is dead way before that.
Yeah,
I'm saying like if this was like maybe like a 7th boss out of like 10 or a later boss, and like they're having this problem, I think you just say, hey, it's Saturday, enjoy your 2 days of whatever, and it comes around, make some gear, get some vaults, and kill the boss.
Yeah. Yeah, they would have to hit some like absolutely brutal level in order to make something like that happen. And yeah, exactly. And I think it's fine just letting it be tough for the World First teams to deal with. But it's not tough. Signing up for Coinbase and entering into some of our amazing giveaways. We have some Coinbase jersey giveaways that we're going to be doing when the guild kills a boss every single time. You can check it out at tl.gg/Coinbase and the promo code TeamLiquid20 to get yourself signed up. And that also allows you to participate in our grand prize to get flown out to the next Race to World First here in California. We'll be flying you out for NA or EU. All you got to do is get yourself signed up with your Coinbase account. Fill out the form at tl.gg/RWFBTS to get your behind-the-scenes VIP look at the next Race to World First.
That'll be fun. Hope I win.
I hope you win, too.
I've always wanted to go to the race.
Yeah, me too.
Same. That'd be sick. What if you won, and then you could, like, have one of your friends...
Well, that's I'm planning on rigging it and winning and raffling it off my own stream, actually.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking...
How that goes.
I was thinking, if you were, like, super tight with some of your friends you were playing Magic with at BlizzCon. When I was hanging out with Kalmazi last BlizzCon, and he was like, oh, I got some plans. I'm going to go... I'm over here in the side food court. And so, while we're at, trying to say hi to everybody at the Hilton lobby, Cal's in the corner playing 3-way Magic the Gathering and stomping a couple noobs in the food court.
People like to talk a lot of noise, but then we play, it's just so far over their head. They're like doing addition, and I'm doing like quantum physics. It's just it's just so far. Zyra's the same way.
Naya Spirit Arcane deck would just roll over you, okay?
Sure, brother. You're right. It's to the point of like, just yeah, you're right, man. Yep.
The last people that said that's Kalamazi at LAN came to regret it.
Just the way that he described the deck. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's yeah.
Okay, so here's what. Okay, listen. Naya didn't exist when Kamigawa came out, but
color combination did.
The color combination did exist.
Next.
Yes.
This must be what non-WoW players feel like when they're listening to WoW players talk.
My dad has no idea what I'm talking about for anything anymore nowadays. It's Magic and Warcraft. He's just lost the whole time.
Last time I got to visit my family, I was still reading that 5th book of the Stormlight Archive. And again, it's 1,000-something, 1,500 pages, thick book. My dad's like, oh, so what's that about? And he was, smiling and receptive and listening. And I was like, I don't know how to explain this story.
Well, Muzzy, if you have to school some trash talker at some constructed Magic, what's your go-to deck of choice? What do you play?
Depends on the format. Everybody plays Commander now, so I just.
Oh, you just had yeah. Everyone does just play Commander now.
I gotta make a Commander deck. Yeah, it's just sort of how it is.
It's just I don't enjoy Commander that much.
I don't either. The decks I play just
stuff.
people don't like. And it literally, Zyra was there. Not to get too sidetracked here. Yeah. Last time I played Commander at Boston, the Race the World First, I locked everything down on turn 3, and people were like, "Oh, this is boring." I said, "All right, I'll quit. You guys have fun." I walked away. Won on turn 3. Just everybody, all right, okay.
Set focus cross.
They couldn't do anything. I don't know, so sorry. I don't play to have fun with the dinosaurs. I play to win.
Back up assign cross 1.
Your cat deck. That's fine.
Is there a graveyard?
There's a graveyard.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What happens when somebody loses in Magic?
They die.
Do they go to the Shadow Realm?
Yeah. They lose their soul.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. It's good to me. Sign me up for this game.
Yeah, I think you would like it. Yeah.
I played a little bit of it when I was at summer camp, but
there you go.
I was playing with somebody else's cards. I was a little too wrapped up in like Yu-Gi-Oh time.
All right, Kalamazzi, I have an important Magic question for you. Are you more of an alpha investments guy or a Tolarian Community College guy?
More alpha investments, I would say.
Yes, sir. That's me.
There we go.
Yes, sir.
Both are nice. Awesome.
They're both good cards.
Yes, exactly. Nakai Buddha frequents my stream. He plays an Aflock, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Legitimately, yeah. He plays an Aflock.
It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah. So we're one and the same. You see, we're all one big family. Anyways. Lock it back in here.
What do you think about the reserve list? Keep it? Abolish it?
I keep it. It's fine.
Okay.
Keep it. Keep it. I'm trying to not talk about the boss here.
This is a cool weak aura.
This is a cool weak aura.
It's a very cool weak aura. Just giving the extra indicator for where they would need to start their path.
It's actually convenient because
look at that. They also have a marker that goes over the head of the Scrapmaster in terms of where it needs to go to. That's really, really cool, but man, I also hate that that has to exist, you know?
I mean, it's just...
yeah.
Yes, I think I feel like you could get away without having an arrow over the Scrapmasters as a weak aura, but it's just convenient, and it makes things a little easier.
I mean, that would be one of the nerfs they would have to make for the encounter to give you way more time to resolve these mechanics.
Right. Just to clarify here, we don't have a duration tracker on the screen here for this poll. We're at the 4-minute mark, essentially, and the boss is at 45% health.
Okay.
So we are a little off of this Enrage, it looks like here, but this is a pretty solid poll.
We're off of the Enrage, but the thing we're working on right now is consistency.
Right.
Getting to a point where we can feel comfortable pushing for more boss damage. As long as they can keep the ad sets under control and deal with the increasing amount of ads as they spawn throughout the fight, that's what we're going to be happy with.
Yeah, I'm happy seeing 40% here in this poll in general, honestly. So we do have those 4 Scrapmasters spawning in the back. I believe 2 went off, unfortunately. It looked like on Big Poppy and Impact there. We do lose 3. We have a res for 1 and a res for both. And,
not a res for all of those.
Darn.
It's a good pull.
Yeah.
Still a good pull. Speaking of pulls, Kalamazzi, what's your best pull that you've had in Magic? Your best rare pull.
Oh, jeez, I don't know.
Is it like a top deck thing?
No, like, you know, when you open a pack of cards.
Okay.
It's called pulling a card. What's your best pull that you've had?
Okay.
I don't know. I'm trying to think. I mean, I opened a showcase foil Progenitus from Foundations a few weeks ago on stream. Yeah.
Okay. Sheesh. How much is that worth as a 10?
It's like $200, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I think. I don't know.
I got an arm of Exodia once.
Oh, the arm.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Right arm of Exodia.
Back in OG Ravnica, I pulled a Hollow Godless Shrine.
That's cool. Those are worth a good bit of money nowadays too.
I have no idea where that card is anymore.
Oh yeah, they're all gone. That's cool. Yeah, better times, the old times. Now I'm just getting old and times are getting worse.
We hang out more than ever. How are times getting worse?
Well, you just answered the question. Every day is a blessing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind playing Magic again, but it's just too expensive.
Some crazy pulls in the chat. Someone said they pulled a foil Chrome Mox.
I pulled one of those like 5 years ago in Kaladesh. It's an invention. It's a good one too.
Nice.
I had something big back in the day, but I forgot what it was. I don't know. What are you laughing at, Jack? Just chuckling to himself over there.
Yeah, I'm easily entertained.
I can tell, literally, yeah. Oh, goodness. Man.
You all right?
I am. I
started this stream fired up, but now you're kind of feeling.
I was feisty. Now I'm. What's the word I'm looking for?
Smoldering.
Content.
Oh. Okay.
Contentfully content.
Were you kind of hyped a couple years ago? Was it actually a couple years ago now, when the search for the One Ring was on?
I wasn't really playing like a whole lot when that happened. I didn't buy any of the boxes, but it was very cool. Yeah, thankfully that card was banned in Modern about 6 months ago, so it was just terrible to play with.
Was it just one card that existed?
It was a one-of-one card that Post Malone put a bounty out for like $2 million.
And he got
How did they know it existed?
Because they said Wizards printed the card and
said it,
yeah. It's like a Lord of the Rings set. It was one card, the one ring. There's many versions of the card, but there was one printing that was unique, and it was labeled 1 out of 1.
Oh, that's cool.
It was in one pack somewhere in the world, and somebody cracked it. Yeah, Post Malone bought it for like $2 million.
Nice.
Almost nice, but
it's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Exactly. Yeah, one dude made $2 million.
So it drove up the price of those packs a ton.
Yeah, until it was open, the packs were crazy expensive. So I think Jack would enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's a great way.
I
to
enjoyed card
take
games.
the money out of your pocket and just set it on fire.
Yeah.
You know, actually, Shroud was doing a charity event about a month or so ago.
Oh yeah, I saw that. He pulled like $100K worth.
Yeah, were you there for the bidding? Lupo outbid me on a pair of Swiftfoot boots. I was trying to bid on the Emrakul. I had to verify my ID, and I put in chat wait, and Shroud didn't see it and sold it to Lupo.
Oh, that's messed up, man.
Just putrid behavior.
Yeah.
I know, dude. It was for charity, though. It's all okay. But, dude, I was there. I was excited. I wanted to win some cards. Now you got me all riled up again. You see?
Let Max knows Shroud. Maybe you can ask him if you come by in person. You can let him know what you think.
I would. I would.
Just let him know. Would that be the most sane thing to happen?
Yeah, brother.
Hey, here's the casters for World First. Listen, man, your charity stream really ticked me off.
No, he said he literally said, "Whoa, that's Kalamazoo, one of the best warlocks in the game."
Oh,
Yet, quick, nice shout out. Somebody lied to him apparently, but I mean, that's okay. It's all right.
5, 4, 3.
I don't want your boots, Redork. It's fun. So
yeah, get him. Get him.
Oh man.
Charity, dang it.
You don't want to give money to the charity of Redorculus?
They're cool, but they were like serialized Swiftfoot boots. Okay, it's all right.
Okay.
Thank you, Redork. I appreciate it.
I think this is my kill pull, by the way. Just saying.
Oh, 37?
All right, yeah, get it together, Liquid.
Let's go. Come on, guys.
Right now.
I gotta be right.
Focus up.
Gotta hold this over the other
up,
casters
dude.
for the fourth boss of the raid.
Yeah, we gotta find 10% more damage. It hasn't existed in the last 36 pulls. We can do that somewhere. Let's do it.
That's right.
Just press your button 10% better.
That's what I tell people if they like ever hear the clicking. You know how some people are super noise sensitive, and they're like, I can hear a clear keyboard clicking, and then I'll go back in the VOD and it's just like super faint to me, or I'm deaf. Either way. And I'm like, come on, man, you got to smash these keys to be able to do some good damage.
There you go.
Everyone knows if you press your keys harder, they do more.
Yeah.
damage.
I don't even have cherry keys. I don't even remember
What do you use?
I have a Wooting 2-He.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think they're cherries though. They are. They are.
I love the story about those keyboards and how they like forced a rule change in Trackmania.
Really?
You ever hear about that?
Uh-uh.
So of course you know the bit with Wooting keyboards is the first mechanical keyboards that have
the actuation settings.
The actuation settings that make it so when you press a key down, you can say, I actually only want to push the key down 40% instead of a full 100%. Or something like that, and you can set up a curve on the key to change that.
Yeah, it's actually super nice for a couple different abilities. Like for Smite, that thing has to go down like 10% to activate.
Huh, that's weird.
But if I'm gonna hit,
cool.
Yeah, but I'm gonna hit like I don't know, Evangelism or something like that. I gotta press it down the entire way. If
Why
I
does
hit
that
barrier.
make a difference? How does it make a difference?
Well, if you're used to spamming an ability,
the
second that you're putting it down, it's instantly triggering. But if you are, for example, mousing over, you know, my F1 key is my barrier key, then I need to press it all the way down to activate it.
It's actually pretty convenient.
So you gotta be committed. But there's plenty of times where I'll hover over the F1 key when I'm about to barrier, and so I want to make sure I press it all the way down. But if I press the Smite key, I'm pressing it with a vengeance.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yep. Does it have to be Vengeance, or can you play it with like a Prop Paladin?
I prefer to play with Prop Paladin, to be honest. Power of the light coursing through both of us.
You haven't played with Ronnie Coleman, have you?
I'd love to, but he just won't wake up early enough.
Ronnie's always ready to go. You call me up,
to play with Big Bob.
Well, the last time I asked him if it was going to be a pain, he said it would be lightweight, but then he just no-showed.
Yeah, you gotta. You wake up at like 7 in the morning, Jack. I go to bed at 7 in the morning.
We are not the same.
No, we're not at all. Like
we're the odd couple.
Well, anyways, the thing about Trackmania is that a lot of people play that with controllers, right? So they use analog sticks for their driving.
Right.
And one of the biggest content creators in Trackmania, Virtual, uses a keyboard, and he used a Wooden keyboard, and he set up this map that you needed a very precise turn in order to get the best time out. It was something like 37% of a turn, and he set up his keyboard to turn to that. People didn't know that, and there was a big controversy about whether or not that should be allowed in the game, because they kind of said it was like cheating. It's a really cool video. There's like a 45-minute YouTube documentary about it.
Actually really interesting. I should watch that.
34%. Thank you, chat.
Yeah. I heard there was something along the lines about like overclocking controllers as well in FPS games.
Ooh, I don't know about that actually.
Yeah, they had to like track the controllers or like check them for overclocking, something along those lines. I'll have to check that out.
I want to overclock my brain somehow. That'd be cool. You know, like
you're perfect just the way you are.
More monsters just juice me up. Let's go.
You better get to sipping.
It's a good idea, Jack.
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of movies about things like that. They never go well.
Mm-hmm.
You ever see Johnny Mnemonic?
I did, actually. That's a very good book. It's a William Gibson novel, in fact. I mean, that actually kind of ended up going pretty well.
That one was okay.
That one was... Oh, gosh. Actor's name? John Wick.
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah,
Keanu Reeves,
yeah.
Thank you. He is book. Yeah, I know, that's right. Read a book, chat. Gosh. Keanu Reeves is this data storage guy who hides the secrets of criminals and wealthy people, whatever, inside his brain in a section that he can't access at all. And so he never knows the information he's storing, and then he delivers it, wipes it from his memory, he doesn't know. Till one day, the wrong information gets put into his brain, and people want to end him. And so he's on the run from violent assassins and everything along those lines. Yep.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, and he has to recruit the help of Ice-T. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Ice-T, who is a freedom fighter.
Yeah.
And then they find a dolphin hacker and feed it cocaine in order to hack his brain. I'm not kidding. That's the book. That's literally the book. Go read a book, guys.
Sick book.
Yep. Hangs out with Molly Millions, who's kind of like a cyborg lady with knives for hands. Yep. I'm telling you, it's a good book.
That's like I'm waiting for one of them to ask who Ice-T is. I think all of our ages start with 3, so I think we know who that is.
Ice-T.
Jack, you were talking about it. You know who Ice-T is.
Yeah, of course. I brought him up. Yeah, I brought him up. You know what we're about to bring up?
No.
There's a reason we have not changed.
Okay, I'm sorry. I won't do it.
I don't want to hear.
I won't do it.
Out of
Okay.
your mouth about what we're thinking about until
don't worry
it actually happens. Okay.
Yeah.
I like a lot of the cyberpunk stuff is pretty cool.
It was great.
The body hacking part of that is pretty cool. Now a lot of that devolves into like body horror, but before that part is pretty cool.
None of that stuff interests me at all. But the hacking part, definitely. There's William Gibson has another great series called the Sprawl Trilogy. Oh, we got to a new best. We did
18.07.
Yeah, we were trying not to jinx it, okay? We were trying not to jinx it.
The anti-caster curse.
Yeah.
Where you do not talk about the poll in the slightest, and they have a best poll.
Man.
Oh, that was beautiful.
It was actually
good
really
job.
clean. We lost.
All right. Good ones all around. Good ones all around.
It was good. I'm glad Jack caught on too.
Yep.
I saw him in his eyes. He wanted to scuff the pole, but we pulled him back. They lost Big Poppy early on, but got a fast res on him there. So, for the most part, all DPS were alive there. Now, unfortunately, the encounter timer is at 624, and the health is at 18%. So
they made a lot of progress. Okay, let's go take a quick look at it once again, so we can properly talk about what's been going down here.
Yeah. So we're about at the 6-minute mark here, right? This boss is approaching 20%, around 25%. And we know we're going to get pretty much one more set of ads here. So let's see exactly what goes wrong. I suspect it's a bomb. Of course, one of the mythic mechanics on this encounter is that as you get further into the fight, more and more and more ads spawn. That includes the territorial bombshells. So there's just a lot that you have to deal with here. They do a good job of dealing with the scrap masters.
Oh!
But let's see what it actually takes.
Oh
no, Scott.
Oh no!
Okay, they got
Wait, he got it.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
It was the other bomb that exploded, I believe, though.
Oof. I mean, that is obviously great progression. The last 3 polls have been pretty consistent, 18.7, basically 18%. But the question, though, is, all right, I mean, we've seen the end of the fight 2 to almost 3 times now.
Yeah.
You got to find some damage.
You do. And I know people are worried about the healer count, but this is not really the area where you want to drop the healer, I would say.
Not yet, no.
When you get into single digits, I could see it. But this is, an area where you need, if you are consistently getting to enrage with 4 healers, you're going to start lopping off more and more HP every single time. And then after that point, you can start having that sort of conversation.
There's a portal in the room. Who's portaling out? What's happening here?
Was there...
KSP is outside of the raid currently. Can we potentially get a POV swap to KSP, see what he's up to?
KSPC?
KSP the Magus? Oh, we don't have his feed.
He has a secret feed.
Unfortunate.
I mean, I doubt it's a comp swap at this point. Probably just changing some gear, maybe upgrading a piece of gear or 2, depending what it is. But for the most part, if you're looking to swap somebody out, I mean, it probably would be a bit more consistent in lower polls, maybe a healer, like we talked about. But Jack doesn't want that. Then again,
not yet.
It'd be a video for you, though.
Everything can be a video.
Also,
yeah.
So
let's
backtrack a little bit here.
You got a bone to pick with me, don't you?
When I was making my first, raid comp list. You know what?
Go ahead. We have another point of view, so we can see this next wipe. Okay. I'll let you stew upon this. I'll let you stew upon this.
Sure. So this is right when the raid basically wiped here. It was a bombshell.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he rolled into a bombshell. Yeah. So you can see.
Oh, so he was trying to go into the boss.
Yeah. So like the 2 blue nameplates here, the bombshells. One, they don't have a duration on them, I don't think. But yeah, one gets. He just ran into 2 in the back of the boss. It seemed like there's out of position. Yeah. I mean. Everything's hectic here. The boss is going into rage.
Right.
From what I've seen, they're trying to keep the bombshells more on like the front-esque part of the boss, if possible. But those 2 just seem to be in the back, and he runs into one. Essentially, both just explode, and then everything else triggers as well, which is unfortunate. To be fair, it wouldn't have made a big difference. That bomb hitting the boss might have brought to like 17%, but that's not 0. So
that's not. Were you upset that I didn't guess double Mistweaver for the raid comp? In your video?
So, in my video, I initially had Disc Priest, double Mistweaver, I think a Resto Druid.
Right.
And Jack, and you said no, you're going to want 2 Priest.
Yeah, I thought
Mistweaver and 1 Druid.
They nerfed Oracle after that.
Why am I able to predict the future about healers better than you? I don't even play a disgusting hero.
I mean, you're wrong right now. It's 3 Mistweavers.
It's fair.
Yeah, it's 3 Mistweavers. No, I mean, they nerfed Oracle Disc after that, and I was like, oh, okay, you're probably not going to run double Disc. And then it was a question of what you were going to run.
Led me astray.
I had a lot more faith in the Holy Priest. That was my bad, and I apologize.
I appreciate that apology. Thank you. It's accepted.
Yeah. Okay. That's how you use an apology, by the way, in case you ever want to give me one.
I gave you one already. You just weren't listening because
you said I would. Maybe.
I did.
If
you're just.
I forgive you.
Thank you. Someone says I love you. Thank you.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time we've ever had double Mistweaver on progression, so I'll admit.
It's been a long time.
I'll admit I was skeptical. I don't think that we have had it since Amirdrasil.
Did we have double Amirdrasil?
No, it was mostly double Disc. I think there was some talk about how you could alternate onto them.
I feel like every tier Mistweaver is hyped to be a really strong healer during PTR, insane throughput, and then they just get nerfed into the ground. Or just not played in actuality, but...
Yeah, I was skeptical.
Yeah.
So can I ask something that might sound a little bit stupid? Because I didn't do the raid testing for this boss, so I'm not exactly sure how the damage from the garbage explosions work. When you run into the boss, do you also do splash damage to the trash around it, or is it only boss damage?
You mean the trash is the mobs?
Rolling ball.
I'm pretty sure it's the boss.
Is it just the
boss? You will pick up a lot of the mobs, like the dogs, Some of them
when
are.
you hit the boss, does it splash damage at all?
I don't believe so.
I don't believe so either.
I don't believe so.
'Cause I was thinking, what if there's a world where you have to pull the boss to the bombs and like hit the garbage on the bomb, but you also hit the boss? But if there's no cleave, then that wouldn't work at all. Or maybe it's just code does not work with that at all. I'm trying to figure out where this extra damage comes
Right.
from.
Because extra damage is from more eye levels in your gear. It's probably the answer, but I mean,
still,
like, yeah.
Obviously, we're talking about we know they can optimize a lot, but yeah, I was just curious if that was even something they could think about, but I doubt it works that way at all.
Right. Yeah. This is a really interesting spot to be in. I mean, 18% is a lot. You can still probably shave off 4 to 5% relatively easily with like better RNG and who gets the balls with CDs and such and more pulls here, but that's still a lot to find, you know, on a pretty tight enrage timer. I mean, gear upgrades aren't going to make up 15% of your DPS. Unless you send everything, and we're not doing that here, right? Is Jasper Diamond broken?
I think there's problems with it where it cannot give you its effects
when you die
occasionally, similar to other items we've had in the past that have cantrip effects where you just have to re-equip it.
Yeah, okay.
I wanted to ask about that, but I was not sure if that was a...
I wasn't going to. It's all over the screen. I mean,
yeah, that's the thing. I was like, unequip Jaster, re-equip Jaster. And I was like, okay. I don't think I'm ever going to get one for a while, so didn't really have to...
Not with that attitude.
You got a Spy Master like week 2 last patch, and you're a healer.
Yeah, that owned.
Yeah.
That owned.
That one.
It paid off. Listen, I was playing Discipline for Anzarek. I needed it.
What about Akazan? You gonna get that one?
I hope so.
Now,
I vouched for my raid leader because he's a warlock, and I was like, oh, Kalamazoo said that's Biz. Go get it, raid leader.
Something we haven't talked about is they did make a comp swap a few polls ago.
Yeah.
3 polls ago. Swapped out the Dev Evoker for the BM Hunter. So slight amount of extra damage in the form of that Hunter's Mark, but not a ton. Just a little bit of extra damage at the start of the fight with the Bloodlust. But, you know, they're starting to optimize just a little bit more for boss damage.
Oh, that must have been between when I was on earlier and this current shift, because they had Malarkus in earlier when I was here with the Dev Evoker. But I guess when they swapped to that third Boomkin, they changed comp a bit there as well. Interesting.
They literally brought Malarkus back 3.
Right.
So, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, they had him in about 20 polls ago. Right as they swapped to 3 Boomkin, they swapped out the BM Hunter for a Havoc Demon Hunter. Yeah. Then they did 20 polls or so with that comp, and then we just now swapped off the Dev Evoker back to the BM Hunter.
What's Warlock
bringing to the table
here?
Hellstones.
And that cool gateway out of the
right. That's true. There is a gateway moment.
Demonology isn't that bad in this fight, honestly. It's big meat grinder. It's like range melee, like range meat grinder.
Okay.
The single target isn't terrible either, but there are better class single target that you would play here. I mean, you probably play a Windwalker over. If you're playing Demonology in this fight, you're sort of just like, hey, the bombs are Boomkin, Shadow Priest issues. I'm just funneling the boss and doing meat grinder cleave. You bring in like a Windwalker or something else too if you wanted more single target. You're there for utility and, you know, a semi-decent profile on single target, so.
Yeah, I mean, for Demo Warlock specifically, it's more that you just do residual AoE with your single target rotation, right? You're not really like funneling or anything. I mean, I guess, do they play the Doomguard talent on this fight?
Yeah, Demo's like a couple 100k higher than Destro.
So you get a little bit, a tiny bit of funnel, but not a ton.
Nothing of like great relevance or anything. Affliction would get the most funnel here, which we actually saw him playing a couple polls ago, like an hour ago, give or take. But he said he's going back to Demonology here. Just too much of a headache and not really worth it.
Demo's certainly easier to play.
It is, and like all your spells just do stat cleave. It's sort of just nice on this fight to have that. Some specs have these damage profiles and like just built into like their core toolkit where they can do great AoE and great single target. And then some have to choose one or the other and don't have that hybridization, and that really is unfortunate for a lot of specs on fights like this. We have to decide one or the other.
Many such cases.
Yeah. Yeah, there is.
Yeah, healers are no different.
Bit of disparity in class design, but hey, I mean, I think Locke's in a fun spot. I'm not a walking god like mages are, but you know, nobody is, to be fair.
No, nobody is but them.
Yeah. I played the wrong class, man.
I hear you say that way too much these days.
It's just true, man, you know.
It's just the countdown until Mob Classic. We're almost there. We're almost there.
Oh, you're right.
A few more years.
You really just need to do what I do, man. Just play both of them and swap between them based off of whether or not they're good.
Yeah, but then you're a traitor, Zyro. You're a traitor to the Warlocks.
You get labeled the Betrayer.
That's a cool title, yeah. No, I'm contemplating it at this point, yeah. Yeah, that gateway there. Good luck utility. All right, well,
I just played both priests, and one of them's going to be good.
What's that?
I just played both priests, and one of them's going to be good.
Yeah, or
Well, I did have Jack the Mistake as my alternate character this time.
what is your druid's name? Like Jack the Grass Eater or something like that? What is it? It's a cow.
It's had a few names.
Ground beef. It's like a grass meme, right? What is it?
So it was Touchin' Grass.
Yeah, there we go.
Touchin' Grass. But then I was doing a 0 to Hero series, and then people started recognizing the name in groups, so I had to change it again. So now it's Tay Swiftmend.
Oh gosh.
Okay. But I need to change it again, and I have a few ideas, but I can't vocalize them. I'll let you guys know off stream.
Yeah.
I have like 9 tree or grass related puns to draw from. Yeah.
All right.
On PTR, I had it Jack B. Juven. Yep.
That works. All right.
When I played in Future, it was Jack B. Nagura when she and I raided together. But then people started thinking that I was Nagura for some reason, and then I had to change the name because that started getting strange.
That's fair. That's fair. Bit of an early wipe here. Quick run back. Quick little juice up. No problem.
I guess I could make a Giacomazi Warlock.
Well,
my Warlock's level 1.
Strike that. It's okay.
And it's yeah. Well, my Warlock's level 1 and it's called Jacrifice, but one of these days I'll spawn it in.
I mean, you're not doing something to favors doing that. Let's be honest. So it might earn a sub to my channel though from you. That'd be cool.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
Maybe one day you'll sub.
Oh, cool. I do sub to you. In fact, I use my Twitch Prime sub on you every month.
on YouTube, yeah.
Just like you should use your Twitch Prime sub here, because in the next 14 minutes, at the top of every hour, we're going to run ads. And if you don't want to make sure that you don't get any ads, you can just use your Twitch Prime sub. Or you could have Turbo. Or you could regular sub to people. Or you could gift like 1 million subs.
Yeah.
There's a lot of options.
Any gifters in the chat?
I'm going to be honest. I got a button on my phone I can hit right here that does ad time. And I'm saving it right there, the redemption ad time for the channel points.
Yeah, no one's going to actually send that, though.
No, the mods will do it. They told me. The mods will do it.
Not when we're about to kill the boss.
They told me if I redeem it, play into the prime farming, Zyronic. Good lord. Oh, my gosh. All right, yeah, he's right.
Listen, guys,
just sub.
Here's the deal. This boss is going to die soon. And you don't want to be hit with ads when they're about to kill the boss. You want to hear the nerd screams. Now, there shouldn't be nerd screams for the 4th boss in the raid, but you want to see the kill. You want to see the loot. You don't want to miss.
What if there are? You won't know if you're watching ads.
Oh my god.
Whoa!
Oh,
no,
20 gifted. Holy moly. Look at that.
The Daffs. Yo, welcome in to Kane, Ashenrov, Everin Roast, Tatum, Machino5, Naroom, No Dak Shack, Donald XR, Zandrea, Rakondo, Paul Duran, Epic Fail, Dread1 is back, Calidor DK, Beyond Varder, Vasdika,
Jack went into streamer mode just now.
Age or Pog, Aaron's Mace, Relazok, Silence Killer, and Wastika. Oh, a dog with glasses on.
Every time somebody gifts 20 or more subs, Jack will do that and annoys Ironic and I. So please.
He will read out every single gifted sub.
If you gift 100 subs, he'll read 100 subs. He'll read them all twice.
I will sit there and read them instead of cast.
Yeah, so
what a deal.
If you don't have a Prime sub available, please type your favorite blah in chat. You can go for blah. You can go for Blalatath. I think we have Blalala. That's another good one.
That's good.
Blalalatheth.
Oh.
It's the Blalatath with the tongue like moving around.
Okay, that works.
You know who's a famous person who has said blah in the past? Ben. Ben said blah.
Oh, Ben mentioned on bingo.
Bingo card, yeah.
Oh, another 20 gifted. All right, Jack, do your thing.
All right. Let me scroll. Let me see. Rough Neck, thank you so much for giving the gift of the sub to the X Thompson 13, Alex 13G, The Silent Mist, Remery, Shadow Jour.
Remery?
Remy Ree? No, that's a different one. That's a different one.
Oh, sorry. Check. Go on.
I'm talking.
Hurry up.
Is it okay?
You can proceed.
Welcome into Mix, Genocide, One Time Blast, MKE, Nakia Best, Aaron's Cole Clajure, Downtown Dex, KPH, Agent 57136, Yora 12, Froda Davins, Zenchamp, Orochi, Bunny, and G Worse. Bam!
There we go. Look at that.
Thank you, big dog.
Gifted again.
Thank you, Roughneck.
40 gifted subs total. That covers like food for the whole month. For me, you know.
That's
You're gonna rice every day. Let's go.
Maybe a day for you.
Can you believe that our all-time hype train on like the record on this channel is only level 14?
That's not too high.
We're at level 8 right now.
How do you tell that?
Right there. If you click on the arrow, it says channel all-time record 94% level.
Chat, we gotta push that. Come on. I'm not one to ask for this stuff ever, even on my own stream. We gotta break that. Come on. we're level 8. We're 2% away from level 9. We can push to 15. It's nothing. That's like another 100 gifted subs. That's chump change to y'all. Y'all are all alphas and ballers in here. Come on, let's go. What did we do?
Join the Alpha Club with Kalamazoo on the yacht.
You can't call yourself an alpha because that means like oh. If you have to call yourself an alpha, you're obviously not. People just assume that you are. You know.
Someone in chat is like, who's that private chef you got hired? We'd love to get some content. Boy, do I have some fantastic news for you. They didn't just hire her for this event. She's their full-time private chef.
That's true, actually.
And she streams live on Twitch. If you type !chef in the chat, it'll link you right to her stream, which is cooking all that delicious food for us.
She had a night off tonight, though. Tonight was pizza night.
I thought it was just pizza night.
Yeah, spending a week straight cooking 3 square meals a day is kind of exhausting.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
Whoa, 10 more gifted coming in from Hoth.
All right, where we had a single I'll say, ooh, oranges. Hoth 1234, thank you for giving the gift of the sub to K-Vol, Lil Straza, Saga, Scaster, the Tricky Revster, Billy Ray, Poncho, Mizuki, Izzy Fox, and Basic. Woo! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Level up that hype train to level 9.
Thank you, everyone, for the primes as well. Appreciate you using those here. Making sure you won't get hit by those ads as we delve further into the Mythic raid here. Don't want to miss out on any of the moments of these raiders going up against some of the toughest bosses in the game.
Like boss number 4, Styx Boss Junker.
Definitely the hardest
true.
game right now, actually, right? It's available, yeah. Well, maybe not Sparkmonger could be a little tougher, but yeah, sure.
This is the kill. Smiley face. Yep. Yeah, this is it right here.
This is it.
Be it.
This is it. And since you all have used your Prime subs or gotten gifted, you're not going to get any ads in 8 minutes time when we're having all the dancing, the Dryny hugs going out, the nerd screams. It's very important.
Yeah, this is definitely possibly, maybe, potentially, certainly the kill right here. So sit up in your chairs, lock in, get out of that shrimp position you're sitting in right now. I know you are. Don't worry. I wasn't meant to go to. Jack, sit up. There you go. Jack's
Stop looking at me, bro.
Lock in. This is it.
See, now, there are people that are asking for gifted subs, and they're doing it the wrong way. There's a certain way you have to do it. You don't say, please, can I have a gifted? You just type, any gifters, question mark? That's it. Just those 2 words. And that's usually how you get a gifted sub.
That's all it takes. Just like Mount giving a sub to Vaderism.
There you go.
Yeah. What is a Vaderism? You don't know the power of the dark side.
Yeah, you get. Oh, this just in.
Oh yeah.
Jack will gift 100 subs. This is the boss kill right here.
I'm using your credit card.
Well, it was on my desk back there.
Everyone typing any gifters works. We got 5 more gifted subs.
Holy moly!
Yo, welcome into Where is Uzi, Armando, Wrench, Bender, 237, Dango Dude, and Snorlax.
Wow, even more Jack for you to read.
Oh my gosh, so much to read. God, you know I love reading.
If you're reading those books, it keeps you sharp.
That's right. You know, welcome into Biffid. Thank you for giving the gift this up to Van Doren. I like to be Light Years Ahead, Moots, Toss Winkle, Kiss All Men, Space Boy Infinite, Agua Catboy, Bubba Set, Hero Jeep. Nailed it. Let's go. Thank you for all the gifts, guys.
And the primes. Thank you all.
Imagine if somebody would tune into the stream right now, they just hear you reading off of what is this guy talking?
I love reading, and chat loves it too.
Jack, look at the 20.
And chat loves it too. Welcome into Almost Super Kaito. Thank you for giving the gift to the sub. To Almost DPS, Sears X, Bloodlore, XP2K, No Clip, Shulk, MSP2NV, Sem Spiral, It's Meep, Sawa, Goated Season, Silent VQ, Pasta Pal, Nick5 at Twitch, X Sunny, it's Elisaurus, Malistrin, Wandu, Ilnov, Ooh, I can't read this. Il Navera? I think I got it. There's so many gifts. It keeps changing my place. Michelle the Unicorn.
Oh my God.
Desi, please. Thank you for giving the gift of sub to Casual Delusion. Lavian. Zika from Brazil.
Listen, we're gonna be here.
You got 50 gifted.
You wanna just
oh my God.
Some water?
Yeah, probably.
You guys gotta take over for one of these. Sorry, I think we're giving the gift of the sub to Heads PB, Mr. Ryan Tang, TM Cricket, Carson, Mr. Pim OSRS. Woo!
We're about to beat our last record. Keep up the support. That's what Twitch said. Holy
I know. All right. Bandit Man, thank you for giving the gift of the sub to 50 gamers. Welcome into Onus, Siren 7, Freak 1, Shade of Light, Bad with Names, Ungun Ren, Kiratu, Thinica, Dude 2606, Trez Dezara, Shift Case, Happy Lasagna, Off CD, Taza, Zugzord, Matt Icy, Tristaray, Eric W, Shakalakin, Lucky Tux, Blood Gear X92, What the Heck Man, Tals of Ochre, Binks, Redbeard Rising, Deboxy, Quingun, Peyote, Loot Hamster, Seaswift, Biguero, Sliden, Kino. Oh my gosh, the scrolling is insane.
Keep on going, you got it, Jack.
Bima, Valway, Dark Tula, Yasui, Airy Please, Pantha, Halio, NG, Phase, Bendwire, Grimgore, Hydrogen, One Season, Fake Alex Jones, Faisal, 7151991, Mr. Salt 94, and I think I'm caught up. Poison Ivy, thank you for giving the gift of sub to Schnapped. Delia, thank you for giving the gift of sub to Kalamazi.
You didn't use your Prime sub on the channel, Kalamazi?
He did not. No. He cannot stand it.
Okay, lose 50 more, Jack.
Is there actually? You guys got to give me a hand with this. You guys got to give me a hand with this.
Here's how I do it. You ready for this? Yo, Daps, thanks for the 50 gifted, brother. What are we doing here?
I got this.
This is so fried.
I got this. Give me the computer, Zyro.
You gotta take over, champ.
More rapid fire.
Guys, what are we talking about right now, guys?
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Rapid fire this. You ready for this? Here we go. Where'd they go?
Scroll up.
It's Mr. It's the Daps.
Daps, the 50 subs. You ready? Superfan, Kneffeth, Joe Beal, Asgar, Slindiga, Flying Bird, Tabs, Gotchi, Bullet Blitz, Clicker Man, Orneus Drake, Kimchi, Warliu, Moot Lover, Heachlu, E.T.Y., Wee, Simpson, Weezar, Red, something, Valenteer, Decimus, Miss Rarness, Jumon Pie, Tiny Panda, Splash, Pabby, Varksum, a tall bot, Bowtie, Octobot, Spanker, Indian Anarchy, Sen, Proy, New York Roids, hit me up. Mud Pancake, Logical, Seal, West, Gurg, Jik, Kaz, all these names. Enslook, Misu Worm,
All right. Tap out.
There you go.
Oh my God.
A few more. Nev, Stimulatic, Box, Bubba, Heave, Chunk, Popsicle. Got some subs. There you go.
This is so fried.
This is so
Yeah, what are we doing right now?
What are we?
What are we
Thalia.
watching?
Thalia, thank you for giving a gift of sub to Automatic Jack. Let's
Broke the
go.
record. Hype Train record.
Broke the record?
Level 16, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we just shattered it. Setting a new record.
Very cool.
Everyone from this point on is going to remember. It's going to remember this day.
One of my favorite streamers does it this way. Hold on, who's the gifted? Oh, the Noof 2000. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions.
Thank you for the 5 subs.
We gotta do Brofist. We gotta get the camera really close behind you, like the crypt.
Yeah, that's what Ted used to do, yeah.
Yeah. Yo, the Noof, thank you for the 5 gifted. Welcome into Damakri, the Shrimpo, Shido, Zax Whack, and Canerva.
Woo! There we go. For real, chat. Thank you for all the gifted subs and support.
Oh my gosh, it keeps on coming.
Oh my goodness.
It keeps on coming. Kaito, thank you for another 20 gifted to Mo900. Missing Kel, Solipsis, Sandcat, Beer Drew, Dunkin' Donuts, Duct Tape of Doom, Andon in Blue, Slapkeck, Sunny, Rollin', Dog of War, Abel, Credix, Adamantium, Sager, Swillow, and Captain Canada. Whew!
That's a 17, level 17 hype train. That's crazy.
Yeah, it really is. Juno, thank you for giving the gift sub to Bayleaf, and Anonymous, thank you for giving the gift the sub to D's
Juno gifted a sub? Juno_Shaw?
That's right, Juno_Shaw.
Let's time that guy out for 2 seconds.
I'll find him. Where is he?
W, chat. W.
Thank you, though, chat.
It's the first time I'm on the night shift, and we're kind of getting...
We're cooking over here.
We're kind of cooking.
Mm-hmm. Hitler pumped for a boss kill. You know, I mean, which is hopefully coming up tonight.
Hopefully one of you guys is watching this as I read out subs.
Mm-hmm.
Hades, thank you for giving the gift of the sub to Zoldrex, Maz, No Melina, Fleshbound 218, and Devisaur.
Unban him. Juno didn't do anything.
For 10 minutes, it's fine.
Coffee, thank you for giving the gift of the sub to Rextra GG, Zarchaos, Crabello, U9951050, Alavera X, Starim, Windrum, Stay112, and Vartius and XO Late. Thank you as well, Zoidstiz, for the gifted. Woo!
Interrupt.
Jack, you gotta save your voice for tomorrow, man.
That I do. I got an early morning show.
All right.
For sure. But you know what? I'm at the mercy of chat right now. They keep gifting, I keep reading.
Do you need an M to push it down a little bit?
I got some W.
Okay.
It's in water.
Is that like a monster can flipped upside down?
Set it to Wumbo.
Yeah. Ishimi Wumbo.
Diver Scuba, the 5 subs. Johnny R. Death. Jowls. Envy Me. Spaghetti LOL.
Look, hey. Yo, Divers, thanks for the 5.
Well,
this is so fried, chat.
Yeah, we're in a weird
What are we doing? Are we killing this boss, chat? What's going on? What are we doing?
What are we doing here?
Consistency. So when the boss is tuned, we will be able to kill it quickly and move on to the next boss.
I gotta go juice up.
as well because welcome to NA. So
should I just read stuff like this on my own stream? Is this how it works?
It does work from time to time. Yeah, I've tried.
Gosh, we're just crushing this. Level 17. Thank you, everybody, for this. This is nuts.
Yeah. Very kind.
Actually crushed the Hype Train record.
We did. I think it was 13.
Those are insane.
Put this on my resume. What was the prediction poll for this boss? I had the most right opinion, and everyone else had wrong opinions. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, sure. Pretty sure if it goes past your number, it's just wrong regardless, right? So
it's like the Price is Right. Whatever's closest.
No. It's not like the Price is Right at all.
Anyway, I would tell you that the price that you're setting is wrong, and chat would agree since they keep giving more subs because they want me clearly to read them. Semi5, thank you for giving the gift of sub to Oranam Missweaver, Sanjo, Pumpkin King, Noriken, Fricko.
Yeah.
And woo! Jack is extra right with a side of I told you so. Yeah!
My throat hurts while I'm yelling. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, you gotta rest it up.
I feel great.
That's why I talk at the back of my throat, basically. It's like more comfortable.
Oh, that's why you sound like this. You sound more.
Yeah.
Sound deeper.
Yeah, you gotta. Well,
that's how.
If I have a higher tone, if I like speak like this the entire time, then it's gonna be super uncomfortable.
Oh, that's very true, Jack.
Give Jack this one since he botched the healer comp. You're such a dork. You're such a dork.
Wrong
explosion.
idea. They're looking at our poll count prediction. And they're saying that we're off on our guesstimates. No, it's not the casters that are wrong. It's Blizzard that is wrong with how hard they made the boss.
I mean, realistically, you're not wrong.
You see the smirk that I have in that image?
Oh, I don't know.
No, the Noof, thanks for the 5.
You're good. No, Noof, thank you for giving the gift of the sub to Salka, Goomba Mine, Ni, J God, Bitcoin OnlyFans.
There you go.
Hawk9897. Woo!
I'm Goop.
Chad, what are we watching? Are there any clips?
You gotta be careful, like, reading the names.
Any clips?
Yeah. I had to stop on one or two of them.
Yeah, I was like, wait, stop. Is this okay? Oh, it's okay? All right. You know. All right. Esposito, thank you for giving the gift of the sub to Dry E, Pure Storm, the Rio Kuvas, Scolian, and Ice Sky.
The train has left the station.
Oh.
Wait.
My God.
No, it didn't.
We saved the train.
Oh, my gosh.
He saved the train.
Oh, Jack, I'm sorry.
Super Kaito with another 10 gifted to save the train. Welcome into Zero Cool, Azek, Valforia, Gulati, 9 Volt. Wait, oh, the chat jumped. Hold up. I got it. Michael, Gulati, 9 Volt TV, JTB099, Chopsticks, Lego, and nobody picks Bulbasaur. Whew.
I picked Bulbasaur a bunch.
I'm more of a fan of Squirtle myself. The starter. Absolutely. I think it's time for a little bit of a Monster Energy listen in as I go to save my voice. Thank you, everybody, one and all, for all of these crazy, crazy gifts. And rest assured, I'll be reading it and annoying my co-casters even when we're on this Monster Energy listen in. Let's take it to it.
revivals? I'll look into the revivals a bit more.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move my AMZ to that spot too, because I think we're doubling up an AMZ on.
But you have double AMZ. You have 3 MCs, right, on 45-second rotation.
Yeah, it's just I'm watching the one being put in melee, and mine is hitting one person.
You can also try to stack up more, but like people were against that earlier because of the fire cleaving that also is occurring, which is almost worse than not being in the AMC.
It's on.
And it's
just
movement.
AMZ on me, please. Yeah, I got you. Just a solo one, just for me.
I mean, people can move closer to melee, then it also helps them, but not in melee.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time to teach you young pups a lesson. Dodge it clean. Yeah, grab.
Get boss back. Big bop and cancel. That works.
I'll go blue.
Okay. Fire
okay,
circles
when
in
this back, I'll have to.
3. Do not burn trash in this phase.
Or you can just come back and talk quickly when you get back. I'll be alright. It's okay.
Set focus
How
cross.
quick I'll be.
That was BM.
Backup assign cross 2.
Interrupt.
So those bomb shells were dead for a while there. A couple of you guys who ran in late could have ran in a couple mediums maybe. It's not realistic for the rest of the fight. I don't think it actually matters. 2 seconds.
Dodge it clean. If you want something done right.
Purple.
Gotta do it yourself. Time to take out the
Circles in a few seconds. 5. 3, 2, 1. Now.
Dodge it clean. Get wrecked.
Boss is pretty wall here.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
Okay, not bad spawns actually. Fire circles in 6. Fire circles in 5. Spreading in 3, 2, 1. Now be careful on the left side here. These 2 bombs haven't been broken yet. Grip it in. Yeah, good. Kick.
Next.
Oh, what the fuck? The ring's the wrong fucking way around.
Let's get the
Arm the fuck. It's funny AF.
Kick.
Kick mode.
Next.
Get that fucking Scrapmaster in now. Get it in now. It's AoEing. It's just hitting someone back there. Get in. It's on fire. It'll die. Nice. Look at the marks. Look at the marks. Wolf, Atlas, KSP, Scott. Okay, kill these bombshells. There's one outranged. Or no, there's not actually. They're all really close. Nice. Okay, circles in 3, 2, 1. Now. Okay. We have kick spawning, by the way. One's out already. 2, 3. Bombshells are all turbo dead. Just get kicks now.
Assign cross 2.
Bombshells are turbo dead. Just get kicks. You can get them into fucking melee too. Group up. We're getting make sure we get a good burn here. Circles in 5.
Kick. Someone kick that, please. It's got it.
Blasting him.
Okay, spread. Okay, garbage now. Look at your marks. Look at your marks.
Oh, let's see what I got.
Yeah, bomb directly on the
Both
boss.
bombs are close to the boss. Both bombs are close to the boss.
Okay, we'll play it. It's fine. Okay, Hellstone everything. Personal lift. Resnick. We'll res.
Backup assign cross 1.
Set focus cross. Interrupt.
Die.
More trash for the pile. Keep an Undermine clean.
Look, I have a good PV this. Are we wiped yet?
I can't recall.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot to call it. Natty conned it in Pro Lab.
Okay. Okay, so on this set, we know we have 2 close to boss. I feel like just trying to go in now, like before even the fire spread, that's already a speed run, right? Going in before the fire circles is a speed run. Right. So I feel like you just don't have to do this right now. Like if you wait, what, like 3 seconds, 5 seconds later, that bombshell just walks into melee, and then this shit's like taken care of, you know? I feel like, dude, could we even just have a weak aura that bans people from breaking out of their shell before these fire circles? I feel like that also is just sketchy for spreads and stuff. Trash. Like you're just gonna like not get knocked out and burn some trash onto the boss. Because it just, he gets knocked back after breaking this and it just hits it. Oh, that's because you weren't large enough yet.
Oh. I was gonna say, it felt like I made it, but it was probably a bit too close. But
Yeah.
that makes sense now.
All good.
No, it's not. Hashtag play better.
I think we, I think we keep going, but I think we do need to. Pretty sure we need to 3 heal.
You reset the boss please.
With just more dedicated timers for stuff, like use the revivals where we're using other stuff right now. And then that's at least worth our time to do, because like currently you have to 3 heal to beat it. Pretty sure.
You'll let.
It'll also make ads die faster.
Yo. Get that piece, bro.
Let's keep going though. We can play better. We're actually, yeah, that was actually a pretty good pull. Like that was a really good pull actually. That was the hard set too. We were looking pretty nice.
5, 4, 3.
I think you do bring in Windwalker and he just like hard pipes the boss.
You probably can pull right. I can let him know not to start another key if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, do that. I would start shifting CDs for 3 healing level.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Oh, let's see what I got.
Okay, 3 bombshells, kind of shitty spawns. Just be aware of it. We need to milk boss damage here, so don't do any weird swapping shit.
Wiping that boss, bro.
Hitting that fucking boss right now. Spread out.
Meats.
Set focus
Dude, we
cross.
hit this guy so huge, actually.
Back up assign cross
Spreading
2.
in 10.
Interrupt.
Okay,
Next.
spreading in 3. Spreading now. Dude, I think we're going crazy on the boss health right now, right?
Yeah. Literally jackpot, bro. Literally jackpots only.
I quad hit. Impact up deep this hit.
Oh, do we get a
that's
double?
just it, bro.
No, we
No.
don't.
Impact is
Just
just a
fucking
ball
looks like
itself.
it or what?
He's just a ball.
He's just an actual fucking ball, bro.
Boom.
Spreading in 5.
Don't burn.
Okay. Spread. And we're moving. This might be cursed bombshells for sure because of those 2 mediums, by the way. This might be turbo ass. We'll see. I think there's gonna be a bunch on the right. Yeah, there are. Middle back.
A scrap master needs to
I'll get blue.
Be careful that one, Yips. Okay, spreading in 3, 2, 1. Now, guys, be careful of bombshells.
The other bomb, other fire bomb. I don't
Okay,
mind.
get kicks, get kicks, guys, kicks.
I think we're
Far bomb, bro. We are set up, I think.
It's just get kicks.
Bomb in the
get
back
kicks.
needs help.
I'm
Blood taunting it.
Bombshell, kill it, kill it. 60% health. It's gonna blow up. Everyone personal now. Everyone personal. Everyone personal.
AMZ's down.
Fucking get in that shit. Sit in that AMZ. Suck it down.
Spread.
Spread out. We're kind of alive right now.
Everybody chill. 5 heal and heal through every explosion.
I pressed earlier again, by the way, because of this, so...
Okay, we can like health.
What do we have?
During the next fire circles, we can just call for a health pot. It's fine. Fuck it. Even though we probably use them there
No
anyway.
externals.
We're spreading in 5. Kill bombshells.
I can get both, maybe.
There's a bomb.
Spread out.
Lip, Siri, fired up. Watch
I'm
yourself.
not gonna get it now. So.
Watch yourself, Lip.
Impact and Ankh, it's fine. Fuck it, it's fine. Get kicks, get kicks, get
You got
kicks.
the bomb?
Hellstone, health pot,
There's a
health pot,
very
health pot,
firm
health pot, health pot,
bombshell.
health pot.
I can't grip it, Alice.
Impact and Ankh.
Set focus cross.
Kill them.
Kill the ads, kill the ads. Hey, with the ads, blowing up in 3, 2,
Get out for this
1.
Heal through. The one
fine,
to the left
right?
just never broke out. Yeah, I was in the bomb.
Okay. Booming out of his key.
Keep an Undermine clean, yeah, since I can't recall.
I'll check his PV if I can. He's in a key. He's fighting someone called Big Mama. What?
He's
what
fighting the
dungeon is
first
that?
boss, bro.
That's a
First boss.
Not bad at all,
Boy,
bro.
he just started a key.
That's pretty good. That's okay. Well, we're
You got Soulstone?
You just not listen to whoever.
Did no one tell him?
I thought someone said they're gonna tell him. Chaos call.
I told him to start another key.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, okay, that's chill.
That's chill.
They really didn't like rationing.
I mean, it's possible that that Sprocket Monger is Rashanan, right? And this is Brood Twister, but the thing is, it just doesn't make sense for us to like. We can still get better at this boss, so it makes literally no sense to like just go over, swap, learn a boss, and just free information. Literally no difference. It doesn't matter which boss you kill first.
What if they're both Brood Twister?
Yeah, maybe they're both Brood Twister.
I mean, it's honestly better if we do different bosses, then it's fucking free info. Yeah, we can have the analysts work on both bosses at the same time.
Yeah.
Re-equip the ring. 2 target type shit.
5 shit.
Shit, bro.
5, 4.
Oh, but did you tell Boomy to not start a key, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
He
unfortunately did it right as you said that, but
yeah. Well, he was like 3 minutes in that key.
Sounded so disappointed.
You didn't have to leave? I did.
I mean, that's DJ dog shit for you, bro.
DJ.
I could have told him to leave again. Fucking this boss up right now, bro. I got a ball. I feel like we're just still learning a lot.
Like right now, we're I mean, we just died
bro.
to ads not dying. That's a Windwalker away from them being dead right there, 100p. Windwalker's fucking own bosses on top of the ads.
I got X. I didn't see that fall. I should have said it. I had doing my MS group. He was not doing any damage, so. Sorry, John Cat form. Oh, dude, I just got fucking everybody. Don't mind if you guys don't mind.
Back up a sign cross 2.
Alright, run over 3 people, so.
What the fuck is with this? That coil's so big, bro. That coil's so big.
Some fucking Looney Tunes shit.
That was crazy. He's ran over everyone. Actual best dog shit stuff possible.
Right, left, right, man. It's polite if I said sorry first, right?
Yeah, that's how that works.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, bro, you're good.
Shout out Coinbase.
Shout out Coinbase.
Are you still up by the way, Tubbs?
I'm up crazy right now, bro. The shoot 50%. That is insane.
Okay, spread out here.
I'm down
Spread out.
30.
Spread out. There's one right into the boss. Do not touch it. Ah. Oh, I'm so done.
That's
I'm
just
so
a
done.
boss.
I'm so done. I like pre-got mad for no reason. All right. Spreading intent. That wasn't good.
Oh, I'm in the wrong side of the room, I think.
No, you're not. You're not.
Am I
but
not?
now you're gonna. Okay.
Oh,
someone's dead.
I am sorry, mate.
Get him up.
You're in the fire.
I got confused.
You have 2 minutes for the shells.
Set focus cross.
Kick kicks.
Interrupt.
Nice kick from them. Alright, buffing a sec.
Okay, spread out. It's a little weird. Like the boss is like on X kind of.
Oh, let's see what I got.
Okay,
Bomb next to the boss.
Here.
On X side.
Spreading in 5.
Donkey Gary on my fucking.
Spreading in 3, 2, 1. Spread now. There's a high bombshell that's coming in giga late. We're just gonna have to swap to it probably. Just get it under now. Get it under now. Good. It might die to cleave actually. Do we have big dam right now?
Slamming.
Kinda.
8, 7, 6, 25%. Yeah, that's gonna kill dead. It's fine. It's gonna die. Just kick the get everything under. Dude, how does he fucking? Oh my god.
Got recycled.
Oh, you got recycled. That's good. Even better. Spread out.
Oh, let's see.
No CDs here. We probably need extra help. 2 Moonkins got picked. Good luck, everybody.
Oh, got this. Crockling.
Popping.
Spreading in 3, 2, 1. Spreading now.
Oh my god. That was insane.
One more's getting out. Grip it under the boss. In AoE. AoE. Hard AoE.
No
Kill the high
grip.
bombshell.
Nice.
Kill the high bombshell. Get kicks as well. Get kicks. The high bombshell's 60%. It's pulling up at 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got it. Nice. Kick the Scrapmaster. Get it in. And res one of them in 6 seconds. Get these ads under. Make sure they burn. Spread. They're burning. Is that a Scrapmaster circle?
Hickman.
I think we're just getting fucking owned right now.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
I picked them.
Okay.
One really far back in the middle.
Spreading in 6. Down 4 DPS. Probably hard on the bombshells here. Oh, the bombshells are getting actually fucking smoked right now.
Grifting them, bro.
We're grifting these right now. Yeah, nice.
Yep.
You died to it, to having the thing. Kid.
Coming through.
Just die and go again. How long is this key?
That was a nice try.
Long time, like fucking 20 minutes or 15.
Okay. Which recycler was missed?
Keep an Undermine clean.
That was mine.
Yes.
Mine as well.
I hope people still aren't getting the convention of where they need to be.
That is exactly what happened. Fired up at least. He saw. I don't know what happened. He saw blue. He knew he's back right. He's even looking at it. He's like, actually, this might be the boss being on the marker diff. Like he's like looking for his marker, and it's just like, oh, I guess it's there. Yeah, it's not that way. And then he's like, where am I supposed to go? He doesn't get the hyenas. And then he's like, am I on the wrong side of the room? Nope. And then he turns around, and I'm like, no, you're not. And then he, yeah. Nothing you can do to that.
If you don't see the arrow, you're definitely on the wrong side, right? You see the arrow on all of them?
Yeah.
Right? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You swap to hit max?
Yep.
Yeah. It's you guys can't do that shit, man. You guys are playing a lot better with bombshells, but like the you know.
DJ dog shit.
Oh. Hashtag blow up the bus.
That was dog shit.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ain't seen nothing yet.
Running in 10. Terrible bombshells, but we have hella CDs. It doesn't matter. Don't fucking hit them and don't miss those scraps. Red. 4-4 fun hit there.
Getting fucking scrapped.
Back up sign cross 2.
Okay.
Come back, please, someone. He's just been scrapping my ass the whole fucking
That was the first kick still, right?
Yeah, bro.
That means that the person who popped it didn't kick it?
Probably would have kept her back up. I didn't know what getting scrapped was. Well, it wasn't me.
Come on, guys.
Time to take out the trash!
That guy was just scrapping my ass.
Yeah, he was. Fire circles, 3, 2, spread, pre-spread, pre-spread. You garb. Look at your fucking markers now.
Let's see what I got.
Spreading in 10. Insanely good bombshells, by the way. Just don't go fucking near them until...
Oh, fuck. Need some help on blue, maybe?
Someone, Tiger Disco, give him every external in the game.
That's you, yep. Oh, no. I got it.
Res him.
Oh, that you.
Someone's dying.
Yeah.
Got exactly 0 externals. I don't even think you can live it, though, right? Maybe?
This is 20 mil.
Next.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, you turbo can live that, right? You just didn't
more
give
like
him
30
shit.
More like
He had a
33 mil.
PS, sack, a monk bubble.
Are we still playing?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find them on frames of them request.
Fuck it. Fire
damn it,
circles. New junk, ton of mediums over here. These are going to be the worst bomb bots you've ever seen.
Gonna be a bomb there, though.
These are sick.
There's a bomb right behind the boss, yeah.
Let the bomb shells get in before you fuck with it.
One to the left and one to the right.
Get these bomb shells are so they're too slow.
I need to dispel.
Okay, just get these bomb shells in. We just have to AoE bomb shells right now. 8 seconds. Hard AoE, they're blowing up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Man, I got recycled again. I don't know.
Let's blow up.
I got recycled on the first set too.
Yeah, that last one I should have. Was my fault, PhD?
Oh, let's see what I got. Keep an Undermine clean, yeah, since I can't recall.
When you said you were getting scrapped, THC was your kick on.
Hello and welcome back to the Alienware training facility for the Liquid Race to World First. I'm Jack, joined on the sofas here with Zyronic and Kalamazzi, as we are hip deep in the junk of Styx Bunk Junker and a lot of those mythic pulls. Before we get back into our next pulls, we do want to give a special thank you to our presenting sponsor in Coinbase, as they are the huge reason we are here, and they have an amazing giveaway grand prize. Not only after every boss kill are they giving away signed jerseys from the Raiders themselves, but also we have our grand prize to get flown out to the next Race to World First. How to enter is either the QR code in the top right or signing up on tl.gg/Coinbase with the promo code TeamLiquid20. You can fill out the form at tl.gg/RWFBTS for your VIP behind-the-scenes look at the next Race to World First, meeting the Raiders, some of the casters that you like. You don't have to meet the ones you don't, and get in here and see what the race is all about. Let me tell you, it's a magical, magical thing. So be sure to check that out, and big love to Coinbase for making all of these events possible over the years.
Alongside all of our great partners, of course, we do have to shout out once again our charity partner for the event in the Pasadena Humane Society. Team Liquid sponsored with them after their work during the LA wildfires to help rehome pets that lost their houses during those wildfires, raising money for a great cause. And we're very close to our next charity incentive. Right now, we're at $7,212 right now, at $7,500. You get to see some of our casters do sock puppet casting, and I think we're going to be using Dranos' used socks for that.
I am not doing that.
I don't know about that one, Kev.
No shot. Yeah, there's a plethora of amazing goals here. There's, like we said, $7,900 sock puppet casting, 10,000 Trill versus casters PvP, which Veronica, you know, that'll be a good time. that'll be a good one to see.
For Trill.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
for us.
15,000 live week warrior sounds, which I mean, I think should probably be a thing regardless. That sounds pretty fun to make and do.
I would love that.
But of course, if you do want to donate to that cause, ODL Bob just put it in the chat for you. It's tl.gg/RWF-donate. Take you straight to the Tiltify, and you can donate straight from there. We have a lot of things that you could donate to us. We've been rating UIs, we've been rating transmogs, we've been showing off your pets. If you want to do any of those things, we'd love to have your donation for this charity. Once again, for the Pasadena Humane Society. All these donations help a great cause.
They very much do, and we have some great incentives to make sure that we get them to you. And that Goblin music video, I hear, has already a few different things in the works, and they really want to present it. I have not heard a lick of it, but there's always I've heard nothing.
You didn't even hear the secret.
I got no idea, no hints, no teasers. I know nothing, but that the production is excited about it. That's it.
You should be excited about it.
Can we hold on this? I mean, we're putting production on the spot here. Can we play the 2 bars that we got for the flash incentive the other day potentially? They said maybe they have it, but it'll be a bit. Would you like to hear that, Jack?
I would, but I heard the phrase from production, one-time offer, and they said that was a no.
I thought I heard
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
What if we hit our goal of $7,500? Maybe we can get a sample then.
At the end of our shift?
By the end of this shift, yeah.
Ooh.
So, what are we at? Ironic 72.
We're at 72.12. That's
okay.
easy. Another
The trade prints.
$90, and not only do we hit the goal for sock puppet casting, but of course you get to hear more of that Goblin song that production has been working on so diligently over the past 2 weeks now.
All right, I'm on board. It also means we'll be able to rate some transmogs and my favorite, some of the UI ratings as well. I also like the battle station ratings. We can also kind of include that. I would love to see more people's setups and just, kind of get more ideas for myself. I've seen your setup. Your setup's crazy.
It's not good. What do you mean? Like it's like a disaster.
To be clear, that deal was given to us by production in our ears just now. So we do have a deal. We hit that 7,500 goal. You will get to hear more of that song.
Oh,
Hey,
M's up.
Dub.
Let's get that done.
All right. Well, I believe we might have some transmogs and UIs to check out as well.
Already?
Raiders are on break, as you just saw. So let's take a look at Luna.
What is this? Oh, this is a dog.
That is a dog.
I thought it was like a seal.
That is a mighty dog.
I get confused because I don't associate multiple pets as having the same name, and I hear a dog named Luna, and I'm like, oh, that's Chef Heidi's dog.
Sleep.
No, there's just another dog named Luna. Of course, also a cutie too.
Very nice. Tongue out.
Thank you, Dido.
That's very nice. I like the brindle-colored dogs.
You have to
nice.
Is that what it's called?
I think it is. Yeah, brindle.
I was gonna ask that question because I was like, what is the?
I don't break dogs.
The texture of that beast.
It just all started at 11.
Okay. I thought you said 6 out of 10.
16 out of 10.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. Okay, yeah.
Adorable.
Yes, they are all optimal, all perfect in our hearts.
Love it.
Thank you.
It's kind of Kalamazoo when he's getting back to the hotel tonight.
W dog. Yo, Jack, can we get some W's for this dog?
Is that Zara?
W dog. Can we get some W's in chat?
Yeah, W. Big dub. Big dub. I want to get a dog again.
That'd be nice.
Tattles fills that place in my heart for now, but it's not.
It's not the same.
No, it's not. He talks too much.
You need a less yappy dog.
Yeah, he yaps too much. He's a yapper.
Yeah.
You know.
What kind of dog would you get? That's less yappy.
Probably a burly thing.
The burly thing.
Yeah, like a Great Dane? Or?
No, I like Great Danes. There are some. Every once in a while, I see a dog like on Twitter. It's just a rare Himalayan Tanzanian mountain dog of the eclipse. It's like 400-pound behemoth. That's what I want. I want to crack the sidewalk when he's taking steps. That's what I want. I'm pulling around like a gorilla or something. That'd be great.
Oh my god.
That's what I want right there.
I'm pretty sure your home grocery bill is high enough. Are you gonna be ready to double that?
Well, you know.
Oh, look at this one submitted from George and Erica Alfie.
Oh my goodness.
This cat, they got the Let's Go Liquid mouse pad too.
Oh.
That is a beautiful cat though.
It's a fuzzy one.
Oh yeah.
It is.
Like that's the type that like blends in with the carpet.
Oh yeah.
The shag carpet or anything like that. Yeah.
No, I know exactly.
Oh, it's loafing. It's a partial loaf. Look.
The partial loaf.
Yep.
The front is
Part
loafing.
loaf.
The back is not loafing.
Right.
It's the half loaf.
That's very nice. Luna is half American Akita and half literally everything else. That's what they said in chat. No, that's what the owner said in chat. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Aw.
Oh.
Love it.
Oh, I do. I'm allergic to kitties, but, you know. Maybe one day I'll deal with it.
They do
Go
make
get the
cats
cure.
that you can,
Benadryl.
if you're allergic to, you can.
I've heard that. It's fake news. Maybe. Oh, we have a UI rating here as well, Zyra. What do we think about this?
This is cursed one.
It is pretty cursed, I know.
One thick knowledge.
I think it's supposed
Cursed
to be
one, the knowledge.
Cursed with knowledge.
Yep.
Is the
Well, they seem to be missing a dub, so I'll be sure to give it to them. Dub. Pretty standard LVI setup.
I don't think this is LVI at all.
I very
the bar
much.
at the top, is it LVI?
Well,
or no? I don't.
This very much looks like LVI.
This might be Tuck UI.
Is there a difference?
Yeah.
I mean,
They use the same baseline, but it's completely different. Like there's just two completely different UIs.
So
this is like oranges and like nectarine, or not nectarines.
I don't.
You know, the other orange things.
Orange, tangerine.
Is it tangerine? Oranges and tangerines. Yeah.
Well, you said.
I said nectarines, but
They might be
nectarines
using-
is like a lighter of fruits.
They might be using like LVI for the base, like for the chat box and the bars, but then they're using a different frame add-on.
Possibly.
This looks like standard. This looks like very standard LVI.
I don't think it's a bad UI or anything, though.
It's solid.
Everything's like centralized for the most part. I don't like the raid frames have like an odd tinting to them, and I think these sort of have that. But you
This
can
is like
tell what
some-
class is which, though, right?
Well, that's the part that bothers me is the fact that this is like not LVI raid frames.
You guys are so picky.
You know?
My gosh.
Well, of course.
I'm a little confused because you're using the Titan panel, right? That's the top bar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's the thing: if you're using LVI, you're using it. You're 100 expensive. You're supposed to use Expressway, right?
What does that mean?
Are you?
It's the best font ever.
Oh, okay.
According to who?
According to anyone with eyes.
Why are there stats showing near the boss? Are there stats we can see here?
Yeah, there's actually it's like by
it's in the
Muggsy's
screen.
head. Yeah,
Right,
it's by Muggsy's
So
head.
we gotta fix that. Drag that like down near chat box, like by the damage meter, somewhere irrelevant.
Yeah, that's a bit odd, isn't it? Also, like tons of dead space in the like bottom of the screen where you could have just like stuffed a bunch of information. Probably could have even put the Titan panel down there.
That's the new thing, though. People are like, oh, I have no action bars. I'm a.
That's what I have.
Yeah,
Stop it, you rat.
Like, maybe they are, but point being, like,
What? Did you say I'm an elite player?
Let's get into the actual rating.
What did you say about player?
I'm an elite player.
Yeah, I don't know.
Joking, man.
So what's
wrong with
you
hiding?
rate this UI, Jack? What are you thinking here?
It's a DPS player's UI.
Okay.
You know, I'd give it like a 7 out of 10. I am a big proponent of filling out the bottom of the space of the screen, or at least having your action bars hidden. I kind of get having a lot of your abilities as high as they are. I guess you would call it like the square box at the top.
Yeah.
But then like the rectangles in the bottom, you don't really need to have those visible. If anything, you could just kind of make more like, more wide square.
7.5 from
kind of move those things up.
The two long bars should be moved all the way to the bottom and probably made invisible. Only
Correct.
show when you mouse over them. I would move everything else in the center of the screen down like 200 pixels.
Sure.
Give yourself more real estate in the middle of the UI so you can see around your character a little better. You're kind of crowding your character right now. I don't know what the stats are doing in the middle top of the screen there. I think that's that could be put off to the side or something. You don't need to see that in combat. Other than that, they've got the basics down. I think this gets at least like a 6 from me.
Yeah, I give it a 6.
7.5. Sure, it's fine. Yeah, it works. It'll get the job done.
That's right. Well, all you have to do is submit your UI for our expert judgment. Is check out tl.gg/rwf-donate. We'll be looking for primarily Imgur links or direct links rather than like a social media post or anything along those lines.
I don't want to stop any donations.
Okay.
But we already hit 7,500.
Holy moly!
Hey, we're quick.
We're already there. That was you guys are insane. I don't know what it is about this shift, but chat, you guys are.
The art of the
high rollers are out
trade
tonight.
art
generous tonight.
runs through us. Trademan.
Production. Trade offer. You give us. I don't know what the trade offer is. They already said to give it. Never mind. I was trying to do
did it though.
Give us
we
the
hit
song
it.
clip. Let's go.
We hit it.
Let's hear the song. It's time. They earned it.
Are they ready for it? I don't.
Are they ready for it?
Yeah, for the sound clip. I don't know. Are they prepared for
it? Look at me.
Guys, production, are we ready?
We're gonna have to check in on them. Well, we'll see while they're working on it. And if, of course, they have the opportunity, we can always see some more of the Transmogs UIs that have been submitted since we just instantly hit our goal right off the bat right there. Oh, wait. No, we have it.
Okay.
We've got it. Roll clip.
That's it. That's all
That's
we get.
it? What?
We got more last time.
That was a. That was a skamaz. I think
I don't think it quite convinced everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this, the onus is on production that they need to make something so convincing that it wants you, the viewer, to further donate to our amazing cause, the Pasadena Humane Society. And I don't really think that did it.
Yeah, I think we need a little more.
We need a little more.
What if we get a little snippet from the end of the song? A little bit of a see how it fades out. Give us some more here, guys. Come on, come on.
Kalamazoo trying to coax a little extra out of production here.
Yeah, well, you gotta put in work.
They have it.
That's what you gotta be.
You gotta put in the work somehow. I mean,
that's how you're gonna be the trade prince.
Right. Yeah.
You can't settle for less.
That's not where I thought that was going. That's where I knew it was going.
Cal just got so insanely excited.
Dude.
This just hit like all of his buttons.
There it is.
So the intro was
hit
like
all of his buttons.
Intro was like emo pop punk, like early 2005, but that was more like metal breakdown, right?
Yeah.
Well, it leaves me wanting more.
What? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, like we said, the song's done. It's just waiting for us to hit that goal. That's the entirety of it. Well, that's not the entirety of it, but they have a plan in mind and everything like that. Raiders, of course, are coming back from break, as you might have seen them coming in behind us. And when we get back into some of the action, we will be there to see all of those pulls. So don't worry, we got it. And we're also going to keep an eye on your donations for the Pasadena Humane Society and keep an eye on your transmog submissions, pet submissions, the works, as we're continuing with some Styx Bunk Junker progression.
So I have a question.
Sure, I might have an answer.
Well, you have a you'll have a general thought on this. Maybe you will as well. I don't really want to bring the question up, but I have to because it is part of my job here. Do you think we're pulling Styx much longer tonight, or do you think we're going to be doing some M+, or what do you think we're going to be doing with this?
Night is young Kalamazoo.
I think
that
the night is young Kalamazoo.
Well, it's not. It's 10:30 p.m. Or it's 10 p.m.
It's not even 10 yet.
Is it 9:57? Ironic. What time is it?
It's 9:42.
It's 10 p.m., man.
I don't think that they have to pull the boss after it dies.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Do you think they need to pull the boss a lot more to gather any more knowledge, or are they just...
I think they need to execute. Just do it.
But haven't we 3 times and been 20% behind?
So we should cover something.
What about a 4th time?
This is a topic that
That's
I think
fair.
is important for chat to understand as well. So yes, tonight is daylight savings, right? We roll the clock forward an hour. The team is offsetting that by just starting an hour later in concept tomorrow, but it'll be the same start time. So they normally start at 10 a.m. every day. Tomorrow they'll be starting at 11. So essentially they're starting at the same time. And I think they're going to keep that schedule moving forward so they don't have to shift their schedules too much. So they're going to go to the same time that they would have tonight, regardless of whether or not it was daylight savings or not.
So we're not stopping. No, we're not done.
We're not losing an hour or anything. The time just, we just roll with it. Yeah. I hate that we mess with time, by the way. It's the worst.
We roll with it.
Like we do on the boss.
This is why he makes the big bucks, you see?
Can't get anything past you. You're just a brick wall.
That is definitely a possibility. A brick.
Strong.
Now, that
I
being
see
said,
it. I see it.
there is something to be said, right? Normally when we're on an earlier boss like this, you are thinking about like not trying to push yourself too hard and like go too late. But again, you have to remember we're on day 5 of the race right now.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Like at some point you got to start putting in the hours to try to get these bosses down, or at least put the hours in to get some Mythic Plus gear. Do something, right?
Well, this is kind of where I view the race going from like you're jogging in like a cross-country event or something like that to like you're starting to run. You're not sprinting, but you're running now. And this is the area where, okay, we've warmed up, like we've done a whole variety of things today and had a lot of breaks. And even, I'm sure you'll speak to this as well, Zyro, when you break from raiding and blasting pulls onto a boss into, hey, we're going to go do Mythic Plus for a couple hours. That's a nice mental break that you're getting from the stress and like the rigors of high-end world progression. Now they're saying, okay, well, like we've had our warm-ups. We had like 3 or 4 hours of doing M+ this morning. We've gotten a bunch of pulls into the boss. We've gotten our pizza break. We're done digesting all the heavy carbs. Let's go.
Yeah, There's some people that can, you know, kind of make that difference between the Raid and the Mythic Plus, but the reality is that a lot of the time many players are just kind of on regardless of what they're doing in the game, especially in a setting like this, right? Because right now, all of the time matters. So that time you're spending in Mythic Plus, if you wipe in Mythic Plus, that's 5 minutes gone. You could have started another key in that 5 minutes to get that piece of gear that you need. So even if they're not in the Mythic progress portion of the Raid, they're still in that progression mindset. So they're still on, technically.
Yeah. Well, partially. You should have heard THG and Fired Up last night. They definitely had a bit of a comedic Stormstout Brewery at 1 a.m. last night. But
oh, really?
Fired Up is. Fired Up is one of the people that doesn't have that problem. I would say.
That's fair.
What happened there? A little overpull action?
I don't know. I don't really know what happened. All I do know is that I came around the corner. They had 16 minutes in their timer, and they hadn't pulled the first Boston Stormstout Brewery yet.
Oh, no.
And
on what level?
I think it was a 10.
Oh, man.
I think, but hey, they got it done. So
Set focus cross.
it's all a good time. I mean, it's important to know like when you can be a bit like, I guess, goofy or funny or comedic, but also when to like lock in and like finding that balance there, right?
Also, something that's interesting. I want to take a look at the Raid here and see if there's anything different that I'm not seeing, because what we were looking at, or something we were hearing in the Monster Listen, and as Max was asking specifically, how long until that Mythic Plus was over? Did we bring somebody in that's different right now?
We've made a healing swap. We're 3 healing. We're 3 healing.
It is.
We're 3 healing.
Here it is.
What did they bring in?
They brought in
Boomy. Boomy's in. They're on a second Windwalker.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So we are 3 healing this.
Oh, wait, no. Hold on.
Am I crazy? No.
Well, because didn't they have in Trill before?
They had smacked.
It was in before, I believe.
Oh no, they had triple Mistweaver and they didn't have Windwalker.
They had Driny
They dropped Mistweaver for Windwalker.
Yeah.
That's all they did. I thought they had Trill in for some reason. Okay. So yeah, we swapped to 3 heal. I guess Boomy was in a Mythic Plus and they were waiting for him to get out of that. That's why we had the 10-minute break there.
Okay.
That we expertly covered up by wafting about a bit with chat. And yeah, now we're back on the fight and we are 3 healing. So the optimizations are being made and we'll see whether or not we're able to get this boss somewhat closer to a kill now.
Yeah. To clarify, I meant Cinder Brew Meadery chat. Come on, bear with me here. Stormstout. It's a beer house regardless, okay? You know what I'm saying? Now,
hey, you know, communication's all about the sender and receiver getting the same message.
Cinder Brew. Yeah, I'll send something to you. Okay, so
I was backing you up. I was backing you up.
Well, okay, so what does 3 healing signify on this fight, Jack? Now that we're back in here post break with, 3 healers, 2 tanks. Atlas is back to playing Unholy. What does this signify? Does this mean they think they're in kill range for the most part, or what do we?
I think that it's where you're getting into the area where their execution has been clean enough with 4 healers, and that they're not having players errantly setting off these fire piles. Of course, some of them are naturally going to be going off over the course of the fight, but some of these fire circles on players, if you run them over the trash piles, they are going to ignite them, start doing ticking damage to the raid. All kinds of nonsense.
Having a 4th healer wouldn't prevent that way, right?
Exactly.
No, it wouldn't.
Exactly.
Most of the wipes on this fight are execution based around the bombs, either not blowing up the bombs you're supposed to, or accidentally running into the bombs that you're not supposed to. Those will always just one-shot your raid. So it makes sense to try to optimize now that they've kind of got a better grasp on how the fight's going to progress, especially as they approach the enrage timer. And, you know, I think this is likely going to be a 3 heal kill unless Blizzard decides that they need to make this boss a little easier.
I feel like having Rick Reverb and Styx Bunk Junker being 3 heal bosses, and also seeing how much health Sprocketmonger has, that Blizzard likely tune these bosses for a decently higher eye level than what the guild currently has right now, being 654, I think we heard, roughly, give or take. I mean, these bosses have so much health. Like, whether it's a bit of a mistuning overall, health-wise, or just this is what they expect, or they expect you to have maybe 660 pulling these bosses. Jack's over here smiling, like his prediction of no 3 healing is
not aging well.
We're looking at the majority of the first 5 bosses being 3 healed, Jack, actually.
Well, equal amounts, I would say. Equal amounts, but I will say that it's one of those smiles that I have of a little disappointment after seeing 8 healers in a 30-man Gallywix, and then going down to the minimal healers.
Let's do a mental exercise here, okay?
Yes. Sure.
I am coming at you with an offer.
Okay.
To change your pull prediction 1 time. What would it be?
I already am winning.
You literally
Why would I
lost.
change?
No, we all lost.
I won.
We went.
I'm closest. That's how it works.
Doesn't matter.
I've done
went
this.
over.
I've done this event so many times with these guys, and like now they want to change the rules, and now they're like, "Oh, it doesn't count if you're like above or below." No,
Okay, well, would you like to win? Okay.
I won.
Let's look at this. You won this one.
Yeah.
Go for 2.
Okay.
What would your new prediction be?
For an additional win.
5, 4, 3.
I'd say 75. That's what I'm going with.
That's really close to what I would have said.
Jack? 69.
Ooh, fan favorite.
Okay.
People's favorite.
I'm gonna go with. Man, I'm looking at. They swapped to 3 healers. Gonna be a little bit of learning.
Actually, you know what? No,
You locked in.
We'll take backsies.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. We didn't lock it in yet.
61.
61. Okay.
Yes. Less attempts.
So that means they're killing it within basically 15 pulls here, Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would go 65-ish. I'm right in the ballpark with you guys there.
I think
that was
regardless, though.
61, 65, 75.
Yeah. We all thought this boss would be dead by now.
We did.
But, mechanically, the boss basically is dead. We've hit the enrage a handful of times. We've done the fight the way it's intended, just without enough DPS. So we're at a point where we have to find little ways to optimize things, whether it's maybe changing a couple talents, a bit more single target oriented, dropping a 4th healer, going to 3, retanking, going back down to 2 tanks here, and trying to squeeze every little bit of single target out possible. But it's all coming together, right? And that 3 healer, I guess this 3 healer comp is probably what we need to kill this boss.
Certainly, and I think it's been
its current form, right?
In its current form, of course. And I think what we've seen thus far out of the polls is that, like Zyro said, there's a lot of times where you're not dying to lack of healing at these moments. Now, you're going to see the health bars right now filling up a lot slower than they had been previously, as the boss does his like amp up, crashes into the earth. But there's a lot of moments where after the damage subsides, for example, this ticking damage, people might be a little bit lower or something like that. The stomp goes off. Healers might top people a little slower, but you're not having anybody getting into this range where they could potentially be getting killed. And I think that's the most important part of this, is that they are at a position where the healers that have in the raid right now are more than enough to be able to heal through the mechanics that are always needing to be dealt with. And at that point, it's just a matter of, okay, well, how can you make sure that you're executing properly to get to the end of the fight?
Right.
Interrupt.
We shall see. I'm trying to keep an eye on this boss's health pool here as well. We're at the 215 mark, which at 66, which is like literally 4 seconds behind the enrage at 0%, but we did indeed lust on pull. So it's much closer, but, you know, learning pains of having 3 healers is going to probably add a handful of pulls onto this boss count, but you got to do what you got to do, right?
Somewhat. I really would love to be able to see what Siri is playing hero talent-wise. So, at max energy, the boss is casting the electromagnetic sorting, setting up new garbage, new people rolling around in the balls, and that is happening, I want to say, around the 45-second type mark. So I think this would be really beneficial for some Void Weaver setup and allow them to get Atonement out on everybody and be able to always blast tons of healing every 45 seconds for that moment, which would be really beneficial for what the encounter throws at them. Because after every electromagnetic sorting, a healer can be chosen to roll around in the garbage. So just Priest wouldn't be able to do anything after that point. So they might as well send their ramp, their big burst of healing, since they basically blast a ton of healing really quickly on their allies, and then they kind of just chill for a bit. That would be an ideal time. The Mistweavers, on the other hand, have a good amount of flexible cooldowns that they could be sending in between discipline ramps.
Right.
They've got their Invoke Yulan, which lasts about 25 seconds. It's going to allow them to kind of blanket the raid in healing over time effects, providing a ramp of healing themselves, but a lot steadier than you would see out of a Disc Priest. Their maintenance healing is also really, really high, since they kind of just spread around hots onto their allies, ratchet up the healing effects they have, and then they're able to use their direct healing to cleave onto everybody else in the raid with a lot of pretty powerful procs. And they've got a couple other short cooldowns in their Conduit of the Celestials hero talent. They've got their Revival as well for like a decent heal. And they have been running with that Jade Empowerment for a bit of extra damage. so that they can help cleave down big piles of ads all together with their lightning. So they have a few different good tools at their disposal to help out with like the steadier healing, the maintenance healing, while the Disc Priest can just kind of focus on the big unavoidable hits.
Hey, you know, I'm really happy for you.
Thanks.
Just heal me, all right? It all sounds...
They're trying.
Kill my barman.
I know I might be sitting next to both of you, but what I just said was not for you.
I can hear your passion, though. That's exciting.
I'm
It
glad.
makes me happy that you're happy. I wish I had that passion for my class, but unfortunately we live in the trash can for the past 2 expansions, which is actually very suiting for this boss.
I
so,
was about to say that. You can pass the ball back. I'll pick up what you're putting down.
I will gladly pass the trash master mantle to somebody else.
Well, why don't you roll it on my way?
I mean,
Why are we covering both of your screen?
It's super secret.
Here, they're not covering the
covering.
screen. He just has a picture of Atlas flexing.
Yeah, that's what he's looking at.
Come on,
it's
man.
motivation, right? You know.
By the way, want to point out a fan favorite Gilda showed up on the leaderboard. Fat Sharky S is there.
Oh,
hey.
Keep it Sharky.
They smell blood in the water.
Hashtag blood in the water. Yes,
Fins
sir.
up. Is that what they're? Were they?
Fins up. Fins up.
Yeah, I think that was them too.
Okay.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah. Cal, big Fins fan?
Atlas. Fat Shark, yes, sure. Yeah.
Dolphins.
I gave up on football 15 years ago, so I don't care.
How old are you?
34. I am archaic.
I thought you said 50 years ago.
15.
Oh.
I've said this story. I told the story a million times, but because we're having a brief discussion here, listen. When you have been in the AFC East, a fan of a team in the AFC East for a very long time, the Patriots have just pounded you into the ground for 10+ years, and there's finally a little bit of reprieve, and they start to stink. Another team becomes a half dynasty as well. You just give up. You don't care.
It doesn't help that you've got this
pounded.
great
It's over.
quarterback
Who gets hurt?
who just likes lowering his head a little bit.
Yeah, a bird farts on him and he's injured for 2 years. It's very unfortunate, but you know, it is what it is. He's very good, but unfortunately, I tell my father, tell me week 15 of the season if we're going to make the playoffs. Otherwise, I don't care. I'll watch then. if there's a way to screw something up, the Dolphins will find it, trust me. And here we are.
Hey, I know what you mean. I grew up near D.C., okay?
Here we are.
Now the Commanders are good. All it took was a change in ownership. So how about the Cowboys? Think they're ever going to change in ownership?
I may live in Dallas, but I do not claim any of their sports teams as my own. I'm from Houston.
Fair enough.
Which isn't much better.
I was going to say.
It's not great when your city is most well known for a team that cheated, but
yeah,
all good.
Well, it could have been worse. You know, you could have identified with Dallas. I saw you were getting really into basketball earlier before the broadcast, and
no.
I guess
Definitely don't claim that team either.
and to clarify here, yeah, I'm not saying just the Dolphins. The Bills and Jets got pounded into the ground too with the Patriots as well. So the Bills are doing better now. It's good for them.
Yep.
Maybe it'll rotate back around.
I was going to say, isn't that a representation that there's some hope out there?
I thought there was, but yeah, then
Listen, well, at this point, it's going to be either you or the Jets, and I don't think it's going to be the Jets anytime soon.
We'll find a way to screw it up. Don't worry. Anyways, getting back into the sticks here. Pull 50 actually.
He's playing half.
He is.
Swapped.
He was playing half earlier.
I think it's better. It's better for boss damage.
I don't know if it's better for boss damage. If you can get good funnel on the boss with CDs, it actually might be.
Absolutely can.
Is there any way that RaiderIO will show what builds people are running or anything like that? Without, like, is there public information that could show what they're running?
We can check.
I don't know if it would show the actual talent builds, give or take. There's not much variance when it comes to like affliction-based stuff, but if you can get a lot of stack cleave in this fight and have CDs during that funnel window, you can get some good value on like your main priority target, your haunt UA target. But Demonology doesn't have
Series hero talent? I think it's Voidweaver.
Siri is playing. One sec.
Next.
He is playing. Hello. Oracle.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so this is the other idea. So Oracle has been getting some good value coming into it, and these fight timers are very strange going into this. So what Oracle really excels at is actually having some steadier healing period with a much longer ramp sequence than you might be used to out of Voidweaver. And what they do is they're setting up longer atonement duration from the Oracle hero talent, and the baseline talents make your atonements longer, last longer, so you have more time to apply them. And then you get this premonition ability, which gives you cooldown reduction for your next 3 ability casts. So what you do is you start alternating between Smite and Penance, and you're just kind of like stomping the ground like a Croesus. You're just kind of laying down one hammer and laying down another, alternating between Shadow and Light spells to amplify their damage and do a ton of healing. And you also can redirect your overhealing. There's a lot of really cool benefits out of it. I'm sorry to interrupt your your setup onto that one. Yep.
No, Jack.
Liquid was running Voidweaver on the first couple fights for Voka. Don't worry.
Okay.
I've been keeping an eye out for it. They were. I was seeing it. People were running Oracle in 30-man, which made sense since the longer atonement duration was really, really valuable when you have a larger raid size.
Back out
They
the
are a
sign
little bit ahead
cross
on the
2.
boss damage this time around, though.
Yeah, they're basically on track to kill the boss with that exact encounter duration and health percentage there. Now, we also have Lust on pull here, which greatly inflates damage, but you have Execute at the end of the fight, and you know that you can use all 4 scrap balls into the boss at the end, essentially, for a bit more damage on him, about a 400 million damage increase compared to most other bomb sets. So, Jack, also to clarify, I like when you talk about healing stuff, okay?
I know. That's why I talk about it, because you like it so much.
Now you seem like you're angry, and I was...
No.
It's kind of funny to pretend like we don't care, because I kind of have a reaction to it sometimes, but yeah, it's all good.
You can't proc me right now, but maybe later.
Not right now. Maybe like 3 weeks into progress.
Yeah. Well, when I probably repeated it for the upteenth time.
Yeah, so what we're looking for here at that 315 timestamp coming up is 50-ish% in the boss's health, which is about on pace for that DPS check, excluding Execute and things from certain classes that may have that here. We're not playing as heavy of an Execute comp as we had before with only 1 warrior in, but still not
little bit
terrible. Yeah, about 2%
Twist of Fate
behind.
from Shadow Priest, which they're going to have on the ads a lot of the times too. Affliction.
It has
could
some,
stack
but it's
into
like,
it.
yeah. I mean, you could play Death's Embrace in this fight, which would amp your damage further into Execute by 10%, but it's not as impactful as like having a Fury Warrior in, right?
And it's really hard to look at the damage meters from THG and be like, oh wow, Affliction sucks on this fight. He's not doing a bunch of AoE pad. They have classes that can do that. And also you have to remember that every time you do these bombs into the boss, you gain 200 million damage, and that shows up on details. So it's the details meters aren't exactly the best identifier of who's actually doing a bunch of damage on this fight.
I don't know. If their highest damage, they should just bring more of those.
Very true, actually. More
I agree.
donkeys. Let's go, yeah. Sounds good.
Get more Donkey Garys in the raid.
I'm not sold on App in this fight, though. I'm not. I don't know. One thing that App provides that Demonology won't, though, is cleave on the ads as well. The bombshells and things. If you do get that unlucky like double boomkin set, you can just throw dots in them and they'll be okay too. So it might be a bit of like a concession to that on
It could
certain
be a pseudo
rough pulls.
boomkin.
Yeah. Because Demo just can't do any of the bombs.
Let the fire mages, let the melee cleave squad kill everything else. Warlock could just be one of those classes that dots the bombshells and just Malefic raptures them down. Yeah, I kind of like that.
It's a good middle ground. It's definitely more of like a progression-based damage profile on this fight comparatively like bigger AoE, but honestly, you do what you need to do to kill these bosses, so... We shall see.
Okay, we got our Warlock duck in, Jackie.
Yeah. Roll the ball back.
Yeah.
I'm just playing with this because it keeps my hands busy. Yeah.
Well, one thing that changing your talent build, whether you're a priest or a warlock, won't do is stop bombs from blowing up.
That is true.
That's the main thing we got to look at on this fight.
I mean, they're about 2% off of their damage check there, though. Like, they're much, much closer.
Yeah.
With that 3 healer strat, 2 tank strat, but it's going to be super tight in the end here.
Well, this, I feel like, always happens. Whenever they make a major change, like dropping a healer or something, there's just, like, the growing pains for the pulls. And you would think that it's like, oh, like, now we're going to die to, like, lack of healing or something. But it's almost just like a mental reset that happens sometimes.
Right.
Or sometimes it's just mechanical failures that happen. It's strange, but it happens all the time.
I have many, many wares.
Zyro?
I'm trying to figure out something. Tiltify back in the day, it used to have the donations listed in order, so you could like see if something was recent because of that, but they changed the UI, so I can't actually tell if any of these donations are recent or...
I think they're in order, right? Aren't they?
Oh, they are not. They are not. I wish they were. But we did get another $150 in donations in the past 30 minutes.
Oh my goodness!
So chat, you guys,
let's go.
This has been one of the most generous just caster shifts I've seen. You guys have been amazing tonight.
Yeah,
appreciate it a ton. Whether it's subs to the channel or donations to our charity, we appreciate it a ton. Thank you so much.
You guys are the reason we're able to continue doing this every year and to be able to continue supporting all these charities every year as well. So thank you. From the bottom of Calla and I's hearts.
Not Zyros, but from Calla, or from Jack and I.
Yeah,
from Jack and I.
Yeah, we have the same heart. That's
I hope not.
Like,
my heart's scuffed. So.
we're like brothers, only closer.
I've got a broken heart.
Ah, I can fix it.
I hope not.
They said I could heal anything, but could I heal this warlock's broken heart?
I don't know. I was
fanfic with Jack and Kalamazoo.
Yeah. I was sent a picture from one of your guides, somebody in Discord saying, man, Jack really grilled you in one of his videos. And it's just a picture of me standing off in the corner, getting mind controlled on Rick Reverb.
Wait, did I?
Yeah, apparently so.
Wait. Oh, wait, was this the raid guide?
I think so.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah.
I'm just standing in the corner by myself getting mind controlled.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jack.
No problem. No problem.
Really going the extra mile for me there.
Well, you know, I get by with a little help from my friends.
Yeah, makes one of us. So
I'm always there for you, unless it's a little bit too late at night, and then I gotta go to bed.
You are an old man. You go to bed at like 10 p.m.
You literally have gray in your beard.
Yeah, we talked about when I got this.
Okay, you're not fair.
I have been a notorious terrible sleep schedule person for so long, and in the past few months, I've actually started going to bed, like, consistently between like 11 and 12.
Yeah.
I get up in the morning.
Yeah, same time in the morning.
It's a hack.
Yeah.
It's actually so nice.
Hack?
Schedule maxing.
Yeah. The best bedtime is like 8 p.m. and you get up at like 4 in the morning. That's actually the best.
Wrong.
It's the best schedule if you can get on it and like have a job and life built around that. It's so great.
I did that. I did that in high school and college. Nope, it's
well, that's
wrong.
different though, because like it's scuffed.
Wrong.
To be clear, just having a consistent schedule, regardless of what it is the best thing. But going to bed when it's dark and then waking up with natural sunlight it's almost like cheating. Feels too good.
I wouldn't know. I haven't done it like 10 years.
Give it a shot. You'd be surprised.
Meanwhile, everyone with regular jobs is just rolling their eyes at these casters.
Yeah, it's like, what kind of sheltered lives have these guys been living in the past 2 years?
We're all degens here. They know what we're talking about. You know.
That's right. They've lived the life.
I have not felt sunlight in 5 years. I'm going to keep it that way.
Yeah, sheesh, man, I can tell. Come on.
I haven't been to the beach in probably 15. I live in Florida.
Dude, you
How
should
far
go
away
to the
from
beach.
are you?
Like an hour and a half, something like that.
Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. Yeah. If you were like 15 minutes from it, there'd be no excuse.
That's different. Yeah, obviously. You know, going to the beach is all sandy and nasty. You know.
Yeah, I hate sand. It's just coarse and it's rough.
And you get all.
It gets everywhere.
It's everywhere. Yeah.
It's everywhere, man. I'll go to the beach with you. What are you doing?
I want to go to the beach. That's what I'm saying.
You don't want to?
No, I don't want to go to the beach. It's gross.
Why not?
We can go fishing.
I'll go fishing.
So I grew up in Houston. The closest beaches to me were Galveston.
Yeah, I heard about those.
I don't know if you guys have heard about the Galveston beaches, but they are some of the nastiest beaches out there, and the water is like murky.
Yeah.
It's kind of disgusting.
I went to enough summer camps to not have to jump into murky water anymore.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I'll think about it when I get back. Maybe a little vacations in hand. Or in store.
Listen,
after this tier.
Or a little broke vacation.
Yeah, or if I'm sat in this boss, which would be another 3 weeks of progression. Great, I can just
That's true.
Then, you know. Yeah. Fine with me. So probably playing one warlock here. Hopefully it's not me. So
you want to go to vacation on me on the end of the month? How about that?
Where are we going?
Vegas.
You know.
One too.
Yeah,
it's my friend's birthday, but I'll just bring you along.
In the suitcase?
Yeah, sure.
What are you going to do in Vegas?
I don't know, actually.
I went one time. I stayed in the room with 8 chicken tenders.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
I wasn't. I was like 18 years. 17. I think I couldn't even go to the casino though.
Oh, who brings a 17-year-old to Vegas?
I had a big family like vacation. Like when I was in high school, went to the Grand Canyon, Vegas, the Hoover Dam.
I've never been to Vegas.
Really?
You ever been to the Grand Canyon?
Yeah, I went there. Yeah.
Okay.
I actually crashed on a scooter, going down a really steep hill and totally destroyed both my legs, my knees, and my wrist. I couldn't even
is that why you have that spot on your leg where there's like no hair?
Not that, but I mean...
Gosh, that's so clean.
It actually... It's some barbs.
That is so clean.
It actually is. It's good.
That's a heck of a wax job, whoever did that.
Walk the airport with this on, too. Like.
Yeah. Oh, I know. That was one of the primary reasons I didn't want to get my leg waxed. I didn't want to like go to the gym and then it just a spot.
Dude, I had 3 wax spots on my legs at BlizzCon 2 years ago. Maybe you remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Stream Golf waxed my legs.
But you did it 3 times.
4. I think it was 3 or 4. But the 4th time was up here on my thigh, so you couldn't see that. And I pulled the wrong way. So it was just, it was terrible. Yeah. But it's okay, because they brew back eventually just to get waxed off again.
That's right.
Thinking of like cool vacation destinations or just like road trip destinations. Have you guys ever been to Carlsbad Caverns?
I've heard of it.
I've been to Luray Caverns.
It's the largest underground single cavern in the U.S. It is huge. It's like over a mile long. It's huge.
Where is it?
It's either in New Mexico or Arizona. One of those two. Pretty cool. If you ever get a chance, you should go out there. It's really out there though.
Carlsbad or Bat?
Carlsbad Caverns. Bad. B-A-D.
We had a charity incentive last race to wax the legs of the casters, and so since we didn't do it last race, we did it the very beginning of this race, and I got to take a big old hunk of hair out of Kalamazi's leg.
Yep, they came back and said, hey, we need somebody to wax their legs in the first shift. I knew with the moment they said it, it would be me, because it was Aya who, you know, didn't want to do it. She said she already did it. It's like, whatever. Whatever. And Jack's like, I'm not washing my legs. Sure, just,
yeah, I know. I'm just sure. I have like darker hair than you on the legs, so.
I don't know if you do.
I definitely do.
So what do you think, Zyro?
I definitely do.
I don't think so.
Well, I can definitely tell that Jack goes outside more than you.
That too. The spray tan.
Spray tan.
True. Got to get the spray tan going.
I think it's actually pretty similar.
Maybe it's just because your skin's more white. I don't know.
Yeah, I was trying to take that into account.
I got a wax for the Olympia soon anyway, so I'll get my spray tan on, get my wax on, we'll be good to go.
There you go.
You guys are about the same.
Wax maxing.
Man, this is devolved tonight. Holy moly.
Just another beautiful evening. Is this how your night shifts always go?
I haven't had a night shift, actually. It's my first one.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I have a lot of early morning shifts because of my raid schedule and things. This is my first shift this late, actually. Tomorrow, though, I'm on early in the morning again.
Hey, let's do it.
Is it with you, Zeronic, as well? Or?
And me? Yeah.
First shift tomorrow, yep.
Ooh.
Let's do it. Nice early morning.
Us three again.
Yeah, we're going to be back in the morning, chat. I'm doing the morning show with Aya, and then we're back with the boys. First shift. I pray they don't spend the first 3 hours doing Mythic Plus. Oh, man.
We need that big copy pasta in chat again that we had going on. It's like Kalamazi's car in Finland, Kalamazi's leg waxed. Like the
check boxes.
Yeah, like Jack eats whatever.
See, I don't understand why people don't like Mythic Plus, though. It's pluser than Mythic.
Yeah, it's definitely more exciting, for sure.
That.
There's actually a copy pasta for that. I forget
I don't know what it is. I have no idea. I did After Dark last night. It's true. I did GeoGuessr. People were cheating, though, for sure.
Did you WoW GeoGuessr or
cheating?
Or like
Reverie was not cheating. Other people were cheating, though. 100%.
Nobody was cheating.
Yeah, I know they are. I'm just deflecting. Sorry. Like, dude, there was a couple of them, though. It was like, here's a blade of grass. You have 10 seconds to figure it out. You can't pan the camera, can't zoom in and out, can't know anything else. People got to like the exact like follicle of hair on the blade of grass that was shown. I don't know. It's literally AI cheating. 100%. No shot. I'm coming in here with my vast knowledge, and I can't even get the zone right. They have the actual like blade of grass in Wailing Caverns pinpoint. No shot.
They're using clumps of leaves and spots in the texture of the ground to figure out exactly where they are on the map. That's who you were going up against last night.
The thing is, you think it's normal having so much knowledge about Warlock or raiding. They think it's normal having so much knowledge about the Blades of Grass.
You know, honestly, that's true. Like, I was sitting here like, how is it even possible? I realized, sure, I guess that's a thing, sure, yeah.
You know who's actually a goat at figuring out what zone he's in? And just WoW GeoGuessr in general? Frill.
That tracks.
Frill is insane at it.
PvPers actually go out into the world. And plusers are instance kids.
So before there was that WoW GeoGuessr site that we played on last night, there was another WoW GeoGuessr site that had like static images that it chose from, and there were like 360 of them on the website. Troll got all of them right without missing.
Really?
Yeah.
It's the zone or the actual location?
It was.
You can do zones easily.
It was location. It was location based. Yeah.
Yeah. You give me a picture, I can give you a zone. Pretty sure almost all of them. Like, look, yeah, certain locations I cannot do.
I can't do old world stuff. I don't know any of that. I know some of it, obviously.
Yeah, Kata onwards. I know those, you know, quote unquote new old world zones in Kata. That's about it. And onwards.
Yeah.
When did you begin playing Zyra?
Kata.
Let's go.
First tier Kata. Magma was my first boss. Got an Incineratus from it on my first kill.
Ooh, there we go.
Little spell dagger.
Very
Slapped a power torrent on that bad boy.
Oh, I remember that chant.
Little purple and orange fire. One of the best enchants in the game. I always say that, but I have never tried to farm for the illusion from it from Nefarian.
Oh, is it good looking or it's like a...
It looks really good.
Really? Okay.
Interrupt.
Maybe you should.
Nah.
He just needs something else to talk about next time.
I could just queue up another game of TFT instead.
That's fair.
There you go.
That's fair. Well, we're at pole 51, Jack. You still holding true to your 64, whatever it was, or
61? I think is going to be what I'm really looking
you're
forward to.
under again, unfortunately.
I think you are underestimating my abilities to prognosticate. Okay. Just like you're underestimating my vocabulary onto that one, all right? It's very important. Hello, everyone. I'm Jack, joined by Kalamazzi and Zyro, stunning that one speechless. And while he's on cooldown, I want to let you know about our amazing giveaway we have for Coinbase, as they are our presenting sponsor, and they have an amazing grand prize where you can get flown out to the next Race to World First. Check out the QR code in the top right, or check out tl.gg/Coinbase using the promo code TeamLiquid20 and sign up at tl.gg/RWFBTS. That's behind the scenes, and you can get flown out, whether you're NA or EU, to the next Race to World First for a VIP behind the scenes experience like nothing you've ever seen before. Get to see all the Raiders, get to have some amazing meals with Chef Heidi and the gang, and be able to do all of this with our free giveaways, and be able to sign up for our free jersey giveaways for each boss killed by Team Liquid.
There we go. That's quite the prize. There's dogs here. Pizza parties.
There's dogs, pizza parties.
Taco Bell orders.
We always talk about the dogs here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The dogs.
You always hear, production play the, "Can I pet that dog?"
That's true. I haven't heard it too often this time around.
Dog. Well, we haven't had that many pet donations yet, so
that is
brought
very
the new
true.
dog this race. Well, we have Tettles, our old dog. We also have a new dog named Bo, which appeared yesterday. What happened, Tettles? What?
Be nice to him. He's going to be on next, okay? And it's going to be time for us to swap into another round of casters. But before we do so, big love to all of our sponsors for making this event possible. Our presenting sponsor, of course, in Coinbase, as well as Honda, Secret Labs, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. And our charity sponsor in the Pasadena Humane Society. We're going to be taking it on over into a Monster Energy listen in and swapping to a brand new round of casters.
Yeah.
Nick, I know. It's okay, bro. Maybe you don't have to touch him, bro. Maybe you don't have to touch him. I've thought about that.
Maybe I don't.
Nick press a Starfall. Like, woohoo. What if you press Star Surge on the bus on the first server?
5,
Could do that.
3, 2.
He's a team player.
Hashtag combo.
Yeah, could we actually just hard assign 2 people to always do bombs no matter what?
Always have time
Yeah, we
to
could.
one, I guess, because
Just be tank plus one person every time.
what's fun doing the ball.
I'm actually, I'm low key okay with
I
that.
think it's a good idea.
I'm
I do
typically
too.
always just in the worst place in the room. So
And in worst case scenario, if
doesn't
like
really
someone
bother me.
soaks your bomb for you, it just like goes away on your screen, if that makes sense. Okay, we're spreading in 5.
I'll
We
get the
also
ball in the
removed a
back,
melee,
yeah.
which should make spreading easier. Spreading in 3, 2, 1.
Come on.
Fuck, another kick, Taunton.
Fucking got you, Peter.
Kick.
Show, man.
Back up assign cross 2.
Good goal.
Interrupt.
Spreading in 5.
If you want something done right,
We have less grips now. We still have like 2 single grips every time, which should help.
time to take out the trash.
Okay, fire circles in 5. Range you can pre-move right. Most of you have. Okay, turning into trash in 3 seconds. Let's fucking go. Look at your markers. Know where you're supposed to be.
Bomb right under boss.
I can get the one under the boss.
I'm moving the boss.
Good luck.
Yeah, remember to
There's a
post
bomb
on game
right in front
conduits
of the
here.
boss. Very danger.
It's the
Oh, so you got both?
scoop.
Okay.
Bot scoop.
Oh, that makes a change.
There's no grip on bomb shell probably.
I'm shooting.
There's
2 Scrap Masters in the back, I need help.
Help kicks. Help kicks.
There's a bombshell as well.
Interrupt.
Kill bombshell or kill it. Throwing up in 4, 3, 2, 1. You killed it. Nice. Take the Scrap Master in. It needs to get ignite.
Please no.
Oh, there's 2 of them. Fuck. Spread here. Spread. Get back up kicks, guys. We're really cutting the 3 healing hard there. Doing that. Get in position. Good. Look at your spots. Look at your markers now.
Use heavy.
Lip, Shack, Goop, and Scott.
You're Yulon here. That's where you moved to.
Okay, spread in 3,
Okay.
2, 1. Now.
Get this
Just watch bombshells, guys. Watch bombshells.
I've got the bomb.
Good.
I have no more grips.
Set focus cross.
Okay, there's a far bombshell. I think they should get it.
Dude,
Oh,
that bombshell
no.
has took years to come in.
Bleaching.
Dude, I'm not even gonna lie. Actually, I'm just like watching the bombshells. Like, as long as we have more bombshells to eventually get them in for damage, I actually think the grips don't matter. In fact, I feel like them knowing they're not gonna be gripped without the DK is like kind of easy to move around them. As long as they're broken out before you have to get that recycle cast, like the ones that spawn on the recycle guy. I think like them walking in late is chill. You can just go around it.
Yeah, I could have gone. Well, I had like 3 seconds left on my ball.
I think we should do the Bard thing. Like,
Yeah, I think we said like 3 different things. So if you tell me exactly what I need to make, then I'll make it.
Well, I think it makes sense what you just said. Like the 2 people that are the far back arrows, they just always soak a bomb. They don't think, right?
They're the ones that are always picking up the hyenas, though.
That doesn't really matter.
It's just like if you're far, that your job is to seek and destroy a bomb, no matter where it is, basically.
I mean, I will say I feel like it's easier for those guys to get the balls because I, like, with what I'm doing, which is like the hardest job because.
Yeah.
Like
I think that's what we should do.
Small ones,
I think we should assign the middle 2 people to soak bombs.
Always do bomb.
Just put a soak bomb thing on their screen, just so it's obvious, and then that just goes away when both bombs are gone in case someone else happens to get one.
Okay. I mean, you won't have it for this build, but for this build, just know that.
Is it a good idea to blacklist Sarif from that, since he's the only person that has a kick?
He just a call for a kick. I
So
think.
do you not want middle people taking hyenas anymore then?
I think that's just where the hyenas are.
I mean, it's actually fine if they come in late.
I think the
Just
hyenas
if you don't pick
coming
them
in
at all
late
is
is
the
fine.
problem. That's
I feel like if the hyenas come late, it's like so bad. But like, well, I feel like it's way. I feel like it's way better if this gets. Well, you're just getting infinite aggro. Like all the boomkins are dead. The hyenas coming in. Like if you can slam them into
But
the
it's
boss,
only the
way
ones
better.
that we don't pick up are killing
Yeah, I
us.
think the ones that are going to aggro are not the ones that come out later on a back ball. They're the ones that come out during that first
to
spread.
pick them up at that point.
Yeah. Yes. Correct. I think the hyenas coming in late is like perfectly fine.
Yeah, it is.
It's the ones you're looking at where the moonkins get aggro is actually the opposite problem where they never get picked up at all. That's when the moonkins get fucked.
Yeah, it's because you're gripping.
That's when we're spamming all our star files, so we have so much threat.
Yep. If you are assigned middle left, middle right, you are always blowing up a bomb. Everyone else, you can get large and slam your shit into the boss. However, I would advise the person on the right to like soak mediums too. I think that's really helpful.
Doing the timer.
We're probably pulling soon then.
Fucking bad.
3,
Probably.
2, 1.
You garbage.
Oh, let's see.
Look at your spot. I don't think you got a scrap fired up. The back middle, you soak mobs. Okay, bomb soaked.
Wow.
Focus cross.
Holy shit.
That's pretty good.
Back up assigned
Hyena's
cross
coming
one.
in. Interrupt.
Ooh, the boss is getting owned.
Don't look at it. Focus on mix.
Check the star surges.
I see him. I can actually see him, bro.
Let's go, Nick. He does lots of damage, guys.
I love getting double trashed.
One milk crop.
Or double fired. That's my name.
Hashtag.
We should die. I don't know how, but stack of fire circles maybe.
Hashtag distracted.
Burn every trash in the room, boys. Burn literally every single trash pile right now. Spread that shit out. Let's burn everything. Let's commit a felony.
There
I think this is a
anything
felony.
underneath me.
I'm just dying as soon as possible, man.
There actually just wasn't anything underneath me.
There's some like spots in the room that are elevation. That's weird.
Hey,
I got triangle right there.
I don't know if it's like
Let me
someone
focus.
taking a gate and like it spawns when they're in the air or something, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
not an invisible circle. What the fuck?
Try to one-shot the boss.
Let's get that reported.
Yeah. Right before bed. It's a good idea.
Yep. Yeah.
Dude, let's I actually think
close to
we're
bedtime.
so now I think it's very important. Like we have more bombshell damage like later in the fight. If we have like extra bombshells coming in late, bro, just let them walk right in. Those people can just move right around them. It's all good. Just grip early ones. Grip them away from those scrap masters. We have hella dot damage. It's great.
Hello.
Hello. Call me Grifter.
We're pulling in 5.
Are there any assigned like barriers and stuff? Do we have barriers assigned for any of the junk piles? We
Yeah,
can do
when
that.
someone getting a hearty feast.
Yeah, mass barrier.
Nope. Real barrier.
Yeah, it's assigned for 430.
Shit.
Yeah.
434.
If grips don't matter, can I go war? Like, what damage?
Actually, that might not be a bad idea. But I do think the grips are good because like having grips.
Aggro would be better with warrior at least. Like I'd actually have aggro the stuff because I feel like right now I'm gripping and they just walk away from me after the torments.
Yeah, go no grip angle actually, as long
Could
as
be
they get
good.
broken out.
I could just.
If you know they're never getting gripped, you can kind of just see them walking into the boss. You know. You can go gripless.
Gives paladin.
And then swap lip out for
Mark, can you
a.
reset
No, lip's
that?
actually doing good
I
damage.
think my DK is doing. I don't know. I feel
Yeah,
pretty
I
good
think his
about my.
DK is a lot, but my DK is just...
That's fine.
Yeah, we can do that. Let's have Scott do that.
You really feel like the grips. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like having aggro stuff would be good.
Like half the
I
time
can't
I'm
get aggro
done
of anything.
the bombs and they just run to me.
Yeah, exactly. Like I feel like if I play Feign even,
That's like flex, by the way. I don't know if any of you guys
maybe
picked that up.
Feign is good here.
No, that's just how the class works, bro. Hashtag flex. Hashtag flex. I don't see
have
any
so
priests
much
with
hype,
aggro.
So much fucking thread. No one else has
Hobo?
thread but me.
Yeah, go fade, bro.
W me, W me.
Literally go fade. Literally got fade, bro.
Maybe demolish
Hashtag
still
fade.
better.
Do we go disco out trill? I don't want someone new learning fucking balls, bro.
Fuck
We
it,
could,
bro. Ball
we
up.
could go double windwalker. I don't know how furious.
That's a boss time increase, if needed. Wait, this guy just joins full
Hashtag
base.
ball up.
I'm fucking I'm full base.
This guy is full base.
Oh, that is full base.
Wow.
Look at him. He's like 650. Or 660.
6 feet. Yeah.
Dude, Wolf.
Damn. That was
Piss
Scott.
off, man. Piss off.
Me?
Yeah. Got war.
Just actually piss the fuck off, by the way.
Yeah. That's an extra rally too. This is big.
Starfall, Starfall, Starfall.
You just play the.
So
Guys,
where is the rally?
Well, right now I was just gonna call it
Do this
whenever
shit.
we need it
Yeah, that's
Alright.
good.
from now on.
Do that shit.
Because
Be proactive.
you only really get one good rally in the fight.
Did you guys know that Nick bound Starfall to his keybind? It's crazy.
That's just not true.
It's fucking true.
Hey, I'm Nick.
What's your smite?
I'm going on a
Shift
fishing
R, right?
trip. Yeah.
And then move. Starfall was R. So that's keybind.
Yep. It's a good keybind.
I was also standing by Nick when he was playing. He fucking slams when Starfalling. Holy shit.
I'm
Guys,
good
Dirt
whenever.
Lord is cooking up a surprise.
Why are you
talking?
Bro, I'm just saying, man. It's fucking high.
Oh, here's keyboard from here.
Bro, come
Why
on,
is he
man.
piping up, by the way?
You already have a food buffer.
I'm just saying it's exciting.
All right, let's go, boys.
One of the Remus is the guy.
This soak bomb thing.
Fucking baldy.
Yep.
Okay, you will be told to soak a bomb now if you're soaking a bomb.
Hopefully.
That is good. I'll still calm if like one's close to me and I can get it.
Yeah, if it's like a Gucci bomb for you, you can do it, and then they will just. What'll happen is once all the bombs are soaked, that should go away, so the people know that they've been done.
All right.
Wait, hold on. So there's like assigned bomb socks now?
Yes.
The two middle people.
Yeah. Two middle. Okay.
You.
And is it like most of the time it's gonna be range in middle, right? And tanks on the side.
Yeah. Tank is on the side, melee is on the side, but if there's no melee, a range can get the side as well. The fact that they are making you 3-heal this and then also healers can get the ball is completely insane, by the way. That is a fucking crazy decision.
They're not making us do anything, bro.
Yeah, they're not making you do anything, bro.
The one
you could be doing keys right now.
Yeah.
Lock it in. Come on.
We could be pushing rank 1.
Do you think you can get rank 1 keys right now?
Yeah.
He'd literally get it on balance.
Leather group would do it
Keys
easy.
are hard right now. Keys are hard right now.
Leather group would do it easy.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Yeah, we're pulling.
1.
Bombs?
Don't speak.
5, 4, 3,
Circle soon.
2,
Altini.
1.
Garbage.
What the hell is Scout Wah?
Oh, wow.
5.
Okay, circles in 3, 2, 1. Now.
Set focus cross.
Good. Just hit boss here. This stuff just on natty dies. Get kicks, obviously.
Set focus
No,
cross.
no. That's fucking
Like a bunch
insane.
That's crazy. You can't AV beam that.
Like on the first fucking set, we have someone die to not kicking?
2, 1.
Come on.
One refocus.
If you want something done
Purple.
Move.
Invisible circles, maybe? Okay.
Take out the trash!
Circles now. Garbage in 3, 2, 1 now.
Oh, let's see.
2 daughters and a healer.
Left one.
Scott, when this circle happens, you're gonna rally.
Watch conduits.
Right now, spread out, guys. Spread out, rally.
I can get the
No
other
externals.
bomb if you get that one.
Watch the bombshell.
Close one.
Okay, one bombshell's high here. It should die to dots, though. It'll just get in. It'll get in. If it gets in, it's fucking dead. Kill the bomb, actually.
I'm killing it, bro. I'm killing it.
Get kicks.
Get kicks here.
Literally soloed that.
Full
So that full channel, Nick's fucking built huge. Holy shit. Okay, fire circles. 3, 2, 1, now. And then new trash after this. We burned extra. We have 2 extra trash piles right now, by the way, with 3 healers. W.
Yeah, bolt discus rally ready if needed.
Oh, that's
the
on you.
next conduits.
Okay.
Left here.
There's a bomb on the boss. On the boss.
Okay.
It's behind him.
Okay, spread out now. Use your rally wolf disco.
I've got the one on the balls.
What's Nick?
No.
Fine. I see what you mean, Scott. Yeah.
Nope.
Go again.
Set focus cross.
Dude, this shit does so much damage.
The bombs are like all around the boss on that set.
We get
Should
a
I just
ring?
like run the boss to the wall there, maybe?
Yeah, since I can't recall.
Maybe. Let me see it.
I like drag the boss out like away from the one, but I could have maybe gone to the wall, but I've just never done that before. But maybe
We have just bombs coming in from every direction. Little friendly little rollover there. This is a really good grip. This is great. Oh, that's the thing that.
That's a bomb.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Maybe this guy goes around though. Maybe like going in between bombs and the boss is always bad.
Yeah.
You always have to go around the back for this one.
Always have to go around the back there. So who's that? They can learn that.
That's me, I think.
Okay. And then he would have made it to the bomb, I think. Well, someone else was going for it.
I got the bomb. I mean, I did.
I wasn't going for the bomb. Well, I was just trying to go behind the boss. I thought what happened was I got hit by the one on the boss. I didn't realize it was the grip one.
Oh,
Alright, stand up. I have a nice surprise.
Okay.
Quick little thing. If you're ever deciding to roll your ball in between a bomb and the boss, you are making the wrong decision. Go around. Unless it's like dire.
Welcome back here at Team Liquid Race to World First. After a quick little Monster Energy listen-in, we are back with a new set of casters. My name is Makes, and next to me are Cams and Dratnos. Both of you guys have kept busy the past couple of minutes. We'll talk a little bit about what the Raiders have been changing. But first, we do want to thank all of our sponsors. Huge shout out to Coinbase, our presenting partner for the Race to World First, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, the DungeonDojo, and we are continuing to raise money for our charity partner, the Pasadena Humane Society. The previous shift did some shenanigans. We raised a ton more money, and there were crazy subtrains, so thank you so much for all of that love. And now we're hoping that the Raiders will also experience some of that love in form of a boss kill. How are we feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling intrigued about this raid, I guess. Much harder than anyone was expecting. I think that's probably the talk of the night. Is this boss is a little bit shocking in the difficulty increase. From what you would expect like a mid-tier boss to be, but I'm down for it because it lets them try different things out. We've seen different comps come in, 3 tank, 4 healer, now they're down to 2 tank, 3 healer, and they're trying to like min-max all these different ball roll stuff, and you just wouldn't see any of that if this boss died in like 10 attempts.
Yeah, usually you think of these early bosses as being like, oh, maybe this damage profile is good for this fight, but it's not necessary to kill it, right? You think about rationing, and it's like, oh, we could optimize and have people that nuke down those little ads really quick. We could optimize and have like 2 Warlock gateways and time spirals all mapped out. And like, yes, those would make that fight easier, but if you just have 20 sufficiently geared characters being played reasonably well, that's enough for those early bosses in most tiers. This tier instead, I mean, this is the sort of thing you see on later bosses, right? This is the kind of thing that shocked us when we saw it on Nexus Princess Kaiveza, where it's like, okay, we actually need 20 optimized specs, right? We need to stack these balanced druids because they are really good at this fight in particular. We need to drop down from the 3 tanks that we think would be really nice for control of these ads, from the 4 healers that will help handle all this damage. We need to actually cut down and go even more DPS so that we can beat the enrage check on this fight. And we need to not just play generally well with some good, you know, reactive decision making, but we really need to hyper optimize our thought process of like, okay, let's come up with traffic rules, let's do all of this thinking, let's re-watch people's ball movement and talk about what they should have done instead. Let's invent new rules about one we just saw in that last bowl was if there's a bomb, you can't go between the ball and the between the bomb and the boss, right? If there's a one of those bomb crabs and the boss, because it might get gripped while you are between those two, and that would cause that's what caused the last wipe. That actually caused wipes earlier as well. So it's a good rule, it's a good optimization, but it's incredibly impressive that this boss requires that. And you know, obviously Liquid could send some more upgrades, like they're not fully sent yet, but that would be a pretty huge commitment to do that for boss 4 out of 8. This early in the week. That would be the kind of thing where it might seriously hamper their abilities to kill one of the later bosses. Whichever boss we're working on Sunday or Monday, they're probably going to want to delay that decision until then.
Yeah, I mean, I am just curious on how we're feeling, if this tuning is what we wanted?
Well,
is that a phrasing we can work with?
Who is we?
I mean,
that's a good question.
I get paid by the day, so yes, I'm very glad to see this. But something you normally see is, you can target the bosses before you pull them.
Yeah.
And often what happens is Liquid will target all the bosses, see what their healths are, then they'll pull one of the early bosses and kill it. And then suddenly the later bosses will have like 30% more health because Blizzard realizes the tuning they've made is like, oh, it's a little too low, right, on these. Players are doing more damage than we thought they could. My suspicion is this time around the reverse might happen where it's like, oh, hang on, these bosses are maybe aimed a little bit higher than actually players are at.
So the interesting thing to me is this boss requires a lot of coordination besides the fact that we hit that end rage, right? Just finding that end rage took 27 pulls. And then that was a pull where a lot wasn't optimized yet, but having a 21% end rage wipe in your 27th pull on the third boss or fourth boss here is a little bit crazy, is it not?
Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, if they had gotten there quickly with like the overhealing and overtanking, it makes more sense, but that it took so many pulls to get there, and now they're kind of having to relearn, getting new people in. It's just I don't even know what to say. This is so much harder than I thought this boss would be. I mean, I put it down as a one shot.
Yeah.
I think at most Jack had 37.
How are you feeling about that right now?
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm feeling good. I like Drano says, paid by the day, and also I just like watching them come up with new things. The only thing I don't like about super hard bosses is if they be like edge near impossible. Like Kai'Veza was almost there.
You also run the risk of, if there's a boss that needs to get nerfed and time is spent on a pre-nerf version, that can lead to some pretty unsatisfying things for the race. But I don't think anybody's calling for that just okay. I will make the prediction that this boss will take some nerfs in the future at some point, maybe next reset, but I don't think it necessarily needs them this week. But yeah, after watching this, the prospect of an average, cutting edge guild having this be the fourth boss they run into in, say, a couple weeks' time, I think is maybe a little bit much. Not a lot of guilds that can hot swap into 3 Moonkin, 3 Mistweaver right on the fly, and yeah.
I was doing a key a little bit earlier with a group of German raiders, and they were like, "Oh, how's it going?" Yeah.
They've swapped. Was this new as well? Oh yeah, okay. They cut out just down to the 1 DK, and they've got that prot warrior. And I guess this was in the last poll as well. So when did they make that change?
That's another recent change.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, as I was saying, I was doing a key, and they were like, "Oh, how is it over here at the race? A lot of boomkins." And I'm like, "Yeah, I heard talks of even like trying to fit a 4th one in."
Really?
And they were all just like XDDing, saying, "Oh my God, like this is ridiculous. We don't know what to do. Nobody prepped 4 Windwalker or Mistweaver and 4 Boomkin to go into fights on the 4th boss." So I feel like this is a little bit uncharted territory with a lot of the very high guilds. And Dratnos, your guild is part of that group. You'll probably only get two bosses this ID.
Well, I think 3 is definitely, like, Rick Reverb, I think, is...
But like, only the 2 boss vault, I think.
Yes, only a 2... Well, what we're maybe going to go for is 2 times 2 vaults. Because the first 2 bosses look easy enough that we think we can do them with... we can split Mythic this week instead of doing too much... instead of killing Styx Punctuncture, because, yeah, I don't know about that one.
Right. So Method, they haven't entered Mythic, yeah?
Method have entered Mythic.
They've done Mythic already? Okay. I was wondering if one of these guilds hadn't come into Mythic yet, if they were seeing this and they think the same thing.
I don't think if you're a Race to World first guild, you want to split Mythic, because even if this is pretty tough, you probably get 4 or 5 bosses this reset. But if you're a guild that would only get, maybe 3 bosses killed this reset, 4, yeah, could be a consideration.
So our EU friends are waking up right now. It is close to 8 a.m. over there. Do you guys maybe want to give them a little bit of a recap on why this boss has been such a, I don't want to call it a wall, but like a fence?
Yeah, so there are a lot of important things that you need to do on this fight, or else you're going to wipe. And if any one of them goes wrong, somebody either dies or you wipe. And once 2 people die, right, you're down to B-res, things start falling apart very quickly. And the way that you handle those different things are kind of in conflict with each other. You need the ball rollers to immediately become medium-sized and then hit the Scrapmaster get it under control within like 10 seconds of turning into that garbage. So that's something you need to do quickly, but you also need to be really careful because you can't roll into a territorial bombshell or you wipe the raid. Meanwhile, your DPS players need to break out those bombshells, and then you need to grip them under the boss, get them all under control. But now you're down to just the 2 tanks. You don't have 3 blood decays like we did earlier because there's an enrage check that we found at 20% HP on this boss. So we can't have all the control that we'd want for those mechanics. We have to actually be min-maxing our damage at the same time. And we need to be nuking the ads, but we also need to make sure that we're not missing too much boss damage. So it's one of these things where you're juggling all these priorities. There are a lot of early boss fights you can just be like, hey, nothing matters except for XYZ, right? Like, it's like, hey, as long as you live and you kill the ads, we'll kill the boss eventually, right? That's not true here, right? You need to do all of it, which is more reminiscent of like an end boss. That's a Mythic end boss thing that's usually true, but this time around, it's true for the 4th boss of the raid. So that's part of why it's been so tough here for Liquid, and they've continued to adapt their strategy. We've seen like 10 total roster swaps now at this point, which is
a
crazy.
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at first it was like, I thought it was just as long as they get down the sniper guys, I forget their name,
Yeah,
the Scrap Masters.
Scrap Masters.
They get them down and they get the bombs down and just live to the end, boss dead. That's what I assumed this would be. But yeah, like you're saying, they have to do it perfectly. We can watch THD. I mean, watch how fast he goes here. He gets medium, gets his little Scrap Master.
Yeah, unfortunately there's that coil that's kind of in the way this time. That's another Mythic mechanic. Those coils come up and just zap somebody for increasing damage, which further taxes your defensives, your externals, and your healer globals. But yeah, THD has now succeeded, and the way that they have it set up, of course, is you have those bombshells that have been now detached from their garbage piles, and what they do is they keep those on the boss towards the middle of the room, they keep the raid towards the middle of the room, and then they tell the garbage rollers to approach the boss from the edges,
behind,
right?
yeah.
Like if you know, this is something that as an American guild, Liquid has a bit of a disadvantage with, but Europeans might be familiar with like a ring road around their cities. That's kind of what they've got going on
You
here.
usually don't go in opposite directions on a ring road, so that I wouldn't recommend ever trying that if you are.
That's probably why we're having so much trouble with it. Yeah,
yeah, that might be
I see. That's the adaptation they need to make.
Yeah, please only go in one direction. That could cause trouble, but that is one of the things I was kind of mentioning earlier, that if you have somebody go in there at the same time, the other person will need to kind of like wait just a little bit so the one person can go first, because otherwise you just bounce each other off.
Right.
So there are, like you mentioned, a couple of traffic rules apparent on this boss, and I feel like they've been getting much better at kind of coordinating, taking out several of the Scrap Masters. If they know they're on a path where they can just like go round and just get several, then they're absolutely going to try to do that. And then of course they also have to take out these bombs, but also they cannot lose any of these orbs, right? Because they do a whole lot of damage to the boss.
Right.
It's very, very important that none of these garbage balls end up in the Nirvana. They need to go into the boss if there's nothing else they can be sent into.
Yeah, I was watching him like just before we cut away, like THD was like pre-positioning. You were watching all the range like use their globals and just kind of slowly get into their spots for like the next garbage wave. That's one of those things that usually takes, you know, all these attempts where you have to min-max the damage to like just have everybody kind of do the dance of the fight and prepare for everything coming in. And yeah, that was some of my favorite stuff raiding, is like when you get like in sync with the fight and you're able to just move through it without losing any DPS. But you don't really learn that stuff just pulling a boss a couple of times. It takes a ton of attempts for you to go like, okay, I need to pre-position, otherwise every time when this mechanic comes out, I'm in the wrong spot across the room. I have to run all the way over. But now they're just making sure they're already there.
All right, this pull is looking reasonably good as well. We are 5 minutes and 11 seconds in at 30% on the boss. Yips threading the needle there. And now spinning back around. The bombshell is right next to his target, and he misses. Unfortunately, the Scrap Master he was going for, that was unfair. Referee, that hitbox is just unbelievable.
Red card.
Yeah, and that's going to end up leading to a wipe here as players start to go down.
Yeah, and then he tried to turn around and he clipped the boss, too.
Yeah, as soon as I sat forward, the caster curse was initiated, and the wipe's going to come out here at 24%. Still, though, they're making good time here. The damage is looking a lot better. And like you said, Makes, they need to, it's a strange DPS check, because you also, it's not just a DPS check, it's also an execution check in that you need to get all of the garbage piles to fully big size and then crash 2 of them into the boss and blow up 2 bombs with the other ones, or else you're gonna, you can't just have somebody's expire, because then you're losing like 1.5% of the boss's HP or something in damage.
Yeah, it's absolutely tragic if that happens, so definitely something they want to avoid. I believe that was a lot of the conversation after that very first end rage where they were saying, okay, we can totally find some more damage, and then that still seems to be very hard. It's a lot of execution problems that are on the line there, and I just looked up when they made that change to the Prot Warrior, because you pointed it out, Dratnos, there. We're now on pull number 4 upcoming, where they are utilizing it. So basically, as soon as we sat down, that change
swap.
was made.
I see. So that, I mean, that's going to help their damage, their single target boss DPS quite a lot. Now, Prot Warrior has less, obviously, control than Blood DK, right? You're not going to be able to grip all the mobs, but Blood DK does have A-Bomb Limb and Mass Grip that it can alternate between potentially once Yips is back from doing his ball rolling. And it's not like Prot Warrior is useless for gripping or for grouping mobs, because you do have AoE Taunt that can be really, and it comes with a silence if you want as well, and you can get the mobs stacked up reasonably well with that. So there still should be an option. Also, one of the things that you'll sometimes have trouble with as a tank on a fight like this is just getting threat on all the mobs, and with that AoE Taunt, with, you know, one big Thunderclap, something like that, one big Demolish, as they're playing right now, that will do huge damage and get you control of all the ads very quickly. So, yeah, I'm not surprised to see them make this swap. Again, if you're dropping down to 2 tanks, 3 healers, you want all that damage you can find. The Prot Warrior in and of itself, just compared to a DK, is going to do more damage, and then that character's got like 10 eye levels on his DK as well.
Oh, yeah, that thing is looted.
That is one of the most geared characters in the world is Scott's Prot Warrior right now, as we can see Goop. This is what happens when you put
often.
2 Moonkins in a raid.
Let them celebrate. Let them dance. They're allowed. They're not good. They're not grouped up.
We got to get to a non-Moonkin fight. we got to get to the next boss here and get these chickens out of the raid.
So something that kind of in this whole tank conversation is very interesting to me is that the reason for bringing in not only the 2 but actually effectively also the 3 Blood DKs was the choice to opt for that Mass Grip, to make your life a little bit easier, to get those ads grouped up, especially in the almost bullet hell type of ad phases where everything is suddenly clustered up. You don't even see nameplates anymore, you just see the stack, right? So I wonder if they're now opting to have like other classes help with maybe knocking some of these ads in, because I am not sure you can just let them stand out there, since so much ad damage is needed in order to like get through the fight.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you have Moonkins, they have Typhoon.
That is true.
You have a couple of bombshells each cast, right, that are kind of far away, and having single grips from Yips when he's in, on even if on the set where he doesn't have Mass Grip, having a couple of Typhoons. You know, there are a couple of other creative knocks that you can sometimes talent into as well. Impact, for instance, could have Thunderstorm, although I doubt he's I doubt they'll ever have him run out and get on the other side of a mob, because his damage is so important for their strategy here.
You can see them all giggle across our screens.
Yeah.
Somebody definitely said something funny there. But I was a little bit sad as we went down from 4 to 3 healers. It was the inevitable happened. Unfortunately, Dryny had to get benched again. So he was very excited to come in earlier. He perked up at the thought of being in the raid, despite usually maining Holly Paladin.
I think if you told him, you know, yesterday that he was going to get to play 40 pulls in this Race to World First, he would have been like, oh, great. I didn't think I'd get to play that many.
Aw, poor Dryny.
Oh, I just noticed too, it makes sense. They've also moved less to the pole.
Yeah.
They were doing it somewhere in the middle on one of the harder sets.
Yeah, are they using it straight on pull, or are they using it on the first ad spawn?
Ooh, I'll have to look.
Because there's some merits to both. Yeah, let's look out for that.
Oh no.
Oh, Yips is
Listen, he practiced enough with that drive to practice drifting.
One thing they also have assigned here is they have kicks assigned for all these Scrapmasters, but they also have an additional rule on that, which is if you roll over a Scrapmaster, you are responsible for that first kick after it gets deposited if you crash into something other than the boss, because it's so far away that other people aren't going to have their cameras turned in that direction. So that's something that you need to be able to look out for.
That would just be the ones hitting the bombs, correct? Like the others would just kind of go into the boss.
Bomb hitter, yeah, and if you're not a bomb hitter, you're spawning it close enough to the boss that whoever's assigned should probably be able to land that kick.
I know the meters are weird because of the ball adds to the damage, but I just saw Scott pop up into the top you know.
I mean, he's rolling right
here.
now, so he's actually he wasn't doing a bomb for a while.
Here he was.
Yeah, there's Wolf Disco.
That's Wolf Disco.
Yeah, I bet if Scott actually goes into the boss here, he's gonna catapult into that top 8.
Oh, he's taking the seat.
Maybe he took out one of the
there.
bombs though. In which case,
big
he
damage.
wouldn't get to show up here. But yeah, I mean, Brat Warrior does absurd DPS here. The single target is phenomenal. The AoE here as well demolishes when they're playing that Colossus tree, which they are this patch. That thing does unethical amounts of damage.
Yeah, I think coming up is where they were lusting before. It was maybe the first
set.
Yeah, they got 4 Scrap Masters.
Yeah, that lusting near the pole when everybody has their CDs is going to be better for damage. But now we've got Yips rolling once again. Ooh, if he can get these hyenas, that could be big. Gets bounced around a little bit. We've got Impact also rolling here. Needs to get that Scrapmaster right away. Manages to do it. And also dodges a bombshell. Beautiful work. Fired up, getting yoinked on the bomb there. Runs through the raid a little bit, and oh, it looked like into a bombshell. That's the problem with that's the thing with the strategy that they're trying to set up is you can't approach the boss through the middle, right? You have to do it from the side of the room. Because the bombshells and the raid are in the middle, and rolling over the raid stuns them, rolling over the bombshells is bad, but Fired Up was kind of forced into that position because he was going for a bomb, and then that bomb got hit by somebody else. So yeah, again, that's maybe something they can solve with more communication about what to do in that situation in advance.
So they already have set up some sort of assignment. If you look at the map right now, you see the world markers down, and those coordinate with the Scrap Masters that spawn roughly in that area. And once they get assigned, they have these 4-prong weak auras on their screen, and whatever color your prong is the Scrap Master that you're taking out. It shows you the direction you're going in and the Scrap Master you are taking out. So that is sorted, but what isn't sorted is who goes for a bomb and who goes straight into boss because of where these bombs are spawning. That is just pretty much impossible to calculate for, and it's also kind of hard to call because you are going in a circle in a ball, and it is a circular room, and there's not very much to orientate yourself by. So how quickly can you really determine where exactly a bombshell is other than next to boss or like the far one, and then hope that the other people understand which one you meant.
And it's tough because you have like 7 things you immediately need to think about once you become a rolling garbage man, because you need to avoid bombshells, instantly get medium-sized, instantly get your Scrapmaster. So there's not really time like there is on the lower difficulties to identify, oh, I'll be the person who goes for the bomb. Instead, it's more like, okay, after I do all this stuff, now I have a couple of seconds before this bomb explodes, I'm going to go and try and save the raid and hit it. And that seems to be the kind of ethos that they're all operating by is, if I can go for a bomb, I will. But that does lead to problems when multiple people are all kind of equally close and all start going for it, as we saw on that last pull. It is a Lust straight on pull this time around. So, yeah, this is max single target damage, but it is going to mean that the ad sets, of course, they're not going to have any help either on ad damage or on healing for those.
Absolutely. We'll need to keep our eyes on how that is working out for the Raiders. In the meantime, though, we do run ads at the top of the hour via chat. So thank you so much to Casey Calamist for sending out 10 subs there to save some of our fellow chatters from being hit by the ads in any poll where we could maybe potentially see a kill come up here by Team Liquid on Styx Bunk Junker. Get those primies out if you have them, you know. It's a real good investment because it looks like we're going to be here for a while, personally.
Yeah, I didn't see this coming, that it would possibly may not die tonight. I mean, I probably would have bet money that
die right after lunch, you know? Like a 3 p.m. kill would have been my money.
Yeah, I would have said if it doesn't, that means it's like bugged.
Yeah.
There has to be something terribly wrong with this fight, but no, it's just very difficult. I'm assuming it's killable, otherwise they'd be doing Mythic Plus maybe, or ripping some of the upgrades.
Yeah, or pulling Sprocket Monger Lockenstock. Of course, there is another boss they could be going to as well.
So I was actually listening in earlier and heard them talk a little bit about that. The way they are calling these bosses is Rashanan and Brute Twister. So their initial assuming was Styx Bunk Junker is Rashanan, and Lockenstock is obviously Brute Twister, just from reading the Dungeon Journal. And they were kind of saying earlier in the listen-in, in the Monster Energy listen-in, maybe both of them are Brute Twisters, or maybe Lockenstock is actually Rashanan, and this is the Brute Twister boss, which if you don't know these names, they're trying to figure out which of these bosses is actually harder between the two of them, because they have access to both of these bosses, but they also don't want to walk on over there, start progress on a new boss, and then have to do it all over again, right?
I'm reminded a little bit of when they were working on Brood Twister and they were almost 100 pulls into that, and everybody's like, oh, why don't they just go and pull Kaiveza, right? Surely that's not as hard as this. And like, no, oh no, that was actually 3 times as hard as this boss. So, yeah, we got to be careful, you know, figuring out what lock and stock is going to be before it gets pulled. But even if it is as hard or even slightly easier than this boss, they've already got so much time invested into this boss. It's already close to the end of the night. I think you just stay on this boss for the remainder of the night. This pull is not going particularly well, so I think they're probably going to restart here. Things went wrong quite early on pull number 59 here.
So have we entered a new era of rating, Race to World First rating? Because last year was pretty difficult, and this one seems like it's pretty difficult. Is Blizzard now just like upping the game for these players? Because they could not have made this version of Styx Bunk Junker for, you know, anything less than like the top 100 guilds in the world.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about Styx Bunk Junker, because it does seem cool, but the fact that there's only 3 bosses before it, I don't know. I mean, it does seem like it has that difficulty of a mid to late tier boss. It has mechanics that I think, you know, the intensity of dealing with these things is, it requires just a lot of player skill on all 20 of your players. And they've tuned it in such a way that it requires you to play a specific composition, it looks like, if you want to be killing it with this month's gear. So I don't know if it's a new era, if it's a tuning miss, or if it's just an outlier, or if it's something where it's like, yeah, it feels hard this week, but you know, even next week maybe it'll feel a lot easier. Because this is one of the bosses where extra gear means that the healing gets easier, the damage on the ads gets better, the damage on the boss gets better, and all of those sort of relieve pressure from all the different parts of the fight simultaneously. That might make this boss feel a lot easier with even 5 more eye levels.
Well, you know what's really easy, guys? If you sign up to Coinbase, you get 20 bucks for free. Ooh. So very easy to do just that. While we're waiting for the Raiders to come back, you have 5 minutes, and I promise it won't take more than that, to head on over to tl.gg/Coinbase and enter the code TeamLiquid20 to participate in our Coinbase jersey giveaway, where you can win signed jerseys.
That's right. We give one away after every boss kill, and the guild have helpfully been waiting until you sign up to enter that giveaway before they kill this Mythic boss. Just for you, they've been delaying this kill so that you can have your chance at an extra jersey. We also give away, I think, it's one every day, one every Mythic boss kill. So you can get your hands on some of these beautiful jerseys, and the grand prize winner will be flown out to the next Race to World First here at the Alienware training facility in Los Angeles. Get an exclusive VIP look at the next race.
Yeah, maybe this one, if this goes on long enough.
Yeah.
Just fly someone out now.
This way, we might still be in this raid when the next one comes out.
Yeah.
Let's not paint the Halandras on the walls just yet, gentlemen. But yeah, you can come to the next race. If you're on a desktop, just scan that QR code. And if not, there is a command in chat with !Coinbase. You can just click on that link straight away. Saves you some typing there. I know time is precious, so we're going to bring you over as fast as we can.
Yeah, there are crabs with bombs on this fight. That is, maybe they were trying to hint at something.
Why'd you have to say that?
I don't get it.
The Calandris, the crab, and the bombs.
Oh, crabs and bombs. Okay, yeah, I get it now. I didn't see. I was, yeah. No, I get it now.
Yeah.
That's good.
No, you don't have to get it, you know?
Yeah.
But at that point, we do want to do one more shout out while we're here, because you guys have been doing phenomenal at donating for our charity, the Pasadena Humane Society. We are actually over our next charity goal here. The 7,500 sock puppet casting has been reached, and I do just want to read out a couple of the people that donated to get us there, because there's been some massive donations, and we are very, very thankful for all of you sharing the love. Earlier, we had a donation of $50 from Anonymous. Then Siriana, I hope I'm saying that right, donated a massive $500.
Ooh.
Huge W. Thank you so much. Another $50 donation from Anonymous. Another $100 donation from Logain. And another $150 donation from the Daffs. We also got another donation from Anonymous asking something about Jack. Jack is unfortunately not on the sofa here anymore, but I hope they also read this one out. So thank you so much. All of that money is going to a phenomenal cause. The Pasadena Humane Society has been helping with the outfall of the LA fires that happened very recently at the beginning of the year. And with that, a lot of pets were displaced. A lot of pets were out of homes. Their owners couldn't take them to the shelters that they were going to. And the Pasadena Humane Society, in a couple of hours, took in so many pets, has been helping with their treatment of wounds, of burns, of injuries, to get those pets healthy again, and then hopefully reunited with their owners or finding new owners for these pets.
Yes, a great cause. Thank you everyone for donating. I just got a preview of some of that music. I cannot wait.
It is so cool. Yeah. I'm allowed to say, I listened to the whole song, and as the, you know, designated metal punk rock had on this caster collection, let me just tell you, you do want to hear this.
This is the Goblin music video?
It is so good. It is so phenomenal.
Yes, production working very hard behind the scenes on some of this and that music. I don't think the video's not been filmed yet.
Okay.
Okay.
The song is there.
Has been
yes.
made. It's very, very Blink-esque is what I said when I heard it, and I think it's so cool.
Yeah, very excited to get there. We're, what, a third of the way there? Making our way.
Yeah.
Yeah. 25 divided by 3. Yeah, something like that.
We have production. We have the teaser queued up, so let's take a listen.
Oof.
Keep it going.
They're only teasing a couple of seconds.
There is another teaser of the end of the song, which actually goes incredibly hard.
Where's the goblin bits? Is there like goblin vocals in the middle?
There's a really grunge bit.
Okay.
And it's so good.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully we can get there. You know what? Wow.
I'm excited.
It's so good. I'm very, very, very excited for that one. So hopefully we get there, okay? We all want to listen to that song. I promise you.
So do you happen to know, on our other monitor, Fired Up has a WeCore that says Re-Equip Jaster. Do you know what that is for?
So I think it's one of those items where it can like bug out if you, and sometimes like the effect will go away, and so you need to toggle re-equip it. I've seen him just swapping which ring slots it's in to make sure the effect stays active. It doesn't seem like the WeCore is particularly. It just is always up there to just do it every pull. It seems like it's not one of the ones that's like detecting if it's bugged.
Okay.
It's just there like, oh, make sure you do this in case it is bugged. And yeah, I just saw him as they were about to pull, swapping which ring slot it's in. They weren't actually pulling, they were just resetting the boss. Don't worry, you're not missing any pull while we're on our caster cam here. So yeah, it looks like they are back from their break timer, though. I can see there's some drifting happening around. Production, we gotta go to Fired Up POV.
We should show this.
This is really good.
They're just going.
Yeah, here we go, Lip. They're setting up a nice big circle of drifting here.
Listen, that's just how you do it.
Oh, they have a pull timer. 4 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
5,
oh, wow, we're going right in.
4,
is Lip going to drive in? No, he'll walk.
2,
Get a couple
1.
extra steps in. Hops on his horse.
Yep.
Imagine if the boss would just take like way more damage if everybody was in a car while you enter combat.
You drive into him.
Yeah.
1.
That'd be sweet.
It's a little bit of flavor.
Yeah, no, I thought there might be a drive boss. This one's kind of a...
There could be. There's still the Gallywix Mythic phase. We don't know anything about it. If there is one, could be a drive phase.
You could go donuts around the donut.
The like floor opens up and it drops you into like the garage below the Galagio, and Gallywix's head flies away, and you gotta hop in your cars and chase after him through the Undermine.
Like the end of Halo.
Yeah, like exactly. And then the music starts going up. Actually, and then they play our Goblin music video.
That's right.
That's where that song comes from. Is it's in collaboration with Blizzard for that secret phase.
They are doing cool
Honestly,
stuff with
it
music.
would be so vibe.
They are, yeah.
Yeah, I love the jazz this time around. It's very rare that we get something so extraordinarily different to how all the other music in WoW has been, I feel like, and I am loving it.
Yeah, the amount of whimsy that they've deployed here for this Goblin tier is phenomenal. I'm a big fan. And we are into pull number 60 now.
6-0.
Pretty lucrative bloodlust here. They've already got more than 20% of the boss's health taken care of before it even crashes down. That is definitely a lot more damage than those first few pulls. THD here playing Demonology now as well, having swapped off of Destruction after maybe 20 pulls earlier today. Destruction was really good for slamming an Immolate and then later a Wither and dumping a bunch of damage into those bombshells off the side. But now it seems like the Moonkins are kind of just taking care of that. And this Demo Lock is doing more just boss damage and also free cleave once all the mobs are stacked up under the boss.
Yeah, you can see how quickly he just like kind of shimmies to get into position, gets ready to roll.
Nice. Oh, that is textbook right here. Yeah. The way that he rolled over those 3 hyenas is should be studied for sure. That's exactly what this boss should look like, I think.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was thinking, what if you kind of just have somebody go in the outer circle rather than like 4 quadrants, you make like rings.
Yeah.
And then it's a little bit similar to how Fate Scribe was, if you remember. So like the person on the outermost ring would take the longest because obviously they have the most distance. But then the people on the middle ring, they would obviously be the fastest into the boss. So you could just kind of stagger it like that, and you would never run into somebody because everybody would always go the same direction.
I think the problem with that is that all of the Scrap Masters that you need to get very quickly do spawn on that outer ring. So, and I think one person wouldn't be fast enough to pick them all up, as we do have a little bit of a traffic collision here. But luckily, it's not going to interfere with Scott's ability to grab that Scrap Master. Then a quick U-turn prevents him from going into that territorial bombshell. He's going to pick up a little bit more trash and actually take out a bomb next to the boss as well. That looks good. What doesn't look good is the raid frames, however.
No,
it's going to end up being a wipe here.
Yeah, some Scrap Masters may have gotten their shot off, taking people out.
And that's the thing about this fight. One Scrap Master gets its shot off, and all of a sudden, you're down a person, and everything else spirals out of control alarmingly quickly from there.
Yeah, a consistent with
this is hard thing.
Hearts. Okay, what time is it?
We've got Atlas in a Mythic Plus Keystone Dungeon. The Cinderbrew Meadery almost done here. Could they be swapping Yips out for Atlas, maybe? The rest of the raid is still in there. Yips could be swapping to a non-DK. He could be hopping back onto his Prot Paladin, perchance.
Perchance. He's still on that DK for now. Maybe just something that needs to be, maybe we're sending like another crest that we haven't done just yet.
Yeah, they think he won't be playing the DK as much, except for this boss, and they want to like upgrade it more, or something like that. Or maybe he was just kind of playing around.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Could be visiting Acarus, changing his rune forges. Although I don't know what you'd play except for Fallen Crusader, ever.
THC really making sure he's swapping that ring.
Okay. So I can report that Yips is in Dornegal, and he's sent all of his runes and carved already. So, oh, he has rune of. He actually doesn't have Fallen Crusader on. He has rune of Sanguination. So maybe that is what he's out to change.
What does that rune do?
That's a great question, Cams, and one which I with the help of one of our sponsors, Wowhead, can answer.
You will figure that out,
you.
Dratnos. And in the meantime, I have an announcement to make because. While we were shouting out the Pasadena Humane Society, we got an insane donation here. Mr. Ron B sent in $1,000 and said, "Save the floofs." Thank you so much for your generosity.
Thank you.
We're very, very happy to be able to raise so much money. Put lots of love in the chat, you know, some hearts. I'd really like to see that. It's super, super cool. And we also got a donation from Steph for $50. So every dollar counts. Thank you so much for your generosity. And if you want to donate as well, it's !charity in chat. And you can head on over there straight away. But yeah, pushing us very much on track to that next goal. Was it the song? You can be honest if it was the song.
Yeah, maybe we can just DM him the song. That was a very, very generous
early
donation.
access.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, boss getting pulled once again. Yips is back. I didn't actually see what, if anything, he needed to swap out in Dornegal, so It wasn't characters, though. Definitely still on that blood decay. Comp has remained unchanged now for the past 5 or 6 pulls since they made that most recent swap onto that Prot Warrior off of the second Blood Death Knight.
And look at the opener damage on the Monk.
Yeah, that's Monk. The Monk opener. The Monk opener has actually always been great, and a lot of times it's just like, even when the Monk's been bad single target, they've often had a great opener. But now they have a great opener and great sustained single target as well. A little bit less good at the AoE than they used to be, right? You think about a boss like this, and you used to be like, oh, we'll have a Monk, and they'll put a bunch of Mark of the Cranes out on these guys and do a bunch of spinning crane kicks, do huge damage. But here it's actually mostly just single target, what they're good for.
Yeah, Scott, he did get to run the ball into the boss. He's now second place on the meters. He's going to hang on probably to the end of this fight into that top 10. Yeah, I always like when tanks do a lot of damage. It seems like it's fun.
Yeah, I've been there. Blood Decay as well in keys. You can do very big damage. It's a little bit RNG, but you can, if you're playing that sand lane, you can actually have some incredible DPS on some pulls if you proc well and play around it well. So like a nice season. They buffed tank damage a lot going into this season to make it, because otherwise tanks were going to be like, it was going to be tough.
Listen, I was distracted by our charity. Did you actually find out what we were doing there in Dornegal?
I didn't find out what he did, no. I did learn what Rune of Sanguination does, if you guys are interested in that.
Yeah, please.
It's just it's basically just a damage proc it's a bit of an execute damage one as well, so it'll do more damage if the target's lower, and it also gives you a little bit of a heal if you get low, but it has less defensive value than Fallen Crusader for sure, but perhaps a little bit more single target DPS, perhaps.
Okay, interesting. I never knew you'd switch ever.
Yeah, I just every time I've played Blood Decay, it's always just been slap Fallen Crusader on, call it a day. So I need to look into that more, see if it's something I should swap to as well.
Yeah. That is why we're not in there. We're out here.
Yeah.
Maybe the analyst came up with that, but Yips is very smart.
You know, that's always one of my favorite things about the Race to World First. And you know I love chat, but I love it when there's chatters in the chat saying like, oh, these Race to World First Raiders, they're actually not playing the optimal spec / talent / rotation or whatever, and like they couldn't be more wrong, but it's so funny to me. I love it when they're so invested.
Yeah, like I remember watching Queen Ansarek, Scott would like change his talents pretty close to near the end of the fight, just kind of little small, class or spec tree points, just trying to, feel how one or the other plays, maybe looking at some logs and stuff, because they had to be so hyper specialized on these fights, especially something like Ansarek where you're on it for like 400 pulls, that that's like a skill most people aren't even like expected to like have to figure out. Because if there is something to play for that fight, it usually gets sorted out through the Warcraft logs. You can kind of see, oh, okay, everybody's using this talent tree and just import it per boss. But yeah, they have to think. Like right now, they're probably thinking, do I have some talent that I'm not aware of that I should be swapping? That's not just part of like the default build that I'd play.
Yeah, I mean, often for especially the Race to World First guilds, it's also a little bit of a different challenge. Like right now, I don't suspect this boss fight is, and that's not for the lack of, but I don't suspect this boss fight is going to be played with 3 Moonkins later on.
Yeah.
Because right now, they just lack a lot of the gear. They need that very heavy AoE, and therefore we are bringing the Moonkins in. But later on, guilds will play it very differently, and if there's a Moonkin on there, who knows what they'll skill. So it's always a little bit different and always adapting to those specific boss patterns, which for guilds that come a little bit later isn't always the case. Usually they just go for highest parse potential when they spec their DPS classes.
Yeah, because right now they're probably trying to min-max. They want just enough damage to kill all the ads in time, but enough single target that they can beat this in rage.
Exactly. Yeah, you wanna take the most efficient trade-offs towards AoE damage, and then let the other people that have more efficient single target options instead play those single target options. And the 3 Moonkins should be relieving a lot of that pressure on the rest of the raid. So other players may not opt for AoE choices, but when later guilds reach this, instead, if they don't have 3 Moonkins, what you might do is you just have everybody play more AoE builds than Liquid do on this. So there's definitely not a right or wrong answer, especially on a fight like this. It's going to be dependent on what your comp is and where you're getting that AoE damage from.
I'd be curious to see the meters and how much the Boomkins are doing. I mean, right now it's skewed. There was less. The ball's going in.
Yeah, this is still mostly single target, and then, of course, garbage ball roll. It's going to look good on these meters. But as the fight continues, you get more ad spawns after this first set as well. So there's more AoE to be done on these future ones.
They just do such a good job at grouping them up. Maybe I guess the Scrapmasters, they're out there for a little bit. They're out there chilling right now. Do you happen to know if they're dotted when they get rolled up? Does it stay on them?
I'm not sure. I know that after you deposit them, they take double damage.
Okay.
Once they have been rolled over and deposited, and then they can't be picked up again. But I don't know if dots persist on them or anything like that.
Just a small min-max.
Yeah, that could be a nice min-max to just tag them all before they get picked up.
I definitely heard Max call out for people to dot targets earlier in one of the Monster Energy listen-ins, but I'm not sure if that was before Scrapmasters were rolled or if it was just like a high target bombshell that came out. Yeah, so I wouldn't be too confident making a statement on that right now.
Cast here. This is the third ad spawn. Goop beginning his run a little bit near the raid.
It looks so silly with the Moonkin.
Yeah, it does.
I love it.
Comes around, picks up his ad, dodges through a bunch of those territorials, and nice, kind of gets a boost forward there. That worked out really nicely.
It did.
A couple of seconds left. Is he going to make it to the boss? I don't think he is. No, there goes a bit of damage lost there on the boss. That's not good for the enrage check, although maybe still killable if everybody can stay alive.
Yeah, I believe they're 1.5% damage.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Boss, yeah.
200 million or something when you crash in at full size. You do get less if you're smaller than full size, but they are generally all full size by the time they finish that bomb roll.
I was talking to Goop during the pizza dinner. He was saying he's very happy to be in the raid, and he's like, after this one, I'm back into Mythic Plus.
Yeah.
Most likely on the Evoker.
That makes sense, yeah, because the Evoker's the one that's more likely to come in on those later bosses, I think. This looking like really the only big Moonkin boss.
Yeah, there's a little bit of spread cleave on One-Armed Bandit, but
is.
I don't think that's...
I don't think you can sacrifice the execute single target damage like you potentially can on this boss.
No, that seems like you just bring more Shadow Priests.
Yeah, exactly, who also can do that. Or Evokers. Evokers have a really nice niche on One-Armed Bandit. For sure. We've now had 2 players go down, actually 3, but the B-Res saved one of them. Another Res is going to be available soon. Probably going to have to go on Smack there to get one of their 3 healers back up. But Shaq is also dead here. They might just try and 2-heal it, but that seems really, really ambitious.
Yeah, this looks like a lot of damage.
Yeah, these Mythic pylons that are about to come out just do huge damage to their targets. Huge defensive check. You can see a couple players here being zapped into with that ramping up damage.
What is it that makes the pylons go away? They just kind of...
They just go away on their own.
Okay.
Yeah, they just show up, create an extra obstacle for the balls, and then they channel increasing damage into a target over like 10 seconds.
I was just looking across each of the characters' item level just now, and I think Yips out of all of the characters is one of the lowest. I believe Imshu's KSP, is that correct?
Imshu is fired up.
Imshu's, oh, okay. Then GB's KSP.
Jebe.
Yeah.
Jebe?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm fired up also has rather low item level for what I would expect of his main character. So he's sitting on 651, and Yips is sitting on 654. Other than that, the characters are all 55 and up. And we haven't sent crafts yet, right? So all of the crafts are still holding out.
And most of the crests, yeah.
Most of the crests are also still holding out. There is potential to just get a lot more gear. Now, Dratnos, would you mind explaining on why we're not doing that just yet?
Yeah, so I mean, you could send gear and make sticks a lot easier, right? You could definitely do that, but you know, then what if Sticks or Sprocketmonger drop items that render those decisions wrong, right? What if they drop you something that's like, oh man, I just sent, you know, my hero weapon up to 665 and then I dropped a myth weapon, and I, you know, either this has to go to a smaller upgrade to somebody else, or I've lost crest, right? Somewhere across the raid, you're inefficient based on what drops from these future bosses. And then you get to One-Armed Bandit, and One-Armed Bandit has a DPS check, for example, that you can't solve by sending anything more because you've sent it all already, and you end up being 0.5% short of that DPS check, and you used your crests to kill Sticks 20 pulls sooner. and then you can't kill One-Armed Bandit this week, right? That is like the disaster case here for Liquid that they absolutely want to avoid. The other disaster case would be sending your upgrades and then the boss gets nerfed as well, which may happen here. We are on a new best pull of 12%, but this is going to be the Enrage. They had those 3 players dead for so long that the writing was on the wall for this pull for a while. But they have managed to still get it down to that 11% mark now, as that zap here is going to absolutely murder everybody at the end. But yeah, if those 3 players hadn't been dead for as long as they were, I think they would have been chilling on this one. I don't know if they missed any garbage balls either. Each of those, if they had missed any, would also represent a chunk of the boss's health.
Wasn't that the
Was this the pull where they missed?
I believe, yeah.
And so yeah, I mean, that would have been 10% with just that, and then 3 players dead for a couple minutes. Yeah, very easily could have been a kill. So yeah, I think the concept is there, right? We have the damage if all 20 of our players live.
Yeah, another thing on the crest upgrades, like at this moment, yeah, it would do a little extra healing, they get a little extra health and do some more damage and maybe kill some ads in time. But until they're wiping at like a really low percentage, it wouldn't have been a kill with upgraded gear.
Yeah, it's tough because maybe it would, right? Maybe an ad that exploded at 2% health would have died, and then you would have killed the boss because on that pull that you wipe at 58% because an ad explodes. But yeah, you're right. Usually you don't want to send those upgrades until you see a low percent.
Let's take a look at that replay for the wipe that we just saw there. As you mentioned, 3 players on the floor, or 3 of them DPS players that we had been missing for a while. And then eventually the boss does go into Enrage, but let's see how it all played out up until that point there.
Yeah, I want to see who gets on a ball here, because this is when it gets pretty clustered. You can see them all getting ready there. They start rolling out, fired up, just turreting into the boss, spreading his knight to everything that comes in. And I think they clear everything here, right? And then they just kind of, yeah, they wipe to the Enrage, which you can kind of limp through a little bit. He melees the tanks, they're going to die really quickly, but then the second those fire rings come out when the boss is enraged, that's just it for everybody else.
Yeah, so let's see exactly how this plays out. Still not happened yet, but down goes Yips at 6 minutes, 19 seconds. And now Scott getting autoed for a whole health bar here.
Yeah, they can squeeze out like a couple more percent whenever the boss does go into Enrage until that big AoE cast comes. Maybe you can survive that with like an immunity if you still have one left at that point. So you can squeeze like a little more out of it if there's thoughts running. It's not an imminent, everybody is dead for sure kind of situation, but it definitely trucks pretty hard.
Yeah, they've got at least 30 minutes left in the raid. So I think ideally they kill this, then get some pulls on Sprocketmonger before bed, get the analyst some timers, stuff like that, get nice rest, and then just full day come in on Sprocketmonger, be like the most ideal situation.
Yeah, I wonder if at this point as well, if there's a chance of a couple of off-stream Sprocketmongers at the end of the night. I wouldn't be surprised if something like that was in the cards here.
Yeah, I mean,
avoid spreading that information before going to bed.
Seeing that last pull, this boss is killable. It's dead.
Oh yeah, this could
dead on my screen.
I think it would be very big to get this one down tonight as well.
Yeah,
it would feel pretty bad to leave 4 out of 8 on the table going into Sunday morning. That would be a crazy spot to be in for this Race to World First.
So let's talk about that a little bit because it is daylight savings.
Yep.
Tonight.
That's right.
And also the Raiders are pushing a little bit later than they have been in the past days. Usually we expect them between midnight and 1 a.m. But this race particularly, because splits are kind of draining on general and they don't want to go into sleep that very early, they called it early quite a couple of times in the past couple of days. So I'm expecting them to maybe call it around midnight tonight.
Yeah, it depends. If they're super close to a kill, maybe they'll try and go for something. That's unlucky. Zevi getting shot by that Scrapmaster. Boomy had an almost impossible job, I think, there of actually getting medium-sized in time. Yeah, I think there's temptation to stay up later to try and get this kill, but I guess it doesn't actually accomplish that much. You probably shouldn't grief your sleep too much. Daylight savings is an interesting point because for a lot of people it matters a lot. For them, it kind of doesn't matter at all. They'll just choose a new wake up and sleep time based on their schedule rather than the daylight savings one. Their time is not nothing that they do is based on any daylight savings time. In fact, the weekly reset moves with daylight savings as well, so it basically doesn't exist for Liquid or the daylight savings changeover. It doesn't matter at all for them.
Yeah, no one making sure they clock in.
Yeah.
Other than the time that Max says at the end of raid.
Right,
Which will be about 9 hours after they end the raid.
Yeah, +9 from whenever they end, +9.5, something like that, depending on how aggressively they are playing for sleep versus playing for time.
It does matter for our viewers that maybe aren't in the U.S. because you can expect us to be on. Wait, hold on.
Actually, it doesn't matter if you're outside the U.S. We'll probably start around the same time we did.
Listen, yeah,
last couple days.
For the viewers inside the U.S., we'll start an hour late, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Tomorrow.
If you have to wake up if you're springing forward, you have to wake up an hour earlier for your job. Unfortunately, the Liquid stream is not going to start an hour earlier than it usually was. We're going to still be 24 hours-ish after the previous day is our current plan. Although, of course, that does shift a little bit, plus or minus an hour or two, depending on what the guild says. Famously, they raid when they want.
It is very fluid up in here. You could almost think it's Team Liquid that are raiding.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, if I were in the raid, it would be an ego thing, because I'd be afraid that another guild kills it while we're sleeping.
There's a huge chance that happens, right? Like that Echo and/or Method will kill this boss while you are asleep, which it does not feel good to fall behind in the race at 4 out of 8.
No.
That is an early spot in the raid to fall behind. Of course, at the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't matter that much, but we're not hoping for that to happen for sure.
Yeah, it can be a vibes thing. I know they're not allowed to check social media things. I remember they were asking at dinner, I think it was yesterday, they were like, so where are people in the raid? Because they hadn't entered Mythic yet, so they didn't know that like nobody was killing Rick Reverb. And I told THD, I was like, oh, ID's wiping to Rick Reverb to Enrage, and he laughed and he's like, nice, I'm excited. Like he sounded excited that the raid was as hard as it is. But I know that the Europeans, I think, could get juiced up if they end up kind of leaping ahead.
They might even wake up with a buff, having seen Liquid hasn't killed it, right? Like, okay, yeah, we can.
Well, actually, I was really surprised because we were talking about it a little bit. Method is still sitting at 2 out of 8. They downed 2 bosses and then immediately said, we're not even going to pull Rick Reverb. We're going straight into Mythic Plus. We're not going to be wasting any time pulling this boss without having the additional gear that we saw the other guilds need eventually in the end. And just to have a little bit of an update, Echo woke up and they're also doing Mythic Plus. So seems like everybody over there in Europe is just sitting and waiting and garnering information.
And gear. It's a gear up tier. This is a tier about gear. For almost, in fact, for everybody, this tier is all about gear. Think about where we are in the week as well. We spent 4 days doing split raids. This is now day 5 of the reset, right? And we are, 3 out of 8 Mythic. The chances that this goes to a second reset are approaching 100% at this point. The chances this goes to a third reset are moving up. They're creeping up towards those double digits as well, in my estimation here. So
yeah, it's not 0.
It's all about thinking about how you're going to maximize your item level, maximize your character's sim DPS, right? All of those things, and that's going to involve Mythic Plus in a lot of cases. You do want to kill off those first 2, maybe 3 bosses, figure out who's getting those myth track items off of them, so that they don't go and farm an M+, right? It is nice to sequence it that way, but if you can save yourself 20, 30 pulls on sticks by getting an extra eye level or 2 from M+, and you're going to need that M+ anyways to kill One Arm Bandit, to have any hope of killing One Arm Bandit this week, then I think it makes perfect sense. So I think that decision is very smart out of both Method and Echo, and I wouldn't be surprised if Liquid wake up tomorrow and do another couple hours of M+ before walking back into Mythic.
This truly is a tier that, will best the best of us. It's been 4 days of split, turned into 5 days of split, turned into 5.5 days of splits, and then maybe there will be some more Mythic Plus tomorrow. It's, we're really
that was unfortunate.
This is definitely not going to be one of the tries here.
That was
the bomb
ugly.
and hit the boss. Yeah.
I think it may have hit a territorial bombshell that was right next to the other bomb. Yeah. That's tough. Ping's going down on where it was. That is frustrating. That's the kind of wipe as well. looked funny to me, and the fact that they're not like laughing about it makes me think that maybe we should be thinking about ending somewhat soon if the vibes are getting down, perhaps. Depending on how everybody's feeling about it, because I know that they can kill the boss tonight, and it would be nice for morale, but you don't want to chase it past the point of it being smart, right? Especially if you're not playing your best and you can wake up tomorrow morning and play your best tomorrow morning. You know, sometimes if it's the end boss, you got to go for it. But this is the 4th boss. You don't have to go for it.
No, you don't. Yeah, and one nice thing about Echo and Method is they got to see that you cannot 3-tank this, you cannot 4-heal this. They already know they don't need to waste time with that, and they can probably grab some of the rules of the road, as we've been calling them, from Liquid, kind of copy the weak auras, and figure that stuff out. It'll save them a lot of time. Plus, you know, they're just in there gearing up right now while people are probably setting all this stuff up. Maybe even watching the streams. I don't know like how dark they go. Liquid's very dark on social media. They don't watch any streams. They're not allowed to, you know, just focus on yourself.
I mean, that's what they have analysts for, right? Like all of the teams by now have a big group of analysts that are following and watching along on what the other guilds do to garner more information without distracting the raiders, so they can just focus on what do I need to do, how can I optimize every single 0.1 digit perfection on what I'm doing, and how can we get closer to the goal of downing these bosses. But Liquid for now definitely are not calling it just yet. As I said, it's not midnight even yet, so I think we will probably go until around that.
No, and I think they're just happy to be out of splits.
That's true.
To every single person in the guild, nobody likes the splits. And they're probably happy the bosses are hard. You know, they don't want to do all those splits and come in here and now they're on Muggsy.
Although, this does mean, you know, it's Saturday now. You know what happens on Tuesday? I got bad news.
A reset?
Actually, I have great news because less reclear.
Less?
Yeah, not
less
very
re-clear.
many bosses to reclear.
Well, a lot of bosses to re-kill on heroic difficulty, though. And a bunch of splits, and next week we'll have more gear, so maybe we'll run more simultaneous heroics, making each one, again, have a chance of wiping.
Yeah, as much as they have a lot of the heroic gear, not everybody has heroic Jasper Diamonds.
That's right.
And House of Cards, Ayakazans, any of the rare loot. They've got, most people have normals and stuff like that, but they don't all have the heroics. And that means they're going to have to do probably a ton of Galliwicks, and yeah, other people will be geared that they can bring in and probably do more splits of Galliwicks instead of just having it be full Liquid runs.
Yeah, we might see some half and half Galliwickses and Muggsies. We might see 4 simultaneous one-arm bandits with you know, 7 Liquid Raiders, 23 helpers. That could be in the cards for us next Tuesday. So you know, no heroic week, but we'll make a couple of heroic weeks of our own. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is feeling like it was made for a heroic week.
Yeah.
Last like Nerevar Palace was really hard, and they had a whole week to just do the heroics.
Yeah.
Not this time. They're merging. This one was like dropped. Let's just drop the Mythic into heroic week. See how it goes. I wish heroic was back. I know that they would probably have done more splits if there was a heroic week, and for the Raiders that
wouldn't have to watch them though. They'd be off camera.
Yeah, true.
Bomb next to the boss. No! It's gonna explode once again.
So close.
Tragedy, and that actually is a recurring problem. Is when there's a bomb next to the boss, they're having a really hard time of rolling into it. When they're separated from the boss, it's a lot easier to see them and a lot easier to hit them without any fear of hitting a bombshell that's right next to it. So, yeah, tough whenever that happens. I wonder if there's any adaptations they're going to make to try and lower the chance of something like that going wrong. I'm a fan of Heroic Week as well. I do think that when they've done Heroic Weeks and they've capped M+, I didn't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like it when like the highest key you can do for gear is a +4 or +6 or something, which has happened in some of the Heroic Weeks in the past. But if we could have a Heroic Week and you know, maybe some way of fixing that M+ side of things, I'd be super down.
I mean, I don't see a reason why, if the Mythic bosses are this hard, that they couldn't do that.
Yeah.
I actually don't hate if Mythic is like Mythic +8 is the maximum you can do during Heroic Week. So like if whatever Mythic Plus drops the item level of Heroic is open, I think that's fine. I think my issue comes in when Mythic Plus isn't open at all, but Heroic is open, because then it feels really bad for all of the people that don't raid but do keys.
I'm always forced to remember,
the
like,
cap is fine.
there's like 10 times more M+ers than there are Raiders, so we got to make sure we don't make a change that just makes the game better for Raiders and worse for M+ers. That's like never worth.
No, but the M+ers should become Raiders. That used to be the track of the game, is you did all the PvE to get to the raid.
Back in my day.
Yeah, but now there's this whole other mini
right
game.
now, Cams.
You did heroic Shadow Labs to get it tuned for Karazhan, and then you did Karazhan. You didn't do any more dungeons.
No, I don't mind the Mythic Plus, but I feel like people should raid more. It is fun.
I love raiding.
It is hard. Yeah, it is. It's hard to.
It's a coordination problem, though, right? Like raiding, takes a degree of scheduling and prep. And one of the beautiful things about M+ is that it really doesn't.
Yeah, I mean that's basically why I'm just one of these M+ers now. Is I committed 20 years of my life to a raid schedule, and it is hard to do for that long.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's not only just yourself, right? Like, you always have to make time to, like, be there, especially when a new patch comes out, and then always make time on those days of the week where you're raiding. But also, you have to coordinate with at least 19 other people if you want to raid Mythic. Ideally, a little more, so you have some, cushion there for when you want to play a different comp or something like that. And I think that is a big issue for many people to find a group of like-minded people that they get along with that then all have time at the same time slots during the week.
Yeah, if there was a way for me to just like queue into some Mythic raid with people of a similar skill and we can just like do some bosses, I'd be for that. But be here at this time.
Right?
Yeah. And pugging, I mean, in itself just takes an insane amount of time sometimes to just find all the people.
Yep. Next.
Get into that Monday night squad sometimes.
Oh yeah, M&S.
Very quickly get in there.
It's M&S is it's Monday Night Squad. Make sure you're familiar with M&S.
Nope.
Okay, it's a Shaq and Fired Up raid lead Monday Night Squad run that will have a bunch of Liquid ID raiders, random friends.
Okay. It's like a friends and family run.
Yeah, sort of. And then Shaq and Fired.
Shaq and Fired Up do it.
And let me tell you, Shaq and Fired Up in leadership positions is a scary thing. You roll up and Shaq raid warnings. All right, raiders, we'll be going to the first boss first. And then he'll.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a good raid warning to send.
That was at least back in Avarice. That was always the call.
First boss first.
Yep.
Vibes are high though.
They are. The vibes are immaculate. Oftentimes it's we go until we wipe and then we hearth out of here.
Like one wipe and that's
sometimes,
it?
yeah.
Oh.
And usually they still get 4 or 6 bosses down in some of these tiers.
All right, they had some mishaps on that.
Yeah.
Kind of keep going here. Oh, they're losing pretty
The writing
quickly,
is definitely on the wall in this one as well. This many dead. I mean, even 2 dead, I think, and it's over.
Yeah.
7 dead, we're definitely out of here. 53% goes pull number 66. Maybe they're just sandbagging until we get to pull 69.
Oh, nice.
Getting very close now.
I'm starting to worry that maybe the Raiders are a little bit extra tired.
This does not strike me as a boss that's good to pull while you're tired. Yeah, it's just so intensive, and it's that kind of difficulty where you might not get targeted every pull, so you might get like lulled into a little bit of a false sense of security, and then bang, you're targeted by a crucial garbage roll, and you have to really precisely navigate around some bombshells into some scrap masters, and if you're not ready for that, you're going to wipe the raid, and progression is going to be impossible.
Yeah, and you'll see them fan out a little bit, but I've seen sometimes they get picked, they start rolling, and there's just no small garbage near them.
Yeah,
and that
happened to Boomy like 3 pulls ago. I was looking, and sometimes you watch these, and with the benefit of hindsight, you can be like, oh, he should have turned left or whatever. And I was watching that, and I was like, I don't know what he was supposed to do there. I would have wiped too.
Yeah, other than like roll out and start from a different position. But
yeah,
he's probably going where he's going in line with his scrap master.
Exactly, and you don't see where all the garbage is until it's already too late. We are into this pull, number 67.
That was really philosophical.
Yeah.
Square.
By the way, this is the weak arrow I was talking about. You saw it on your screen just there now. Has 4 prongs, tell you what direction are you going to for your trash, and then also which of the scrap masters you're taking out. So that is where we're rolling right now, trying to make sure have all of the trash round up all to the maximum size and then into the boss. And you can see every single time they roll into it, it gives, I think it's Bigwigs, gives them a little message of like, rubbish ball made that and that much damage, and it's always like over 200 million that they're sending into the boss with every single one of these balls, so they really cannot miss any of them because of how much damage they are doing. If the timer runs out, that ball is gone, and that is a tragedy. So trying to beat the boss percentage on getting enough single target onto the boss while they are moving out. And every single time this happens here, the boss does get a buff where he becomes 25% stronger. So that also makes the fight a little bit more difficult over time.
Yeah, and then some of these later ad waves have more ads, more scrap masters. So then instead of there being 3, everyone on the ball, all 4 people have to go grab a scrap master. And at least they have that weak aura. I mean, thank goodness the scrap master spawn in a predictable way.
Yeah.
Because then it clears the room around them. Because a lot of what goes wrong is they start bouncing into each other, it looks like, or they go for the similar garbage piles. But
okay, wow, man, they barely managed to get those last couple of scrap masters right before they fired. Nicely done.
yeah, you barely hit it.
Really well here. Yeah, this is going well. No deaths across the first 2 ad waves. That bombshell is going to explode. Those raid frames getting awfully low, but somehow, even with just 3 healers, they're able to stabilize through that bomb dot. Larkison fired up in the most danger there. Lipid and Goop as well. They're able to get through it. Nicely done.
Just hit 2:30 here. A little bit behind on where they probably would want to be in terms of boss progression, but not too far off. So let's see if they can get it any lower as they are working their way through the phases. We have the bomb spawned again. Oh, you can see the pings are coming out.
Bombshell connected. That's not good. That's going to end up being a wipe here.
Yeah, that kind of seems like a secret, really hard part of the fight is not hitting the crabs.
Yeah, hitting a crab is a wipe, and it's not always a wipe, right? Like sometimes they can limp through after that happens, but it is close to a wipe. It's very, very bad if that does happen. If any other damage is happening, then it is catastrophic. As we can see here, is that Dryny and a key? What, can we see what?
I think that's Atlas.
Was that Atlas and a key?
That would be
Atlas.
Atlas.
Is Dryny next to him though? Is that?
I think Dryny might be in the other room.
Okay. I was thinking like the second person. Who's that second person from the left with the white headset?
Is that
Second person from the left? That's Atlas.
Is that? Okay, who's the... Okay.
What with Tretnos? How can we help you?
in the white shirt?
In the white shirt? Or in the white... Yeah, hoodie?
Yeah, and the key?
Yeah, that's Atlas.
That was Atlas? Okay.
Yeah, Dryny, where is he in here? I'm pretty sure he's in this room.
Is he not?
They
like,
all...
Oh, Dryny is...
at the back?
Second to the end.
Second from the end here? Okay. I see.
Why? Would you wanted to know what Dryny was doing? Is that it?
I was just curious. I was just looking around, you know.
Okay.
Seeing who's, yeah, there's Dryny. Okay, so he's in a black hoodie today?
Yeah.
Yeah? Looking dapper as always?
As he does.
Yep.
And our Raiders are pulling again.
All right. We can get back to the back to the Sticks Bug Chunker.
You know, honestly, I feel like we should go to pull 69 today in either case.
Absolutely.
Don't call it before that one. That's
if
like
we kill it on 68, I'd be fine as well.
Yes, I'd be fine with that as well. That would be this one, though, so would need to happen quickly.
Time to lock in.
Scott's POV, I want to see how much damage he does on this guy. He keeps himself on the meters.
Always show me a valuable details option for tanks worldwide.
Very good information.
He does get the first ball here between the two tanks and is on his way. First set of Scrap Masters doesn't have too many just yet.
Yeah, not everybody has to get one on the first set. On the future sets, everybody does have to get one.
212 million, and
not a big deal.
Suddenly he's at the top of the damage meter, but not for long. The rest of the trash balls spawn in.
Boomy goes down there, whose name is a little bit confusing. Not playing Moonkin, one of the three people, not one of the three Moonkins here. Boomy actually a Windwalker currently. Did actually die there, so that cost them the battle res. Maybe a Scrapmaster not interrupted in time. They are going to keep it going. One B-res is fine.
I've noticed they've changed something. They're not kind of free-for-alling the bombs. It does look like they actually have assignments for who gets the bombs now. That's why Scott just went straight into the boss, and then someone else went in before they had killed the two bombs.
I like that. I think that assigning that is probably good. It's going to be a lot more efficient. You're not going to have two people going for it, because even if two people go for it, one of them connects, and then the other one reroutes and hits the boss, you know, it's minus 5 seconds of DPS uptime on a fight where we're hitting in rage. That can't be good.
Also, maybe setting them in a position where they don't have that most optimal route to get to the boss.
We want them to all know that they're coming to the boss from the edge, right? Rather than having to adapt and maybe steer dangerously through the raid.
Yeah, because they also don't have a lot of time.
That's
like
right.
When you're kind of chasing the bomb down, you can run out of time and you just fall off and you miss that huge hit on the boss.
Scott now trying to get threat on all these mobs, playing that warrior, not the DK, so he's going to have a lot harder time gripping these up. Does go with the taunt. Target taunt one of the far ones. And he's just trying to keep the boss in a good position here, trying to keep these bombshells on the inside side of the boss. Beautiful work so far. The boss now bathing in some of the fire, making it a little bit trickier for the rest of the raid to keep hitting. Although that fire doesn't do too much damage. Merciful. That's one of the few things that's merciful about this fight, is that the trash fire on the ground is not that scary.
It almost looked like the Felguard was tanking one of those bombshells for a little bit. I don't know if that was intended or just.
Yeah, if that works, that could be good. I remember Stone Legion Generals the last time a Warlock a Warlock pet tanked something meaningful.
Don't say that name.
That was one of the few cool things about that fight. I think.
Did that so quickly.
Yeah, beautiful.
And it doesn't look like he's getting the bomb. He's just going to go right in.
Yeah, he's got to be careful to not hit that bombshell. Ooh, that was a little sketchy. Kind of breaking that rule of never going between the boss and the bombshell. One bomb over the side. Bang. Nice. They managed to connect with it with a couple of seconds to spare.
Next.
They move the boss away from this burning trash. Things are going reasonably well on this pull.
They lost a Zebi.
Yeah, we are.
Probably another Scrapmaster.
We are going to be getting another res. Actually, it's still going to be 1 minute and 15 seconds. To be down a healer for that long is going to be very difficult for them to survive. Even if everything goes perfectly, the ambient damage of this fight is very high.
Here comes it. You see that raid damage on the side as they get new bombs coming out.
Both of them are near the boss here as well. That could be problematic. Often when they've wiped in the past, it's because the bombs are near the boss. And it actually looks like Scott is maybe maneuvering the boss a little bit away from those bombs, making sure the bombs are on the outside side of the boss so that the ball rollers can connect with them. But unfortunately, not going to be this pull. 51% as things all fall apart.
Listen,
man, this fight's brutal.
This is so tough.
I have a good feeling about the next one, though.
Yeah, next one for sure.
This one's a lucky one, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the next one is going to be a nice pull for
I think it's not going to be today, if I had to guess.
You think so? They're going to be calling it now?
I can see people walking around. Whenever that happens, that makes you think maybe they're done for the day. You can see in the background of Scott's scene, people getting up and moving around. I see a Sang as well walking around behind me too, so maybe they're just calling a quick few minute,
1 minute,
water break, something like that.
There's no break timer.
There is no break timer,
Maybe
but also the raid hasn't disbanded yet. Usually if they're about to stop, you would expect a couple of people to disappear from the raid, and actually there's a pull timer here.
Okay. They've got 10 more minutes, I think, on the official raid time. 9 more minutes. So that's another pull or two.
Is
They're quick on it.
yet?
I don't think he's in the raid.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. We're good.
Snacks.
Yeah, you can see a couple people walking behind, but not actually any of the raiders that were in. So they just took a collective. All the people that weren't in got up and walked around for a sec to bait us. But the pull does continue. This time for sure.
At this point, I don't think they have like anything to optimize. It's just go next.
Yeah.
Just keep pulling. We'll get it eventually, pretty much. But maybe not even anything to do with VOD review.
I remember when they first were pulling this boss, it was 5 or 10 minutes between each pull of thinking and discussion, and now they are definitely machine gunning these pulls a little bit more, which I do like to see. I think that Liquid is often at their best when they are machine gunning pulls.
Interrupt.
Though often not this late.
Yeah. Thank goodness rolling over your friends does not do too much damage. Isn't that much of a disaster, because if you had to also watch out for that too.
Sentences out of context.
Yeah, it's part of the reason that they play the don't roll through the middle side of the boss, because then you can put the bombshells and the raid there and minimize the amount of people that do get rolled over. Interesting times that we live in when a boss number 4 looks like this.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back of when one was like this.
A boss 4?
Yeah, like this early.
I mean, it could also be boss 5, right?
Yeah,
there
it
is
could
a
be.
world where lock and stock is actually easier.
If you adjust for the number of bosses in the raid, it'd be Halandras.
Oh, yeah, true.
Which was, what, 6 out of 11 or something like that? So, somewhere in that space in the raid.
Yeah, but this is... How many polls did Halandras get to? Like,
that was like
at least-
300 something, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, it was closing in on 400, if not already there.
Yeah.
There's no way this boss goes to 400 polls.
If you think about other boss 4s that we've had, right? It was like Rashinan. You were thinking like Laradar, Forgotten Experiments. I guess it was like Senarth. Yeah, Gorfiend back in the day. That's another hard one that was in a similar spot.
That was
in the
my
raid.
first hard boss, yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah. That was a real mid-tier wall.
Yeah, Gorfiend was rough. Yeah, I mean, this is similar to Halandras in the way of it gives a preview of how difficult the raid is, I guess.
Maybe, yeah. Although, you know, there have been. Do you remember Painsmith, where Painsmith was kind of midway through the raid? Everyone's like, "Oh my goodness, this is the hardest boss ever. This raid is going to be so hard." And then the 3 bosses after it all died within like 15 pulls. So that could be something that, you know, just because this boss is hard, just because Lock and Stock might be hard as well. One Arm Bandit and Muggsy could be relatively easy. Could be.
Could be.
You don't know.
I mean, imagine we roll up to Lock and Stock and it's like a 20-pull boss and we're out of there.
Yeah, could be.
It's possible.
Yeah, I think Lock and Stock has quite a bit of health. I've heard about the same as Bunk Chunker.
I've seen some pulls from other guilds pulling Lock and Stock, and I don't think it'll be an easy boss. But you're right, Liquid hasn't pulled it yet, so maybe when they get to it, they'll make it look easy. It does look like we are done for the night, though. Pull 69 not working out. The raid is now starting to disband. So, yeah, I mean, who would have guessed at the start of today that we would be ending the day at 3 out of 8 Mythic?
Yeah, not me. I mean, I guessed that we would kill this boss in 1 attempt. That was a guess.
You're not
made.
alone. I was at 2, I think. I think all of us. Jack had the most at 37, and he was an outlier among all of our predictions. And he's going to be way under the total pull count that this boss ends up racking up.
Honestly, I was grabbing a coffee earlier this morning, and I was talking to our analysts, and you know, just like saying, "Oh, where do you think we'll end tonight?" And there were talks of Lock and Stock being dead.
Right.
So
that was, I think, what everybody was expecting going into the day was like, hey, we'll be on or done with One Arm Bandit.
Right.
Depending on whether it's tuned to be super hard or only medium hard. But it turns out, nope. We are going to be nowhere close to the One Arm Bandit. We are going to be staring down only 2 days of progression left this reset, Saturday and Sunday, and still 5 bosses alive in this raid. Not even halfway through. If you count the raid naively, which, you know, usually you look at a raid and it's like, oh, the first 6 die really fast, the last 2 take more than double those pull counts, right? This time around, we're not even halfway through the raid by that simple math.
Yeah, I'm excited. I love this.
Yeah.
I think it's so much fun. I think the Raiders are probably, like I said earlier, they're just happy to be out of heroics. And the boss is killable. You know, if the boss is still at like 40% and it was just straight impossible and they'd already done all their chores.
At 40%?
Yeah,
ooh.
Then I think they'd be pretty annoyed. But that it's killable and they can just, you know, a classic progression boss. You don't get them very often where you can, you know, you get
not this
a handful of tier
anyway.
in a tier, that you can just sit and slam and optimize on and get better and better at. I mean, it's the whole reason they're here. Everybody loves to do it. And some more bosses that you can do that on, I think is better.
I personally love the Race to World First for watching progression. I think it's super fun to see them tackle challenges and figure out a way to solve them. And I think based on the best try that we saw last, we know for sure they can kill it.
Yeah.
They definitely have the damage. They missed a couple of these orbs that were going into boss, and I think they can definitely do it. It's just a question of execution, and there's a lot of it that is in this boss fight that is very, very hard, unfortunately, where you need to take a lot into account, a little bit of randomness. When do you get those bombshells? Who takes them out? Where do they spawn? Where's the rest of the raid standing? Which of these patches are on fire, right? There's all these miniature pieces that are coming together to a puzzle that make it sometimes harder, sometimes less hard, but always new, and that in itself is a challenge.
Yeah, I wonder like how much time they spend prepping some of these bosses where they think it's just going to be easy, and if they're looking back now going like, oh, we could have come up with some of this stuff before we got here. We just had no idea it was going to be this difficult.
Well, we do want to make a quick shout out there while we are getting ready for our interview, because Coinbase is giving you guys $20 if you sign up with tl.gg/Coinbase using the promo code TeamLiquid20. You can also participate in the signed jersey giveaways every time a boss is killed, and at the end of every night we're giving one of these away. And of course, there is a grand prize where Coinbase will fly one lucky person out to the next race to World First. So check all of that out. It is very, very valuable. Now, I believe we once more procced a legendary interview over here in our secret lab hot seat. If Max, you're ready, you can hear us all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Popping the recliner.
Welcome.
Off in recliner mode already.
I'm hitting the recliner mode.
That's
Have you
big.
missed it? The recliner?
Yeah, this thing's sweet.
Yeah.
Well, Max, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. I think I kind of speak for everyone on the sofa here saying we're a little bit surprised at the difficulty of this boss.
Yeah. So it's we're about to go to bed and wake up on Sunday with the 4th boss alive.
Yeah.
So if you put it in perspective like that, they took Rashanan real bad. Like they saw us one-shot Rashanan, and they're like, there's no way we're doing that again. But it's also possible this isn't the 4th boss though. Like it's like Sprockamonger is totally easier. Like I remember we were like halfway through after lunch today, and we were like, we could just go do Sprockamonger, but we felt like we had good momentum, and you have to kill this boss anyway. So yeah, we stuck with it.
I heard exactly that conversation earlier today, and I did want to ask you about it. Of course, it's never optimal to, like, if you once put that much effort into a boss kill, then go to a different boss. How are you feeling about the difficulty between these two bosses? You guys were calling it Brute Twister and Rashanan, right?
Yeah.
So you actually think Lock and Stock is going to be easier?
I think it's pretty likely. I mean, like we feel really confident in Lock and Stock. Like we were pretty torn going between the two today. But if you were to create the worst possible thing we could do in the construct of the race, it would have been that you guilds go to sleep, and then in the time they are sleeping, we don't kill either boss, but we just fully figure out both.
Yeah.
And then they wake up and they're like, which one is easier to start with? We have all this information. Like that's literally the worst thing you could do if you cared about relative gain versus what other people can learn based on what you did. But the thing is with Styx is an execution boss. That boss is just hard, you know? Like you're doing the right things, you have the right ideas. It's just really hard. You just need to pull it a lot, get a lot of damage in. And that's something that you can see a strat for it and learn some things certainly. And do stuff in less pulls, but you just have to do it. Lock and Stock is kind of similar, but I don't know. You could definitely a guild could definitely spend some time on that boss and come up with some really cool stuff that makes it really more consistent. Yeah, it's crazy. I think Lock and Stock will probably be easier. I think. Just
okay.
Off the top of my head. I mean, the damage check for that boss is pretty real too, but yeah, it's kind of wild. They saw the last tier, and most of the community feedback, especially because most people ended up on Brood Twister, and they were like, we got to this boss and it was too hard. And a lot of times they were like, well, it's because Rashanan was too easy. So their solution to that was just to make Rashanan, this raid's Rashanan nuclear hard. So you just have no chance of even getting to the Brood Twister, right? Yeah, it's wild. It's cool. I mean, it's pretty fun. It's a fun boss, yeah.
Yeah, I love that there's more hard bosses. Earlier in the night, you were doing 4 healer, 3 tank kind of stuff. Was that just for learning purposes, or did you think it was killable with that comp?
Well, we didn't know what the enrage was. So
okay.
The heroic enrage is 8 minutes, and you get a ton of free boss damage from the balls, right? So and we didn't actually, it's possible there wasn't any enrage, right? Maybe Blizzard designed this as just a, make it through the end of the fight and just whatever. So if that was the case, why would you try to under heal it or make it harder? I think the easy solution there, how you would approach a boss like this, is have extra grips, have extra aggro, have more aggro on things so people don't get hit. There's a bunch of random ads flying around. Tanks are in balls. There's only one tank out, and there's a million ads coming from every direction, right? So that just made it really easy. It was 3 healable pretty early, but why 3 heal if you don't have to? Maybe there's no enrage, you kind of get in the flow of things, you just keep going, you overheal it, and it just dies, right? And then the boss just enraged at 6 minutes and 25 seconds. So then we saw that, and we were like, okay, so that's not going to work, you know? But yeah, I think we have it. We had an 11% something wipe, and we had 2 people dead for minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And you can also, like, if you have everyone up and you're ready for the enrage, like, you can definitely, like, live past the enrage for a while. I think you can definitely kill it just out on a fresh day. It's hard, though. Hard boss.
Are there more, like, M+ upgrades that you guys, I mean, because I know that it feels like we've just gotten out of splits, but there's now just 2 days left in the reset, right? So any kind of chores or gearing is going to have to happen soon as well to be in this week, right? Like filling up any M+ vaults if they're not done, or getting any keys done. I know the EU guilds, when they woke up a couple hours ago, I think both Echo and Method went into M+ rather than more prog, even though they'd also started Mythic.
Yeah, I mean,
recently.
they're probably just doing what we did yesterday, so, as always, right? So, like, we woke up yesterday, and especially when you're waking up to a wealth of boss information, at least speaking from my perspective, if there are people that are doing my job in their guild, it's really nice to have a couple hours since you just woke up to, like, really nail down and, like, if you're going to take what we do or innovate off of it, to, like, have some time to actually set that up. And then you also need to farm Mythic Plus. So perfect time for everyone to be productive. Raiders are farming gear. Brain people are doing strategy stuff, right? And that's probably what they're doing. I mean, also, I mean, yeah, so to answer your question, yeah, there's, like, a little bit of more Mythic Plus we can do. But yeah, no, it's super interesting. This is the concept of, like, Mythic splits. This is the one of those things that would make a lot of sense if the Mythic splits wouldn't be on the first 3 bosses, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like you're splitting 5 bosses and then going back in later. Like, there's not a lot of...
I think last tier would have been the tier for it, right? With 4 extremely lucrative bosses that are
all super easy,
one-shottable with alts. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And this, I mean, even then though, like, I mean, the whole, I mean, concept of Mythic splits is just nonsense. You would just instantly lose if you ever did that. Yep. But yeah, I don't know. It's so weird. But also it's good. Like, I don't know. Anytime we are progressing hard bosses that don't feel unfair. You know, we're having fun. We could kind of do that. I don't really know for how long, but for a pretty long amount of time, I guess that's fun, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we can usually tell. We lovingly call you guys the Vibe Guild because usually the vibes are immaculate.
Yeah, we're feeling great.
Can you talk to us a little bit about how you are approaching the traffic rules with, like, the trash balls? We were talking a little bit about
traffic. What do you mean?
Like,
well, there's
who goes where,
yeah.
or like what happens if 2 people are going to the same ball, or anything like that. Or I know that we implemented one of don't go between the boss and a bombshell because it might get gripped through you, and that could cause an explosion.
Oh, yeah, there's, like, probably, like, 50 things, but I'm not going to go over any of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yep.
So do you think you're going to start putting, like, more time prepping some of these earlier bosses, knowing that Blizzard can just make one of them, like, gassed up crazy? Because I don't think anyone expected something like this.
Well, we did, actually. So we thought Styx could be hard for sure. We definitely prepped. We had, like, multiple people who we don't feel like are going to play Moonkin later literally make Moonkins for this boss, because this boss is just perfect for what Moonkin does. So yeah, I mean, so to answer your question, like, we saw the first 3 bosses and we're like, man, I don't know if Styx it's not linear. Like, I don't know if it's Styx or Sprocket, like which one's 4th. And I don't know, it looked like it could have been hard, so we had people prep for exactly this. But it's, yeah, I don't know. I feel like we have a really good idea of Styx. They just made it crazy hard. I mean, I would also say it's definitely overtuned. I'm not saying, like, it's unkillable, but what I mean is, like, I think like this being the 4th boss of the raid is, like, just that's like,
it's a bit ridiculous.
That's completely ridiculous. Yeah, so, like, they definitely messed it up, but they're in a weird spot because if they admit, if they're Blizzard, right, and you're like, okay, we totally fucked up, right? You can't just be like, all right, this shit does way less damage. Sorry, I'm probably not supposed to be.
That's all right.
Yeah, like, this stuff isn't supposed to be doing so much damage. You know, this is just everything about this fight. Like, I'm just trying to imagine a regular guild just doing the 4th boss in Mythic. Like, people who did Rashinan last tier, like, you have no chance of killing this boss. You know what I mean? Like, so it's kind of crazy that it's like that. It makes no sense being this early in the
I will say, like, it's not a problem yet, but if this boss doesn't catch some nice sized nerfs in, you know, within the next couple of weeks, we're gonna have a problem.
Yeah, like, probably at the end of this
yeah, it
honestly.
probably should be.
It's like, they're afraid of affecting the race, and they would affect the race. If they totally nerf the boss right now, we would get screwed by that, right?
Yeah.
So they can't really do that. All they can really do is maybe take some health off that we haven't achieved yet, like nerf the boss's HP by some %, right? That's all they could really do to not delegitimize all the time we spent on the boss. Even though I think if Blizzard, I'm not like I can't read minds or whatever, but like I'm pretty sure Blizzard, if they could go back in time, 100% nerfs this boss before we get to it, right? But they can't do that now.
Yeah.
It's interesting, yeah, and especially it's gonna be interesting seeing on the reset like what kind of gear we get. This is entering like crazy territory because if we, you know, if Muggsy is a 3 or 4 day boss, there have been some second to last bosses that have been around that amount of time. Tindril, actually I don't know. Rygalon was 3. So like, if you get that plus a like Ansurek 4+ day, you're talking week 3,
right?
Which has not happened since Sepulcher, which was kind of unique in a way where they just tuned bosses for double legendary. So that's like that wasn't even like an organic 3-week raid, right? And that had a heroic week.
Yeah.
This has no heroic week, so. Yeah, this is strange. This honestly, I can tell you, like most raids feel, like, I guess like other raids have before. This raid feels like very different. Like just a very strange feeling, and especially from all the feedback from the community that they're like, let's make the raids crazy, crazy hard, right? Because it felt like people in the community were like, please don't do that, and they did it. So, or maybe they when you don't have a heroic week, you don't have a lot of information. You don't know how much damage people are doing, how good the tier sets are. Right now, there are multiple classes that are not equipping new tier. They are wearing old 20 eye levels less gear, old tier, with access to fully upgraded heroic tier. That is how bad the balance is with tier sets. That's crazy, you know? Maybe they're just behind. You could argue that they just did a bad job balancing and tuning, right? And maybe they can fix it on the reset, but yeah. I'm not complaining for hard bosses. Hard bosses are fun, right? But probably a little too early in the raid for most people if the community sentiment going into this is that the early stuff. You can make bosses late in the race for the Race World First Guilds. We're going to get there before they get there, right? Like that's kind of been the system. I think this is probably not good, you know?
Yeah, I heard from a lot of like the World 50 and 60 and 70 guilds that they're kind of like looking at this boss a bit sus. But Max, we of course do want to let you go to sleep as well. Cool. So thank you so much for joining us here in our secret lab hot seat, and we'll hopefully see you again tomorrow with at least that boss down, and we'll see what Lockstock
if you were
has
to tell
in
me,
store.
if you were to tell me this morning, like what are the chances that, you know, you don't kill like one of the bosses today, right? That would be crazy. Even
it's
though,
like 90% you kill both, 10% you only kill one. No chance you don't kill either.
Yeah,
right?
exactly, right? Like that's exactly where I would be. Like there's a chance we just pick lock and stock. We're like, you know what? Let's just do lock and stock instead, and then that maybe we kill that boss. Although that doesn't really matter. Like I really truly think that doesn't matter. Like even in a scenario where, actually, I think an ideal scenario is. Like the other guilds are looking at Styx, and they have this whole roadmap for Styx. They can see clearly from our poll that like Styx is killable, but like they're like, you know what? I think Sprockemonger might just be easier, and I could see that boss potentially being dead before we wake up. But that also is ideal. Us getting that free information, like it's kind of worse if they do Styx with the information, and then we wake up, do Sprocket, and then they do Sprocket, right? Like that's you usually from when you're starting ahead NA times, you want to like anytime you can just get free stuff. Free stuff's great. You want the free stuff's like always great. It just saves so much time. So ideally, hopefully one of those guilds is like Styx looks a little tough. Let's do Sprocketmonger. That's the goal. If I could have any wish, it would be one of them doing Sprocket, I think.
Okay, hopefully Echo and Method are maybe feeling that sentiment. But thank you so much, Max.
Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. Have a good night, and thank you for joining us here in the Secret Lab hot seat.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
That was a great interview, and if you want your own Secret Lab chair, you can head on over to tl.gg/secretlab. Right now, there is $90 off with the code CLEF-TL-RWF, only for US customers. Discount values differ across regions, but if you want to check that out, go straight for that. We'd appreciate it if, you got equipped with some sick mounts for home.
Yeah, they're great chairs. Have one at home. I love all the features. I mean, I need one of these.
Yeah, the recliner attachment
part.
That goes crazy.
It's funny because Max found out about the recliner yesterday.
Yeah.
And when he sat down today, he
First global.
Yep. It, and he was like, "Yep, ready now." I feel like since we had that, he enjoys talking to us more.
Yeah. Yeah, he stayed for an extra bonus question at the end there that he asked himself.
Well, I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
Definitely happened. We do want to make one more shout out because we have been collecting money for the Pasadena Humane Society here. It's a great cause, so if you want to support our charity, we'd really appreciate it. You guys have been doing phenomenal at raising money. We're already halfway through our charity goals, and we haven't even reached the second reset just yet. However, it does seem like we might go pretty far into that second reset based on everything we've seen thus far. So we'll be here for a while, maybe.
Yeah, might have to come up with some new goals.
I mean, I think we are basically guaranteed at this point to see a second reset.
Oh, yeah.
Right? In order for us to not see a second reset, we would need, what, Styx dies tomorrow, Sprockenmonger dies tomorrow, One Armed Bandit dies tomorrow, and then what, Muggsy and Gallywix on Monday? No way, right?
Yeah, no chance.
We are guaranteed at this point to have a 2 reset tier, I think, with a chance of 3. So, yeah, lock in, use those Twitch Primes to dodge those ads on this channel over the next couple weeks as we continue this race, and send some money towards the Pasadena Humane Society. Help us achieve these fun goals and shelter some animals that desperately needed it after those brutal wildfires a couple of months ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we do want to make one more shout out before we're going to be going to our all favorite After Dark. What's on the After Dark today, Cams?
No idea.
No idea?
Perfect.
Nope.
Oh.
Yep, YOLO.
A mystery episode. Are you on the After Dark?
I don't know. I volunteered, but I didn't hear anything about it, but I hope so. We're going to do tier lists.
Oh, a tier list.
I'm going to stay then, whether you want me or not. I'm doing that.
Tier lists. All right. I don't know what tier list, but I mean, everybody loves a tier list. So I'm sure you're going to be staying around. I hear it's a tier list. So it's basically like a product
all the raids?
Off, so
yeah. Oh, that sounds great. I've never done that before as well. That sounds
really
fun. I don't think so, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's
nice.
great.
I thought we were ripping your content.
No,
now we're just generating new. Yeah, you can take it, use it on your channel.
Augers. Yoink.
Yoink. Yeah, well, maybe you can argue with production about that one, but yeah, I believe that's it for us. Okay. Oh, we have one UI and one transmog that we're looking at before before you handshake business.
Oh, hold on, I get sweaty hands. I'm excited.
Ooh.
All right, all right.
We are shaking hands, chat. So that did happen. Yes. He didn't leave me hanging. But here is a here's a UI. Here we've got a Muggsy UI.
Best Mistweaver UI NA server in brackets Clueless.
Ooh.
What? These raid frames are interesting. Very black.
They don't have the class colors on them, which I don't like.
Blue and red. Is blue like shields? What is that?
Could be.
Yeah, I think that's absorbs, and then the red is missing health.
Red is damage, like missing health. Yeah. I mean, I don't like not seeing class colors because I feel like you want to make that decision of like, oh, this person is a rogue or something. You know, they're going to have cheat death and this person doesn't, so I should heal them.
But it does look aesthetically nice.
It is very stunning,
consistent.
Yeah.
They got a decursive there. That's an old add-on.
That is, yeah. They've got the timeline instead of the timers as well over on the right. That WeakAura that takes your bigwigs or your DBM and turns it into that timeline thing instead, which I do like that.
Yeah, to nitpick, they have a lot of textures. Their health, the rate, the boss health, and the details, all different textured bars.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not over the raid frame yet.
The raid frames are very interesting, yeah. Some of these keybinds are
what is
cool
that
as well.
on the right of the raid frame? All these little green, what is that?
Yeah, that like grid.
Yeah. No, that's decursive.
Ah, okay.
Oh, okay.
I see. Yeah, like you said, yeah, that's a really old add-on. That was the last one to ask.
Why is the boss frame that massive?
It's easy to click sometimes.
The more I look at it, the more interesting things I'm finding. This is like a...
Look at the skin on the details as well in the bottom right. That's like a WoW classic
I know this one.
Skin on it. Yeah.
Love uses this one.
Yeah, it's very flavorful, but not a lot of information. You only got 3 people on each of the damage and healing meters.
I like the middle part, the WeakAura pack.
Yeah. Yeah, that is nice. It's pretty clean. Different is that a lot of people go for that minimalist, like borderless icons, but these ones all have the monk color icon border.
Oh yeah,
kind of cool. Yeah, I like it.
I'm just gonna give it a 5. I'm pretty stingy on the UI ratings.
Okay,
seen a lot of UIs.
I actually vibe with the 5. It's not bad, but I also wouldn't call it the. Let me read it. Best Mistweaver UI NA server. I think we're maybe a little bit, some optimization could be done.
Yeah, I like some visual consistency with the same textures across everything.
I see. Yeah, I'm gonna go with a 5 as well. I'm scared to deviate from the consensus here.
Yeah, you seem like that.
Yeah, I'm a follower, not a leader.
That's fair. We do have a transmog, I believe, that's also up there for rating production. I don't know. There's been so many donations, and I'm loving it, but I'm also confused.
Whoa.
So let's go, Team Liquid. Casters, strap in for another Halandras experience.
That's right.
Rate my mog and send in $50. Thank you so much.
Much like the UI, nothing matches.
Yeah.
I'm strapped in, but I wasn't ready for this.
This is something. That's for sure. The 2 different shoulders as well is really completes the effect here. Yeah, the butterfly wings, those are nice. We've got the Murloc belt as well. And I believe that's a Mirdasil Mythic helmet, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the weird...
This is a PvPer, is it not?
I'm not sure.
This feels like a PvPer.
It's something.
Yeah, it's a 2. That's what it is.
Yeah, that might be the word we were going for. Yeah, that fist weapon as well is really, oh man, the clipping through the like trench coat thing as well is.
A little like clown shoes.
The clown shoes are appropriate, I'd say.
I like the clown shoes.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Genie.
I could see a mog with that pants and the clown shoes, and then everything waist up just seemed to have like escalated badly.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is an intentionally bad transmog, and you've succeeded. Congratulations. Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Right.
Right.
Thank you, Tettles. I'm giving it a loving 3 out of 10.
I'll go with 2.5. And Cam's already gave it 2.
Yeah, I got it
Okay.
a 2, yeah.
All right. Do we have anything else, production? That's it. All right. If you want to send in yours for the morning shift to rate, it's $35 for our charity, and then we'll bring it all on the broadcast. Well, I'm personally a lover of the UI ratings, you know.
Yeah, those are cool.
I love seeing these. I think they're so cool. I love hating a little bit, you know, a hate watcher at heart when it comes to UIs, but I love seeing them. So if you share them with us, we can rate them.
Yeah, I like looking at UIs. I've fully customized my UI, made a lot of the WeCores myself. I'm pretty happy with it, but but it stays like for my eyes only.
I see.
Or whoever walks by my computer. Tettle said it was a good UI.
Yeah.
And then he kept walking.
Tettle said he's picky with UIs too.
Ooh.
Yeah. So high praise. Apparently, we're
have
gonna
bad
be going.
opinions.
We're going to be going to a quick break, and then after that, we're going to be back with the tier list on the After Dark. Before that, we do want to thank all of our sponsors for making this event possible. Huge shout out to Coinbase, our presenting partner here at the Race to World First. But of course, we also want to thank all of our other sponsors. Huge shout out to Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, the DungeonDojo, as well as our charity, the Pasadena Humane Society. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short little break with tier list shenanigans.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race includes selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
Oh, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
Fun, sporty, hatchback, hybrid.
We did it! It's perfect! This Civic is powerful and fun to drive, the ultimate mount.
Honda mounts are magical.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
Max, hurry up, they're behind us.
Just a few more tweaks. Hand me that tool.
This better be worth it.
Almost done.
It's beautiful.
We gotta get out of here.
Don't forget the PC.
Everybody, and welcome to Race to World First After Dark, presented by Coinbase. I'm Cams, joined by Dratnos, and tonight we're going to be doing a Race to World First tier list.
Oh yeah, we were doing every raid since Battle for Azeroth, which I think is a good starting point for this because that's when the Race to World First was first kind of televised. Of course, there's been a Race to World First longer than that. But before then, it was often the first guild wouldn't actually televise. It was a different era, right?
Yeah.
You would find like a bootleg stream of a World 5th guild progging a boss, and then the rule was you didn't release kill videos until like 5 guilds had already killed each boss. And then in Uldir, it started getting streamed kind of for real. And by the end of that expansion, that was when we had multiple World First competitive guilds streaming the Race to World First. And of course, since then, it's only gone up. So it's been a lot of different raids, though, of varying qualities, varying textures since then. So, of course, nothing better than the old reliable tier list format to use to kickstart our discussion and our journey down memory lane.
Yes, a classic. I don't know when this got brought into the WoW content creating world, but was it Legion or was it later than that?
Yeah, I mean, there's been tier lists before then. I did a lot of tier list stuff in BFA. BFA was when I started doing a lot of tier list things, but I'd seen other people doing it around then as well. But I know around BFA was, I think, when they became super meta. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and if you want to see reminiscing about older than that, me and Zyro did a long arc the other night where we went through basically every raid tier, and it was a lot of fun. Could have done it literally for like 8 hours straight.
Yeah, you guys, the perfect people to have that discussion. Going back, to the like Black Hand days and those old tiers, which we're not going quite that old, right?
No.
These are all, I guess, in the last 8 years now is going back to six years.
Yeah.
7.
I think
something like that.
6 years. Yeah. Yeah. But before that, we'll do a recap of the day.
Yep.
Production's going to give us a timer. If we don't do it in time, I think we've got 30 seconds today.
Okay.
I had 20 seconds yesterday, but it's kind of easy lately. Now that we're just kind of on a one bosser.
I think you could do 10 seconds and you could summarize the day pretty safely with that.
Yeah.
It's,
do not know what was for breakfast, really.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess you were trying to remember that. I haven't been here for breakfast the last 2 days. I've rolled in after breakfast's already gone.
I might have enough in my head.
Okay.
All right, waiting for this timer.
Put up the timer.
Holding. Yeah, the lunch was great today. Okay.
The dinner was as good as well as pizza.
At breakfast, I know there were cinnamon rolls. I don't know what else. The Raiders did some Mythic Plus, and then they did a lot of stick spunk chunker. Then there was lunch, which was some sort of chicken, South American chicken with guacamole stuff. Then more bunk chunker, and then pizza and more bunk chunker.
That's right. They pulled bunk chunker. They didn't kill it. We'll see you tomorrow.
That
All right, mission
sounded
accomplished.
bad. Was
we
that?
got it. We got the whole
there?
thing then. Yeah. Hooray!
Yeah.
All right.
Got through.
Tier list time?
Tier list time? Yeah, I think so. We got this laptop here again.
Okay.
Got it pulled up.
We got a nice
Right.
tier maker here with all the raids since. Oh, these are actually since Legion even. We've got the raids here, but we'll start with Uldir. Yeah.
We're gonna start with Uldir.
Okay. All right. So Uldir, the very first
Place
Race to
here
World
for just a
first tier. Yeah. Put it. We'll see where we want to put this. Of course, if you were raiding in this guild back then, some pretty harsh memories from Uldir, right? Of the extend snafu, the first to the moon, first to Cahoon, and then the choking of the world first. Sort of a tragic turn of events. But just in terms of the quality of the race itself, that tier, I thought it was a great race to spectate, especially because we didn't even have 2 streams. We had just 1 stream, right? It was just the method stream at the time to watch this race, and then all the limit pulls at the time were happening off stream. But you could see, like, when they killed Mithrax first, it was like, oh my god, this is crazy, moment. Right? This is a guild that it came out of nowhere that had been nowhere close to world first in Legion, and now they're potentially in range to get the world first here. So I think it was a very exciting spectator race to world first. I don't know how you're.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the raid itself, do we want to bring in like how the raid was to play?
Yeah, I guess it should be like So I think we should do this from the perspective of the race. So not for like how fun was this to prog for people.
Okay.
But how fun was it to play in and watch the race?
Okay.
Because I think this one, it was obviously the first time the race was being televised by like a world first contending guild. But there was some issues. Fetid Devourer's tuning, I think, was famously bad.
Fetid was terrible.
Yeah.
Azul was very easy. I mean, you could kind of stack it, cheese it. Mithrax, great.
Great.
Gahoon.
Pretty good.
Other than the fumbling at the end, I thought Gahoon is a pretty good boss, and the annoyance of the gateways.
Yeah.
But Gahoon was a pretty decent end boss.
I think this was quite a good tier. I think that if this tier had been a lot worse, like if it had been a pretty bad tier, we might not have seen a televised Race to World First develop. I think that it was like a turning point in history where Old Deer having a pretty good race let the Race to World First continue to grow and build, and we saw the entrance of more than one Race to World First guild streaming after a couple more tiers. So.
But I'm hovering around here.
I'm liking somewhere up there. I'm thinking at least a B as well. I'm happy to call this I think this was an A tier Race to World First.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, obviously it wasn't. I'm giving it bonus points for being the first, and I think that is worth bonus points because definitely if this was just duplicated today, Fetid would be a huge problem. Like there would be a lot of things I would dock more points from. But
yeah, some of these BFA ones I'm a little tainted towards the negative. Just
right, because
on the losing end of a few of them.
There was a string of them in a row where a different brutal thing happened to limit at each tier, that expansion. So
speaking of one of those,
oh man,
Battle of Dazar'alor is our next one up. Yes, this one again, a very good lead. I mean, a lot of the raid was pretty easy.
Yep.
And then we
were on Jaina, like Jaina was being pulled on like Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Which compare that to right now.
And it probably would have been Monday night or Tuesday night if Stormwall Blockade was pretty bugged when we got to it. And I think some guilds kind of cheesed it a bit. We were being ethical.
There were some pretty aggressive exploits that tier, yeah.
Yeah.
Not just on Stormwall Blockade. Do you remember you could have a Brewmaster statue tanking Bwonsamdi and King Rastakhan's encounter and just like trivialize that fight? So yeah, that was a little bit of a funny tier.
But that was like I think a classic tier. The bosses are pretty easy. There was like a council boss. Rastakhan could have been a lot harder.
I think that from the perspective of the Race to World First, it was a one-boss tier. I do think Opulence actually was an all-time great boss for like the rest of us, right? For cutting-edge guilds that aren't in the Race to World First. But I think that for the Race to World First, it was pretty much just about Jaina.
Yeah.
But I think that Jaina was pretty good as far as Race to World First bosses go. Again, only one team was actually televising their progress back then. This was like the last year before, at the time, Limit started streaming anything. So,
yeah, I remember just the difference between me. I was living with my wife's parents at the time, so I'm like in their basement, in the dark, doing this, and then I'm looking at Method, and they've got all the production and stuff. And I'm like, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
But Jaina was a pretty good boss. Looked very good.
Yeah.
Thematically, very icy. Awesome on the boat, and then into the big ice arena.
It was one of those fights that like tells a story.
Yeah.
And I think it did that extremely effectively. Even if maybe there are complaints you can have about the fight design, sure, but on a broad, zoomed out, big picture level, I definitely think it was great. Yeah. I don't know though. As far as the race goes, it being only having like one relevant boss, I'm not super thrilled about it. I would be inclined towards B.
Somewhere around B, yes.
Okay.
All right, and that brings us to Crucible of Storms.
Oh, man.
Also a little weird because it came out between like the main tiers, quote unquote.
Right.
And so a lot of guilds didn't want to throw in any of their like PTO, or they had just taken a bunch of time off for BOD, and they kind of...
Yeah, Eternal Palace was right on the horizon.
Yeah,
this was back in the day when most Limit Raiders had jobs, right? And so you couldn't just, I remember this was always the discussion whenever anyone was like, why doesn't NA ever get a world first? And it was like, well, we can't take time off work, right? Like, we can't take as much time off work as the European guilds can to go for world first. And this was a tier where it was like, yeah, we're not gonna take off we got to save our PTO. We're not gonna. There was an MDI at the same time as well, which is a shame because there were two great bosses this tier. This tier
Fantastic
also
bosses.
It featured Pieces winning, which was so great. I'm so happy that Pieces got the world first this tier. I think it was, that was a guild that tried so hard to be a world first guild, and this was their tier, and it was so great that they got something because they got kind of owned in terms of getting poached from over several years. Really didn't get to go, get any of the other world first, but they'll always have Unat, and I'm really happy about that for them.
I'm misremembering. Did they stream? I don't think they did.
I'm not sure.
But then everybody else did because they were.
I think this was the first. I think Limit streamed. Yeah, because I remember I was streaming and Max rated me as I was killing Cabal, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, I loved this raid. even though it was 2 bosses and it wasn't quite a full Race to World First experience. So I'm having a hard time not giving it like an A just because I like the 2 bosses
I think it was
so
a great raid. Yeah, I think that from the Race to World First perspective, it definitely, you got to dock some points.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, we're making the tier list, so
Yeah.
if we both like it a lot, we could put it in an A.
We can throw this in A? All right. Crucible Storms. Yeah, go look back at it.
I mean, yeah, okay. Look, objectively, it was not a great Race to World First or anything. It wasn't even really a Race to World First. But you know what? We're putting in an A. You can't stop us. This is our segment.
Yeah, and this was a great Race to World First. The Eternal Palace.
Ooh.
This was the first like real
it was
ad event thing for Limit.
Yeah, Limit and Pieces were streaming right from the same venue, right, in London, and then Method, of course, was streaming as well. This was a hype Race to World First. It featured an extremely unfortunate and unfair like nerf sequence timing that really screwed you guys, which that was tough for the race. But from a viewer perspective, I wasn't casting or anything at the time. I was just a viewer of the Race to World First, and I was engrossed for a full week. I was locked in watching the Race to World First, and like, this is the best thing ever. I don't know, like, this is the first time that we're seeing multiple teams stream it, and we can never go back. It has to be like this forever because this is the best thing ever. So
yeah, this one has a special place in my heart. Even though we lost, I have so many memories of that tier.
Yeah.
I
will say the nerf
was
so bad that that's got to take at least a tier off of it.
You think the nerf? Yeah.
The nerf and the fact that Ajar was a stupid fight, and I hated it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think I was starting to cry at my computer multiple times because the sleep was all crazy. We're jet lagged, and it was just grueling.
Yeah.
And I can't remember how many pulls that boss was. It felt like we were on it forever.
But still, like, from the evolution of the Race to World First, right? This was a huge step forward.
Yeah.
Getting Limit to turn on streams in like in a real tier, right? Not a half tier thing that, something they're taking seriously, going for first in. Obviously fell a little bit short, but yeah, I think that was great. So I think this should go pretty high as well.
You think A? Do we throw it in A?
I'm down. I'd be down for A, B, whatever you like.
Yeah, that nerf timing was kind of one of the big worries of the NA advantage gone wrong.
Yeah.
Where you get there earlier and then you're just on a wall. The other guild catches up. Right. The wall is removed and now everything's reset. Yes, and we just barely. It was just a couple hours too. It was so close that we got Ashara. All right, now I'm blanking on Nyalotha. Here we are.
Waking City. So
now, I want to throw this straight into S.
I want to put this in S as well. I think it has to go in S. Obviously, look, we're biased, right? This was the first time I was casting Race to World First as well. So flew out to the venue, right? And at the time, North America hadn't gotten a World First since like Shaw of Fear or something, right? It's been 10 years. I still remember like the ground shaking in the building as the boss is going down and everybody's like screaming, going crazy. I've been in the building for several World Firsts since then, but that one I think is still like the loudest it's ever been.
Yeah, it just pent up like a decade of all these NA players wishing they could do that, go for the World First. I mean, it literally seemed impossible. I thought it would actually never happen.
His Method were like a juggernaut at the time, right? Like that.
Unbeatable, and then they had the resources, and the US guild would try. You'd fail a couple times, the guild would die. And then, I mean, Limit, it took a while before they went into hardcore, and then like raiding all the time and then pushing for it. It took up until Old Deer for that to even kind of become a thing. And then the entire expansion was learning, this is the lessons we need to take away from raiding in person, and these are the lessons we need to take away, like how many breaks, what do we do with sleep, like all these different things finally kind of clicked together, and it came together for a perfect tier and kind of a domination.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a close race, which I guess is a bad thing, right? Like, it would have been better if it was a closer tier. It did feature some big step forwards, though, for the race, right? We had the 21st raid leader outside the raid, Max doing that for that entire tier, except for Drestagath, which was a big evolution since then. Everybody's been replicating that. From the viewer perspective as well, things were getting even more and more professionalized on the broadcast side of things, right, for multiple orgs. So I think this. I'm happy to put this in S tier.
We're going to put those in this?
This has got to be an S tier, yeah. This is an S tier.
Corruption aside, S tier.
The corruption for the Race to World First was hilarious as well, because now was wearing cloth BOEs on his Blood Death Knight to get more Echoing Voids. Millions and millions of gold was spent on those BOEs.
Yeah, I remember like right before the kill, Eric got like 5 million gold pants or something.
Yeah.
With a bunch of mastery.
Worth.
All right.
Okay, so
on
then
to the next expansion.
Castle Nathria.
Castle Nathria.
First raid of Shadowlands.
Another banger.
It was a great tier. Yeah, we had Sludge Fist.
Yes.
All-time great Race to World First boss to watch, right? Just that. I mean, it was hyper-specific, that single target damage check. Then we saw the boss slam into the wall, and the raid wiped, and slammed into the wall, and then the raid wiped. And eventually, after struggling and struggling, it slammed into the wall, and the raid barely is able to get enough damage to kill it. Perfect experience for the players and for the viewers. I think that was fantastic. Then there was Stone Legion Generals, which wasn't great.
It was funny to watch.
Yeah, it was fun to watch, and then I remembered, oh wait, I raid Mythic as well. I'm gonna have to do this at some point. And oh no, that was tough. Man.
Yeah, mishap. Also, the going dark on Council of Blood and killing.
Yeah, killing Council of Blood by accident with the streams turned off.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of an oopsie. I think both guilds went dark on Sire Prog as well, because it was like approaching the weekly reset, and so at the time it was limit, right? They were like, okay, we don't want to stream us progging and then reset and re-clear and have Echo watch what we did and be able to replicate it, right? So. And then Echo, of course, were progging while Limit were re-clearing, and they didn't want Limit to be able to see what they were coming up with during the re-clear and watch that. So
yeah, they went dark for a long time.
Both guilds went dark for quite a long time, which was not great for viewers. It did result in the last time we ever had a major strategy divergence between the two guilds. If you remember Sire P2, the Echo strat and the Limit strat were fundamentally different ways to attack that fight, and that used to be how bosses worked, right? If you go back to the old days, you would have like, oh, there's this guild strat for this boss, there's this guild strat for this boss, and that has not been true in the modern era of everybody streaming, because you would just copy what everybody else is doing that's good, right? And that doesn't happen anymore, being able to see different strats. But it was nice that we saw that with Sire, even if it came from going dark, which is maybe not a good thing.
Yeah, and then on top of it, very close. Both guilds side by side, super low % wipes.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Yeah, it was definitely a close finish. I think it was another one of those races that was closer than people remember, because people think of it as a pretty limit dominated tier, but it really wasn't. It was quite close at the end of things. Not the closest race ever, but definitely pretty close. Also another win as well for, being able to do it back-to-back, put some silence to the doubters that, this is really a world-class quality guild, so very cool to see. I don't know if this was an S tier race though. What do you think?
I just love Sire Denathris so
I think
much.
Yeah.
But the going dark was
bad.
And then I don't know if you can really put it in there, but this was during the pandemic, so everyone was at home.
SLG was bad.
Yeah, SLG.
Pandemic was good. Yeah, I don't know. We've got some spectators behind us here. Zyro makes. Can we get a thumbs up for S tier or a thumbs down for A tier on Castle Nathria? We got thumbs up behind us. All right, we're putting in an S tier.
Putting in an S tier.
There we go. The council has decided. Oh, the misclick may have redecided. All right, the council has decided. S tier it is.
All right, now to the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah, we had Sanctum of Domination. Oh man. Yes. So okay, Sanctum was a 1 week tier, and it was a 1 week tier that Limit at the time, they couldn't kill Sylvanas on that last night. And that was tragic. And that sucked to be, casting for Limit. For both of us, we're up there at 3:30 watching them try and know they could do it and fail and come short. But I'm sure it was great television.
Yeah. This was the first race I casted.
Yeah.
Retired after Nathria.
Yeah.
Was in front of the cameras for the first time in Sanctum. So that's I just remember, kind of that end of stuff. And yeah, just how, Painsmith
was sweet.
It was like, okay, this is awesome.
Yep.
And then everything after it, way too easy, weird, gimmicky, holding cooldowns. Fake Scribe was kind of like,
that was stupid.
In a weird way. Or
yeah, you could just
quickly.
Always go left instead of having to ever go right, which is like, okay, this entire mechanic is rendered irrelevant.
Yeah, Kel'Thuzad, you could just stand there and wait for 3 minutes to come back up.
Yep.
And then go do the portal, come up, and it trivialized the fight pretty much. And then Sylvanas, a lot of cutscenes, a little weird, very, very long.
Yeah, the last phase was great. There's definitely, it overstayed its welcome a bit, especially in P2.
Yeah. And then the Shards of Domination kind of stuff was not great.
Shards were, I think, a blunder on Blizzard's end. It was also played pretty poorly by both Race to World First guilds, right? That's a tier where if you go back in time, the splits would be done differently to make sure that you're coming in with 20 set bonuses, which they didn't do, right? There was only like 10 set bonuses across the raid, and Sylvanas would have certainly have died if the splits had been better optimized. So, yeah, that's a tough one. I do think this was another tier where like the Echo got the throne back this tier, right? They put up the first win under that org instead of having previously been Method, and I think it was a deserved win, right? It was one of those wins where you look at it and like, yeah, they're the best team won this week, right? Like they
straight
deserved
up outplayed.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, they did it without the reset of gear.
Yeah.
Limit had to come in the next day, kill, and I think they one-shot it.
They one-shot it on week 2, so we came pretty close to a 16-hour head start catastrophe.
Yeah.
With if that had been a world first instead of a world second, that would have been a problem for the Race to World First, but it didn't happen.
Did not. I want to at least C.
Okay.
I want to say D, but I don't know if I just.
I think it was a pretty good race. I don't know. I think it was a good race to watch.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, yeah. Fate Scribe was a huge letdown. Guardian was a huge letdown. Kel'Thuzad was a huge letdown. I guess 3 huge letdowns should take us down 3 tiers to C.
You think? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Next.
Sepulchre of the First Ones.
Sepulchre of the First Ones. This will go down. I don't know if we'll ever top this one as far as just like an experience.
A marathon.
Yeah.
I went into Race to World First, Sepulchre of the First Ones, a different person than I came out of that ordeal.
I think everybody did.
Yeah, like that genuinely is like a turning point in your, 1 month later you come out a entirely different person. That was something.
We parted ways.
Yeah.
You went to Cast.
I went to Cast for Echo that tier, yeah.
Yeah, and then Complexity Limit came over to Liquid.
This was when Team Liquid started, yeah.
Yes. And we had you'll hear us talk about Boston.
Yeah.
The infamous Boston one. The Alienware training facility, something with the bathrooms wasn't ready. I'm not sure what it was. So they had to do it somewhere else. For some reason it was Boston. And so we flew out there in March. And it was cold. And we were there for a long time. The Raiders, they were there for a heroic week. So they were there even longer. It was
yeah, full month.
Something days.
The Raiders were there for a full month. It was crazy.
Yeah, it ended with everybody. I think people were just homesick. They wanted to go. It was clear that Liquid was not winning.
Right.
And they just kind of called it early, said, we'll go home, rest up, come back. And, that they didn't even get world second.
They got, what, 5th or something?
Yeah, just
kind
of ended it in a weird way. But they picked it up since. We're doing pretty good now.
Yeah, that tier I think was one of the tiers that maybe reforged Liquid a little bit, right?
Yes.
A lot to learn from that one. Although you have to be careful for over-learning lessons from the kind of tier that Blizzard, I don't think ever intends to make again. Although maybe this tier is going to be Sepulchre too. I mean, we're less than halfway through, and it's Sunday now, so.
Yeah, at least there's not like 10 more bosses after.
Right.
Like,
See, that's the thing.
So big.
You could chop off Jailer out of Sepulchre, and it would still be a longer tier than any other. With Rygalon was a fantastic boss. That would have been a great end to the race. Anduin would have been a great end to the race. Liquid would have won, right, with that Scott solo tanking, last person alive kill on Anduin. And that was, Halandris is an incredible fight. That tier it had twice as much stuff as any other tier.
And Halandris, just legendary boss.
Yeah.
It's got mechanic, there's Halandris bombs now. It's a mechanic in the game.
Iraq had them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want at least an A on this one.
I'm happy with A as well. I think that, especially given the kind of sad end that it had for Liquid, the fact that you're saying A, I think is a good sign for the race. Yeah.
Okay.
Because it was a great race. I think that.
Yeah. What was it like on the Echo side of things?
I think that obviously they were very very happy for the win at the end, but it was certainly exhausting as well for everybody. And I do think it was a little anticlimactic because Liquid kind of threw in the towel at the end, and the last 2 days of that race. I think it would have been better if it ended on Rygalon. which was still really close. Rygolon, it was so cool because Rygolon was one of those bosses where it's like, this is impossible. How do we do this? And Liquid and Echo came up with different answers. It wasn't the same as Sire where it was different strats, but it was like, do we drop a healer or do we find a way to do it even with a healer and squeeze out an amount of damage that the Sims don't say is possible, right? And both guilds had a different answer to that, and then both were able to kill it with it, which was so cool. Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy with A for Sepulcher.
Okay.
I think for me personally, I would have it as S, but
oh, you would go S.
I think A is.
I could go S. I was bringing it down because I've got such fond memories. I don't know how like tainted I am, but I guess I was spectating
I have really
it,
fond
so
memories of that.
Yeah, okay,
that
let's
race.
do S.
Yeah. All right.
That was a great one.
It's like S, but obviously don't do it again. Maybe.
Yeah, it was my first. I was co-hosting After Dark with Valoris. This is the first time that happened, so we had fun with that.
All right, yeah, well, it's our tier list. We can do what we want.
Yeah.
S it is. Okay, after Sepulcher, we moved into the Dragonflight expansion, and we started off with Vault of the Incarnates. Now, this was a messed up tier.
Yes, this is a really awkward tier. Is it Kurog? Was that his name? The
Kurog Grim Totem,
yep.
A boss that had so much potential from the Dungeon Journal. Completely, because of the way it was implemented, every time you switch sides, you spawned an ad with an unbelievable amount of health, so you just had to minimize how many times you swapped sides. So that entire potential strategy of that fight was gone. And not only that, you had to actually swap sides with like in a half-second window to avoid spawning an ad at this weird, super weird, super janky. Definitely not how that fight was supposed to look. But
no, and the ads, I remember they were overtuned for a while. This is one where they spent a ton of time trying to figure out how to kill him before they enraged, and then they ended up getting nerfed. Dathia got nerfed.
Another boss that got nerfed before it got killed. But by far the worst offender was Razageth.
Yes,
Razageth was like absolutely nuclear difficulty. We can maybe kill this with a perfect pull after 3 more days of prog. And then phase 3 was nerfed to being quite easy, and it was killed the pull after it was nerfed by Echo.
And really weird nerf timing with it being in the morning
like
while
were
streaming
waking
or
up.
sleeping.
Now, I do think that Echo were deservedly ahead at that point.
Okay.
So, and the nerf timing, I don't think it's like if you got to overtime in a football game, and then instead of actually playing, the ref's just like, oh, okay, you played better, you win, right? And then we don't get to see the exciting overtime finish to the race, and that was unfortunate. I do think that Echo had played better on Razageth up to that point with the hours that they'd progged into it, but we were kind of robbed of a fun finish. That was partially because it was Christmas Eve, so I think Blizzard just didn't want the race to go over Christmas, which was fair, but yeah, it was unfortunate. Unlucky way for that race to go. I don't think we can put this race anywhere above like D or C, TBH, because that was just, if the ending is bad, the race is bad.
Yeah, I think so too. I remember we were leaving, and I just had this feeling in my gut. I was like, getting on the plane, I was like, when I land, it's going to be dead. And it was dead.
Yeah.
That was a bummer.
That's not good at all,
yeah. I would do a D tier.
All right, Vault of the Incarnate's D tier.
Sorry, Vault.
Yeah, sorry, Vault. A shame. There was a lot of potential that was missed with this one.
All right, Aberrus.
Aberrus. Okay, so Aberrus was, I think it's fair to say, like the easiest race to world first that will be on this list in terms of like difficulty of bosses. Now, some of that was because the item upgrade system gave Race to World First guilds more power, I think, than was potentially expected in those first week. It was a 1-week tier. The fights themselves, they were pretty fun to watch.
Yeah.
We had a pretty exciting finish that tier where, Liquid won, and it was another one of those tiers where I think it was closer than it looked at the end because Liquid won, but Echo were only a couple hours behind, and there's this debuff you get when the other team wins where you pull worse for an hour or two or more. So factoring out that, it was a really close end to that tier. Certainly could have gone either way. It ended with this sweet gambit of Liquid going for like a 4-hour sleep.
Yeah.
They were like, we can kill this. We need some sleep, but we can't sleep for too long because we know they're close and we know they might win if we do. So we're going to go for just a little 4-hour nap. And it worked out. It easily couldn't have, but the fact that it did, it was cool that happened. I think it was really a really fun thing to happen in a race.
Yeah. One negative is there was a lot of going dark.
Yep. Both teams kind of did a little bit of going dark, but mostly it was Liquid that tier.
Yeah, did a lot of Sarkareth prog off stream.
That was before the 4-hour sleep, right? Was like, oh my god,
Yeah.
we procced all of P3. Okay, let's go to sleep, wake up, and kill this thing.
They thought they had come up with a really good strat, and they were like, we can just kill it with this, and we don't want to reveal. It was like going down underneath timing. I think that was a big difference between the guilds.
Yeah.
And they skipped a ton of mechanics by when
Sarkarth
they
was
did
a
it.
great fight for that. Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah, but Sark looks so good. And then Magmax, kind of a bummer.
Kind of a bummer, yeah. I'm kind of up on Magmarax from when I first was, because I remember everybody kind of thought like, oh man, this fight's really easy. We just wiped 40 times because we're bad. But then every guild had that experience of wiping 40 times thinking they were bad on Magmarax, which maybe means it was actually Sleeper, a little bit of a good fight.
Okay.
But for where it was in the raid, yeah, do you think it was a bit of a disappointment? I think everybody's had the take of if Magmarax and Rashok swap places and swap tuning, that could have been an all-time banger. Spot for a Rashok to be.
Yeah, Rashok was awesome.
Rashok kind of suffered from being where it was in the tier. Echo Neltharion was kind of dumb as well. That was pretty stupid fight,
very
right?
weird. We got the walls to this day now.
Yeah, and
popped up in Mugsy.
Like the map weak aura.
Oh, the map! I forgot about that map weak aura. Yeah.
Oh man, there was a lot of kind of the birth of some stupid private aura stuff as well. So
yeah,
there's a
and
bit of
Skarn could have been really hilariously bad if they had figured out the little corner strat.
Yeah.
I think they kind of
ironically
at the end.
Yeah, Liquid I think killed a great Zaskarn because they didn't figure out the exploit to cheese to kill that boss that everybody else then the next 50 guilds did to kill it. And again, we're rating in the context of the race. Zaskarn was awful for if you were world rank 50 to 1,000. You had an awful time with Zaskarn because it got like buffed mid prog for you, and that was a huge catastrophe. But for the race world first, it was a pretty good fight.
Yeah, I think the only negative for this was just the length of going dark, especially in Sark. It was like it felt like half of the boss was off.
And because the tier was so short, that meant such a high percentage of the race was not broadcast, which is a huge shame. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a solid B.
All right, I'm happy with B for Aberrus.
Okay.
Shadowed Crucible.
All right, now I think another kind of legendary.
Still the Dreams Hope. This has got to be an S.
Yes.
If you think about the best 36 hours of Race to World First you could watch, the final 36 hours of Emirdrasil featured both guilds sub 20% on Fire-Ak, just trading polls back and forth. And because of the way their sleep schedules moved, they were basically awake for largely the same blocks of time. They moved to sort of be in the same window, and you just had Liquid 3%, Echo 5%, Liquid 7%, Echo 3%. They were just going back and forth. You kept seeing these polls trading back and forth between the two of them. It was incredible television on both of the streams at the same time. So, yeah, if you could only watch, for one day, the Race to World First, that would be the day, I think.
Yeah. Tindril, fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Out of nowhere, I remember asking Max how Tindril
thought it would be free.
Yeah, he's like, oh, we kill it on PTR. It's going to be easy. And then it became just ridiculous. 400 polls. And, it's feeling like now there's a boss every race where you just go, oh, something's happening now. We're having a Styx Bunk Junker now.
Yeah.
Where it's just okay, this is different.
Yep.
This is unexpected.
This boss got hands.
Yeah, and Tindril was that. It was, thought the race, they're making really good progress through it. I can't remember how quick they got to Tindril.
Very fast.
Smolderon was pretty
Smolderon was the first boss that took any pulls at all, but it fell within less than 100 pulls. And then, Tindril was just a brick wall. And then Fire-Ak was really hard as well,
Yeah. And
Fire-Ak had this crazy difficulty as well, where it was all concentrated in the last 40 seconds because you had to deal with those Halandras bombs, and you went from having you went from 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 by the end of that phase. It was an absurd ramp of difficulty to keep them all safe from all the blazes.
Yeah, and just visually fantastic.
Yeah.
I love how Fire-Ak looks when the blazes are popping off.
Yeah. Beautiful fight.
I love that fight. I agree. S.
Got to be an S tier race.
Yeah, and even though Liquid did not take the dub, they didn't lose by that much, and they also got Tindril first, which was pretty much as hard as Fire-Ak.
Yeah, that's right. So
even that was an even.
There was
draw.
also the Sneak.Lua incident that kind of came to light after the fact this tier that depending on who you speak to maybe taints things, but at least at the time watching the race, not knowing about that, it was definitely an S tier race itself.
Yeah. All right, we don't have the
we don't have Nerebar Palace on here, but we can rate it. We can say where it would go.
And it's very top heavy, but I think that's also an S for me.
Okay. As far as Race to World First goes, Antrak was crazy. Fun to watch. Kaivezo was crazy to see. Pretty unfortunate to play, but not as many people played it as watched it. So, Yeah.
Yeah, I loved Kaiveza.
It was not an especially close finish to the race, but during Kaiveza Prague, it was close. During Silken Court, it was close. During Brood Twister, it was close. In fact, Brood Twister, I think, represented something that we may look back on as being a very relevant event in the Race to World First, which is when Method first came up with a great innovation that the other guilds copied, which is like Brood Twister comp and strategy changes that they came up with there. So for that guild, if they end up actually getting into that top 2, top 1 spot, I think a lot of people will be able to identify that as being kind of a turning point in the race's history.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe as a raid, an S tier kind of raid. I mean, I loved Ansarek, but maybe you're right from the viewing, like for the race perspective, maybe it could go down to like an A.
Yeah, I mean, it had problems for non-race to World First guilds as well. Like Brood Twister was a pretty that's unfortunate experience to progress. But we're just doing we're rating based on the race. I think it was still a good race.
But Ansarek was just so awesome.
Ansarek was absolutely beautiful as a fight, yeah. And it was one of the ones where just the Liquid versus Ansarek experience was impeccable, right? Like that was the immaculate Race to World First. The Liquid versus Echo side of things was maybe not as good as we had it, say, especially during Fire Act, right? We didn't have the back-to-back low percent pulls. Liquid were moderately ahead by the time that race ended. And I think the vibe in this building was like, we're going to win.
Yeah.
It was we're going to win for like 3 days before they won. But the fight itself, right? Liquid versus the boss was definitely up there in the S tier. Yeah, I'm happy with S or A, whatever you like.
Okay, we'll do A because we got a
call it A. Okay,
the PvE part, the players versus the environment was fantastic. Yeah, and they played. Liquid just played crazy.
They did. I mean, yeah, that's the best they'd ever played, I think. Yeah.
Like I literally, the day they killed the boss, I thought this is impossible. I was like, Blizzard needs to nerf this like 5%. I did not think they could find the damage. But
there are videos you can find of various casters talking about how mathematically impossible Ansarek was. And 24 hours before Liquid managed to kill it.
I think for me, like the day of, I came in, I was grumpy. I can't believe this is still going because I was having flashbacks to like an Ashara.
Yeah.
It was like they're
gonna nerf it after
burning the time.
Right.
Yeah, and I was afraid that was gonna happen. But
imagine being that Blizzard dev with the diamond hands. You're just like, no, it's doable. I don't need to nerf
hitting the button.
Because if you do need to nerf it, every minute you wait is bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, they did. They correctly didn't nerf it, and it was a fantastic race as a result. Yeah.
All right, well, that finishes.
Very high. If you look at our list, right, once Nerebar Palace goes into A there, we've got, 4S, 4A, 2B, and then 1C, 1D.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Race to World First has been great.
Yeah, it is.
Best thing ever.
Yeah, I love it.
Even when it's bad, it's good.
Yeah, even
like pizza.
Yeah, even Vaults and Incarnates, I still enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was a lot better than not having a race.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right, well, thank you for joining me tonight.
Thank you. This is fun. Love tier lists.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to copy paste this, put it on your YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah. Yoink. Yeah,
go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, and if you guys at home want to sign up for a giveaway, we're still doing the giveaway to come meet us and the jerseys, tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF. Use code TeamLiquid20 to sign up. Get $20 free. These jerseys, maybe a Styx Bunk Junker jersey tomorrow.
Ooh, we're working on one of those?
Yeah, I think that could be coming.
Ooh.
One every...
Oh, you mean not a jersey with Styx on
giveaway.
It, but the giveaway that comes every time we kill a Mythic boss. I see.
Yes.
Because I know that when Halandris turned into a real boss, all of a sudden there was a rush to make Halandris merch. I wonder if Styx will ever have something like that happen. Yeah.
Roly-poly.
Yeah. We got this one's like Cauldron of Carnage themed, which is great.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful jersey. Absolutely should try and get your hands on that. Try and get your hands on it for free. If you don't win it, buy one. It's worth it. This is a great jersey.
Yeah, it's great. And then also the grand prize you can see there. Get flown out to the next Team Liquid Race to World First. Come visit everybody. We've got a lot of fun surprises that we will for sure happen. I mean, the Taco Bell is just it's gonna happen.
Oh yeah.
If you're here late enough, it's gonna happen.
Yep.
Yeah, and yeah, I can't wait for that. Hope you're all signing up. tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF. Code TeamLiquid20.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow for some Styx Bunk Junker progression, hopefully.
Yeah, Styx Bunk Junker.
Maybe a kill.
Maybe some
Sprocket Monger,
but I think that's over. Some Sprocket Monger.
Those are the things that need to happen. So, there's daylight savings coming.
Yes.
But it's not affecting us, sort of. I guess it is affecting. It affects everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But we're just kind of pretending that hour. We're kind of ignoring it, right? We're saying still get the extra hour of sleep. So, I guess if you follow the clock, we're going to start like an hour later than we usually do, right?
Yeah. So what would that be?
Like 10 or something?
10.
I don't know, yeah.
PST?
I don't know when the Raiders are starting.
Yeah, about then. The stream will be going at least. It starts early with Rise and Race with Automatic Jack and Aya.
Yeah, our light mode counterparts. Of
yes.
the dark mode show.
Yeah, they've got some fun stuff planned. So tune in then. So thank you for joining me, Dratnos, and thank you to all the sponsors: Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the Dungeon Dojo. And of course, the charity partner, Pasadena Humane Society, tl.gg/rwf-donate. I'm Cams. That was Dratnos. See you bright and early for some Sticks Bunk Junker.
Good night.
Good night.
How about this to celebrate our spring championship?
I celebrated by getting a new Honda Civic Hybrid. With style, power, and fuel efficiency, it's next level awesome. Get in.
Why didn't I think of this? How do you return a billboard?
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. Important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
The Alienware Pro wireless headset, it's become my main headset for anything WoW related. The battery life is actually a huge deal for us. One of the few esports that plays all day, every day. 4 days of gaming on one battery, that's insane.
This headset is everything that you can ever want and dream of. Without a doubt, this is the most comfortable headset that I've ever worn. I hate headsets that kind of like clamp on your ears or feel like they're pinning against the side of your head. This headset feels really, really good around my ears while I play.
Quality of sound from the Alienware Pro headset is perfect for shot calling in intense situations. At the race, there's a lot of distractions, and sometimes I just need to be able to hear what the guys are doing in the middle of a boss fight. So after using this headset, I don't think I can use a different headset again. This headset is what you need.